Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean historical Western romance from author Indiana Wake. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Welcome to The Brides of Russets Reach, a sweet and inspirational romance series where courage is tested, faith is strengthened, and love finds a way. Copyright Indiana Wake. Amelia, A Leaf on the Breeze by Indiana Wake. Chapter 1. I guess it's nice and warm for the time of year, Whit Carrow said, settling herself down at the fancy little table her friend, young Nancy Hopper, was sitting at. The table had a white cloth with embroidered pink flowers, matching napkins, and a teapot with a flowery knitted tea cozy. It suited Nancy down to the ground. The pretty, petite woman was wearing a striped pink dress and crisp white apron. Her blonde ringlets bounced as she nodded her head in agreement. Claudine wondered at their friendship. She was 30 years Nancy's senior. Her own dress was blue and practical, but it didn't matter. Everyone loved Nancy, it is. Every spring we seem to strike it lucky for the town barbecue. It's kind of like God is smiling down on us. Nancy was grinning broadly. And look at this here, Claudine, my little shawl is even on the back of the chair rather than on my shoulders. She laughed. Claudine smiled at her, even the shawl was covered in flowers. Nancy's house was a veritable garden. I do so love this time of year, Nancy. I don't know. Spring always seems like the start of things, doesn't it, honey? Claudine's warm brown eyes crinkled as she smiled. The two women were similar in many ways and yet so different. Claudine was in her 50s, small and neat with her long brown hair braided into a plait that was fastened beneath her light blue bonnet. There was a touch of gray at her temples, but there was nothing old about Claudine. She was strong and vibrant. Her young friend Nancy was just 21 years of age. Adorable blonde ringlets framed a pretty doll-like face that was never shy of a smile. Sure does, Claudine. Everything seems so fresh and new in spring, and I always feel like it's a time for love. Nancy couldn't stop her smile. She was ever the romantic, and her friend, Claudine, was, as always, in complete harmony with her. You know, honey, just a year ago, I could never have imagined that 2 of my 3 boys would be so happily married. I know, Claudine. It just seems like fate, doesn't it? I mean, 3 girls who had never met your 3 boys, and yet so far 2 of the pairs seem to be the most perfect match. And to think I managed that just by finding them in the newspaper, Nancy. At that, the 2 friends laughed heartily. You certainly seem to have a knack, Claudine. Nancy reached for her peach tea. Although I truly do not know how successful your 3rd and final attempt might be. She continued, nodding in the direction of Amelia Quentin. Amelia was a little apart from the rest of the townsfolk at the spring barbecue. She was nibbling at a small piece of barbecued chicken and staring vaguely off into space. In truth, Amelia did not seem to be lonely, standoffish, or in any way discontented. It was simply that she was able to occupy space all of her own without seeming the least bit self-conscious about it. Nancy, I do believe you are right, Claudine said, on the back of a long drawn-out sigh. Amelia worries me. Claudine found her eyes drawn to the beautiful English girl. Her pale complexion had been darkened by a year in the sun. Even her rich brown hair had been given a hint of red, but she still seemed so delicate. Sometimes Claudine worried that this harsh life would break her. When the girls first arrived, of all of them Amelia seemed so timid. When I first met them, Annabella was the feisty one. She was the one who was going to keep the girls safe, who would change everything about their circumstances, by hook or by crook, you know? I sure do, Claudine. A real firecracker. Nancy chuckled. But in the end, love is love, and everything worked out for the best. It certainly did, Claudine said, smiling at the memory of it all. And then there was Evelyn, God bless her. There was a little girl who missed her daddy, and that was for sure. Yes, I kind of got that impression too. Her daddy's rejection was the hardest imaginable, so when Joss started dilly-dallying like he did, it really was a wonder the two of them ever made it. Nancy leaned forward and lightly clinked her peach tea glass on Claudine's. But we got there in the end, huh? Well, I know you had a lot to do with that, honey. Claudine began to laugh. In fact, Joss still talks of the dressing down you gave him over on the top field there. I blush to even think of it, Nancy said, with absolutely no hint of a blush on her face whatsoever. Well, I will believe that when I see it. Claudine gave her friend a little wink. And now we have Amelia, Nancy said, once again turning her attention to the young woman. Yes, she just seemed so small and so young when they first got here. And yet somehow, of all of them, Amelia seems to be the most steadfast. I don't know, she just kind of occupies a space, and it just seems like she doesn't very much care if anyone occupies that space with her. She's real self-sufficient. I think it's more than that, Claudine, Nancy said thoughtfully. I don't know what, exactly, but I just think there's more to it. I'm not sure she's so much self-sufficient as she is isolating herself. I guess I kind of wondered the same thing. She never, ever speaks of her father. No good words, no angry ones. It's like he never existed, nor her life before either. But the sad thing is, it strikes me that the future doesn't exist for her, as well as the past. I feel like she has shut out her future. I just don't know where that's going to take her. Well, we're just gonna have to get our heads together and work things out, Claudine. It seems to me like it would be an awful shame to just get 2 out of the 3 of your boys' matches. Nancy gave Claudine a mischievous smile. Well, try as we might, I really think we've got our work cut out for us with matching Amelia to Whit. We certainly have. I found her harder to get to know than the other 2 girls. I mean, for a start, she very rarely comes into Russets Reach. Now, that's the truth, Nancy. I only ever know the girl to head off into town if she has a letter to mail. Other than that, she doesn't seem to have any wants. No fabric, no treats of any kind. She just seems to prefer to stay out in the country. Which is making it kind of hard for me to get to know her. But then, maybe on this occasion, if she won't come to me, then I should make myself available. Well, that would be nice, honey. She sure could use a friend of her own age. Claudine said, smiling. And you are always welcome at the ranch, as you very well know. Well, Claudine, it sure has been a few years since I was Amelia's age, but I thank you for the compliment. Well, closer to her own age then. Claudine gave a laugh. I'm more of the mother figure than the friend, and sometimes it's the friend that a girl needs. I always think it's best to have both, Claudine. We need to get that child in a pincer movement. I want to see a big old smile on her face. Oh, Nancy honey, you really are funny and as always so kind and generous. Amelia finished the last of her barbecued chicken and stared out away from the assembly barn and the town of Russets Reach. Her gaze was pulled back in the direction of the ranch and the open plains. In truth, she would much rather have been able to stay at the ranch and let the rest of the family go without her to the town barbecue. She wouldn't have been lonely. After all, she had Archie to keep her company. Of the three sisters, Amelia had grown the fondest of the stray dog they had rescued many months ago. Still, she supposed that was likely to be because her sisters had so much more going on in their worlds right now, with less and less room for a scruffy old stray. Amelia had kept to the edges of the barbecue, rather hoping that she would be left in peace. While she was not particularly antisocial by nature, Amelia found herself in the position of not wanting to fall into too many conversations. Since the marriage of her middle sister, Evelyn, Amelia felt a silent sort of pressure upon her to follow suit. Nobody had said anything to her about it particularly, and she was rather keen not to give them the option to do so. Keeping her own counsel, it seemed, was the only surefire way to succeed in that. "Here you go, Amelia. A fresh peach tea." Suddenly, Whit Carrow was at her side, brandishing a tall glass of the cool liquid. "Thank you very much, Whit," Amelia said, reaching for the glass. As she took it, she sourly reflected that her politeness seemed to be more of a reflex action than genuine manners. "May I sit?" Whit asked, eyeing the space on the bench next to her. "Yes, of course," Amelia said, in a less than enthusiastic tone. No sooner had Whit sat down than Amelia shifted along the bench, just a few inches further away from him. In truth, Whit had not sat particularly close to her, and could certainly not have been accused of invading her space, but still she felt the urge to escape. "You know what, Amelia? You could have just said no." "I beg your pardon?" Amelia asked, feigning confusion when she knew exactly what it was he was trying to say. "I asked you if it was all right for me to sit down. You said yes. You could have said no, and I would have wandered away." "Well, that's your choice." "Amelia, as far as I can see, I've done nothing to you which would warrant such rudeness. So, I'll make things easy for you, I'll leave you alone." Whit made to stand. "Oh, look, no. Wait, Whit," Amelia stuttered out the words, truly regretting her objectionable behavior. "It's not you, all right? Please, do sit down again." "Well, if it's not me, Amelia, then I'd sure like to know what the problem is," Whit said, with an expression that she could not read. Amelia could not tell if Whit was pleased to be returned to his seat, or if he truly would have preferred to be allowed to walk away from her. "Look, ever since Evelyn and Joss married, I just cannot help but think that everybody is waiting for us to do exactly the same. It just doesn't make sense to follow suit simply to provide the town of Russets Reach with a happy ending," Amelia said, feeling every bit as bitter as she sounded. "Yes, I know what you mean," Whit said, sighing, and looking at her a little awkwardly. It's really nice, I mean wonderful, that my sisters and your brothers have found happiness together. Really, it was all very much against the odds and something of a miracle when you look at it in the cold light of day. But you see, for myself, I feel nothing other than trapped." "And just how are you trapped, Amelia?" "Not trapped by you, Whit. Just trapped by expectation. I know it's what everybody's thinking, Amelia, but if we are fair to them, nobody has actually mentioned it," Whit said, shrugging his shoulders, and turning slightly away from her. Something about his demeanor rather annoyed Amelia at that moment. The elaborate shrug, she felt, dismissed her feelings. Yes, it was true that nobody had mentioned that she and Whit should marry, and yet the way they all seemed to look at them, were probably looking at them at that very moment, made the expectation somehow become an almost tangible thing. She knew that she did not imagine it, and Whit's seemingly dismissive attitude could do no other than provoke her. "Well, I perceive what I perceive, Whit Carrow, and you must perceive as you see fit. It really is of little matter to me, Amelia said, quite fiercely. You know, I fully understand that you do not want to marry me. And why would I want to marry a woman who scowls at me every time she looks in my direction and spits venom at me every time I pass within range? Whit asked, his ordinarily deep and quiet voice growing suddenly louder in a way that made Amelia's eyes open a little wider. But here's the thing, Amelia. I haven't asked you to marry me, and regardless of what the town thinks or feels, I can tell you with certainty that I never shall. So, I really don't see any reason for you to continue to be so rude to me. It just doesn't make sense. Look, Whit, she began. You see, Amelia, there really was nothing to stop us being friends, now was there? You've decided that you do not like me, without ever bothering to get to know me. Now, why is that? Whit's young and handsome face was somewhat clouded by his sudden fury, and his bright blue eyes had narrowed into slits. I don't want to get to know you, Whit, Amelia said, quietly and a little timidly. His sudden flash of anger had somewhat taken her back, and her sense of disquiet was obvious. I just want to be left alone, by you and everybody else. It's all too much, you see. You might be able to shrug off everybody's expectations, but I cannot, and I feel as if they are crushing me. And with that, Amelia Quentin rose to her feet and with her back straight, she strode away from Whit Carrow. Chapter 2. 30th of March 1887. My dear Janet, I do hope this letter finds you well, and that your retirement continues to bring you contentment. I do want to start by apologizing for my last letter, and urge you to believe me when I tell you that I really was truly happy for Evelyn when she finally fell in love with, and married, Whit Carrow. Almost as soon as I had mailed the letter to you, I realized how dreadfully sour I must have sounded. Especially since the rest of my letters to you have been, I feel sure, rather jolly and upbeat. In truth, in those days, I really did feel rather jolly and upbeat myself. Whilst my sisters were in the throes of romance and subsequent marriage, I really felt as if I was wandering around in a world where all the choices would sooner or later be mine. I felt as if I was beneath notice, but not in a way which was sad or negative. I was simply out of everybody's thoughts as far as the arrangements for my life were concerned, and I must admit, my dear Janet, that I rather liked it that way. As terrified as I was when we left England for America, I somehow think I was very much lighter in spirit than I find myself now. In truth, I was very much the younger sister, and could almost hide behind the skirts of both Annabella and Evelyn, and feel myself very much a minor part of any plan that needed to be made. Once we had settled here in Russets Reach, I must rather admit to allowing my sisters to do all the worrying for me, whilst I set about discovering the area and enjoying my new surroundings. Oh, and what surroundings! Do you know, Janet, that I have a recollection of my father taking me with him on a journey into the North Country when I was but 5 or 6 years old? I am fairly certain that the area we visited must have been Cumbria, for it was full of little mountains and vast lakes. I remember even then being utterly transported, and unable to reconcile the beauty I saw with the hustle and bustle and buildings of London. Well, just let me tell you, if you have indeed ever visited the Lake Country, it could never be compared favorably to where I live now. The mountains here spread off into the distance, each and every one of them raggedly piercing the sky. The closer you get to them, the smaller you feel. I often strike out along the river, heading northeast towards the mountains. I have the strangest sensation, the closer I get, that if one of the mountains toppled, I would easily be crushed beneath it and never found. As fatalistic as that sounds, it rather makes me feel alive. The sheer size of the mountains and the incredible array of foliage which grows upon them takes my breath away every single time. I must rather admit to having developed something of a routine for myself in the months since I have been here in Russets Reach. Taking the longest of walks very much forms a great part of it. I always arrange my chores in such a way that I get the very best out of the day, and always see the surrounding countryside in its most favorable light. That is not to say I rush my chores, nor does it mean that I do not enjoy them. As strange as it was at first to grow accustomed to manual labor, I find it has been rather a liberating experience. In particular, I have very much enjoyed the little market garden that Evelyn and I developed, and continue to work at together every day. That being said, I have very little interest in the business side of things, and even though she is a married woman now, I still rather leave the sale of our produce to Evelyn. Not that she minds, of course. You will no doubt remember what a chatterbox and gossip Evelyn can be, despite the fact that she truly believes she is neither of those things. She absolutely adores to go into town and meet with her friend, Nancy, and chat to all of the residents. I do not begrudge her that, nor do I wish to trade places. We simply are two very different women. Notwithstanding the fact that I obviously love my sisters dearly, for all our common ground and all our differences. But why am I telling you that, dear Janet? Surely you know the three of us better than any mother could, and in truth have been the only mother I have ever known. I sometimes smile when I think back to the days at home in England when you had to chase us up and down the house to get us to sit still long enough to learn anything. In those days, you were Miss Westley, and you were a force to be reckoned with. Of course, I know in my heart, you probably still are. However, now you are my friend and, despite the miles which separate us, the only true friend I really have. Still, I do not say this in an attempt to gain your sympathy. There are friends here to be taken if only I would take them, but I rather find that I do not have the inclination. In truth, there are countless people in Russets Reach who would, I have no doubt, be the finest of friends to me, if I would let them. In particular, Nancy Hopper has tried her very hardest to befriend me, despite all of my own attempts to the contrary. It is not that I do not like Nancy, and in truth, I'm sure that I would find her wonderfully fun and genuine company. However, despite my lack of involvement in town activities, I am shrewd enough to realize the part that Nancy played in the romances of both of my sisters. In fact, I do believe it is true to say that Nancy Hopper is very much a romantic, in the common vein of Mrs. Claudine Carrow herself. In truth, I see very little of Nancy, but when I do, I often find that she is in some deep conversation or other with Claudine, and I can only assume that I am the subject of it. Whilst I am sure that their intentions are very well meant, I do not want them. Despite the fact that Claudine has been kinder to me than any mother could be, I cannot bend to her wishes simply to please her. I know that it has given her great joy to see her oldest two sons happy married to my sisters, and I should very much hope that that is happiness enough for her for now. I would not intend to see Whit spend the rest of his life unmarried, and would rather hope that one day very soon he could find somebody who would become his most wonderful wife. If he would at least do that much, then I should feel free again. I should feel as free as I did when we first arrived, and I could walk the countryside thinking of nothing else than the very moment I am in, not the past, nor the future, just the moment. I must say that in the first few months of my being here in Russets Reach, it very much struck me that Whit Carrow was as disinterested in me as I was in him. I rather think that it contributed greatly to my feeling of freedom. At that time, he seemed to lack all thought of expectation, and it suited me perfectly. His disinclination towards me allowed me to be free and allowed me to wander the countryside in peace, with Archie at my side. However, since Evelyn and Joss became man and wife, I have rather sensed a certain curiosity in Whit Carrow regarding myself. He has begun to speak to me a little more than ever he did, although it is true to say that he has not allowed himself to drift into the arena of the romantic. Again, I am grateful for that, but I rather wish that he would return to his former aspect of complete disinterest. As much as he agrees with me on matters of silent expectation from not only the family but almost the rest of Russets Reach, he rather expounds the theory that none of this should stop us being friends. In fact, he has rather suggested that there really is no reason for us not to get to know each other, but I must say that his idea rather fills me with dread. I realize that simply to get to know a person is not, in and of itself, an act which tends towards romance. However, I rather fear that the notion cannot be entirely discounted, and on account of that, I remain reticent. My dear Janet, despite all my proclaimed self-sufficiency, there is one point upon which I find myself feeling rather sad. From the moment we arrived, I have truly adored the little wooden replica of the main ranch house which I can call home. It was originally designed as a guest house for people visiting the Carrows, but I rather gather it was somewhat underused. It is a beautiful wooden building, which is simply the coziest little place in which I have ever rested. Claudine had done it up wonderfully, with beautiful gingham fabric everywhere, the curtains, cushions, the window seats. Already, despite having been here less than a year, this wonderful little building has so many memories attached to it. At first, it was a place where Annabella, Evelyn, and I could take refuge every night after an uncomfortable day with a new family. In a very short space of time, once we had settled in, it became a place where we told each other stories, made each other laugh, and teased each other terribly. I now find, since Evelyn became a wife, that I am very much alone here. Just last evening, I thought of the wonderful fun that Evelyn and I had when she was rehearsing for that dreadful play. You will remember of old Evelyn's amateur dramatics, and just how funny they were. Well, let me tell you, that the play she was in at Christmas, the deciding factor in the romance between herself and her new husband, was truly dreadful. But dreadful in a really very wonderful way, and I often wish that she were back here with me. That I could hear her mawkishly citing the overwritten lines. In truth, Janet, we really did laugh until we cried at some points. I'm rather afraid that now, when I sit in this beautiful little home by myself, I rather feel like crying for a very different reason. That being said, I shall not marry to assuage loneliness, but rather I shall tempt it to make me stronger. Still, I am not entirely alone in my little abode. In truth, Archie has rather quit his outdoor kennel and has very much moved into the house proper with me. How funny that I make that sound as if it was Archie's choice, and that he simply opened the door himself and walked in with a little bag of his belongings. No, as you probably quite rightly perceive, the action was all mine. I simply let him in one evening, to keep me company in the days shortly after Evelyn married. However, from that moment on, Archie has remained a house dog, and I am truly grateful for his wonderful company. He has been a great companion for me for some time, even before my sisters moved into the main ranch house. As soon as Archie was well enough, once Annabella and I had nursed him back to health, he seemed to come with me everywhere. I have not, since Archie has been up on all four paws, gone out walking alone. He is my faithful and very keen companion, and no number of miles can deter him. He really is a wonderful little dog, and I must say, almost as good a listener as you yourself are. I know that I continually beg you for letters, my dear Janet, but I have rather found that they are a lifeline to me. They are a link to the past that I seldom dwell upon, although in truth I do like to be reminded of the happier times. I hope that you perceive that the happier times of my past involved, almost exclusively, you, my dear Janet. I miss you dreadfully and beg that you would write me soon with all your news and to tell me what it is you are going to plant in your little garden this year. This will make a nice change for me to hear about beautiful flowers instead of concentrating solely on root vegetables. With very much love, your dear friend, Amelia. Amelia put down her quill and sighed. Writing to her old governess was a way of thinking through all her problems. It was as if she had a friend here with her, and the very act of writing helped her clear her mind and understand how she felt. Sitting back, she let out a sigh as today's letter had not helped. She was confused and lonely, and she could not see a way around her problem. A gentle head pushed beneath her arm, and she looked down into Archie's big brown eyes. The dog always sensed when she was down and came to her. Gently, she rubbed the fur on his head and scratched behind his ears. He had grown and filled out since they had rescued him. His coat was now silky, and she loved to just stroke him. Somehow it calmed her nerves and helped her relax. Yet tonight, even Archie could not quell the disquiet that was building inside her. Chapter 3. It was a beautifully bright and chilly spring morning, and Amelia felt her spirits rise on its account. Having completed her morning chore, the very worst of the week, she had struck out across the plains not long after breakfast. Cleaning out the stables was a job which came up for Amelia once a week. Every week she tried to swap with one of her sisters, promising to collect eggs all week and weed the vegetable plot, always to no avail. It wasn't the actual mucking out of the stables she minded, but rather it was dealing with old Jacob. He was the most stubborn and naughty horse she had ever encountered. Still, she had managed to move him in and out of the stable without too much fuss this morning, and had found herself to have finished her task before breakfast. With only some vegetables to dig up for Evelyn later that day, Amelia found herself rather unemployed for many hours hence. And so it was that she packed up a parcel of bread and butter and set off towards the mountains with Archie at her side. Knowing that Whit would be already out on the ranch, Amelia decided to stick to the eastern edge until she could make her way out and down to the river. Relieved to find herself alone in that area, Amelia did what she could to forget her recent poor humor and make the most of a very crisp and beautiful day. For his part, Archie seemed ecstatic to be out with his mistress. He bounded playfully ahead, returning to Amelia every minute or so to remind her of his presence. "Who's such a good boy, Archie?" Amelia cooed as she reached down and tickled his long, shaggy ears without breaking her stride. After a little reassurance of her continued love, Archie bounded off again. Having been in America less than a year, Amelia could scarcely believe how much stronger and fitter she had become. Despite always having had a genuine liking for beautiful surroundings, her town life back in England had been more or less sedentary. Certainly, she had never walked the great distances which had come to form such a great part of her everyday life in Russets Reach. Of all the things Amelia had come to enjoy about life on a ranch in Russets Reach, the freedom to take great walks on her own was probably her greatest pleasure. She paused in her stride and closed her eyes to turn her face up towards the strengthening sun. Even on such a lovely crisp and clear morning, still, she could feel the warmth of the sun concentrated on the soft, fresh skin of her young face. With her eyes closed, Amelia felt her other senses come to life. Suddenly she was able to smell the rich sweetness of the grass, and hear the faint babbling of the river as it rushed by many feet below her. Picturing the deep green and beautiful pine trees in her mind, Amelia took a long slow breath and tried to identify the scent. When she finally picked it out, Amelia giggled to herself. It probably was a very silly occupation, but having grown up in a busy town, the plethora of beautiful aromas was still something of a novelty to her. A sudden and uncharacteristic burst of barking from Archie rather snapped her out of her game. Amelia opened her eyes and squinted into the sunlight, searching for the sound. Her scruffy dog was some 200 yards away, rooted to the spot and barking for all he was worth. He was at the top of a slight incline in the field, and Amelia could see that he was staring fixedly at something laying up against the fence. It was rather sizable, and dark in color, and it was not long before Amelia realized that it was one of the cattle. Quickening her pace, Amelia wondered if the beast was hurt, and was already mentally planning to turn and run back for the house to get help once she had ascertained the problem. In truth, Amelia rather liked the cattle. They all seemed extremely placid to her, and she had never found any problem whilst out walking with Archie. They generally regarded her with interest, but kept their distance, and were very, very different from the inquisitive and bullying old Jacob. Amelia would happily have cleaned out the stables after 20 such beautifully placid beasts, rather than one grumpy old horse. Archie continued to bark, although he seemed to be keeping his distance from the poor creature on the ground. By the time Amelia reached the top of the incline, she was breathing hard, and felt a little clammy. In truth, it was not entirely the exertion which had caused the clamminess, but rather her trepidation at what she might be about to find. Once Amelia reached the cow, she realized, with a little shriek, that the poor creature was dead. She stared on for some moments in horror, when she noticed that there were some rather deep-looking lacerations on its rump. The wounds looked rather too straight to have been a random and unfortunate accident, and Amelia had the creeping sensation that whatever had happened to the creature had been somewhat purposeful. However, as painful as the marks looked, Amelia could not begin to imagine that they were deep enough to have caused the animal's death. Looking more closely at the cow, Amelia could see a small and neat wound on its head. For some moments, she stared, before finally realizing that the hole must surely be a bullet wound. With a little cry, she turned and began to make her way back towards the ranch house. Archie followed hot on her heels, still barking rather excitedly. Amelia was not, in truth, sure why she was running. After all, speed would not help the poor animal now, and the Carrows might already know what had happened. After all, it might well have been one of the Carrows who had actually shot the beast. As she ran, Amelia tried to imagine what possible reason there would be to shooting what looked to be an otherwise perfectly healthy cow. It certainly did not make sense to her, and the very thought of it had begun to make her feel dreadfully upset. Suddenly, her world seemed very noisy. The sound of her heart beating in her ears was terribly loud, and yet still she could hear Archie's determined yapping. And, above this noise, Amelia suddenly perceived the sound of hooves clattering towards her. With the sudden and awful feeling that she was about to be mown down, Amelia spun around to see where the noise was coming from. She had an awful feeling that suddenly the entire herd was chasing her and that she was about to be ground into the plains and left for dead. It was, therefore, with a certain amount of relief that she saw Whit Carrow on horseback pounding towards her. "Amelia, are you all right?" As he reached her, Whit slowed his horse to a stop and expertly slid out of his saddle. "Why are you here?" Amelia could hardly believe she had asked the question. What she had really meant was that she had not expected to see him there, thinking herself to be almost entirely alone. "When I was just coming down from the north edge, I saw you suddenly turn and start running. I could hear Archie barking all the way across the plain, so I thought that there might be something wrong." It was clear that Whit had chosen to ignore the stridency of her tone. "I'm sorry, I'm just a little startled. In fact, I feel rather unwell," Amelia said, breathing hard. "You see, I have just come upon one of the cattle, and I'm rather afraid it is dead. That is why Archie was barking, and that is why I had turned to run back towards the ranch house. I kind of thought we might find one of them dead this morning," Whit said, almost to himself. "I beg your pardon?" Amelia was feeling a little confused. "Do you mean to tell me that it is you who has shot that poor creature?" Shot? Whit's eyebrows rose dramatically. Yes, shot in the head, Amelia said, somewhat ashamed to hear the little tremor in her voice. Back up this way? Whit asked, nodding in the direction from which Amelia had just run. Yes, Amelia said, her tone far less harsh when she realized that Whit had clearly not killed the animal. I guess I better take a look. Whit nodded at her soberly and turned to walk his horse back up the hill. Without really knowing why, Amelia followed slowly on in his wake. She knew she could not really add anything that he would not perceive with his own eyes, and yet she felt she could not simply walk away and leave him with it. Within a few yards of the fallen cow, Whit tethered his horse to the fence and continued onwards to take a closer look. Archie had mercifully quietened down and seemed as somber as his two accompanying humans. Amelia was rather thankful that her stray dog did not appear to have any type of hunting instinct, and had rather left the dead cow untouched. Inconsequentially, Amelia remembered how thin Archie was when he had first wandered onto the ranch. Perhaps it was, indeed, a lack of hunting ability, not to mention the old injury that he had, which had rendered Archie so helpless in the first place. Whatever it was, Amelia was rather grateful for it now. Oh, my lord, Whit said, almost under his breath. I don't understand what's happened, Amelia began, and Whit spun around rather sharply, clearly not having realized that she had followed along behind him. I mean, I realize that the cow has been shot, but I just don't understand why. And what are those marks on its back? They look like somebody did them on purpose. Somebody did do it on purpose, Amelia. But who? Amelia cut across him, before looking down a little and wishing she had let him finish speaking. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Cattle rustlers, Whit said, quite simply. Not half an hour ago, we came across a pretty good gap in the fencing, and not just a bit of accidental damage. Somebody has cut a great lump out of our fencing, enough to get cattle through. So, some have been stolen? Amelia asked. Yes, we were really just getting to grips with the situation when I heard Archie barking. It's not so easy to count cattle, although we do keep them in different groups on different pastures, just to make it easier for us to keep a check on them all. Anyway, Joss is counting now, but it was looking like we've lost at least 20. Probably the rest of her little herd, Whit said rather sadly, indicating the fallen cow with a tip of his head. But why have they hurt her? Amelia asked, feeling suddenly a little tearful and blinking hard so as not to let herself down in front of Whit. Well, it looks like they've whipped her pretty hard, so I'm guessing that she gave them a fair bit of trouble. You mean she fought back? Amelia asked, incredulously. No, Amelia. They don't fight back, Whit said. But she would have gotten scared, and become unpredictable. Maybe she was running around some, and they didn't want to risk being discovered. If she was making a lot of noise, they probably decided that it was easier to just shoot her. Oh, my lord. Amelia said, both of her hands flying up to the side of her face. You mean, they killed her simply for being terrified? However hard she blinked, Amelia was never going to be able to stop the flow of tears. The very idea that the poor creature had run back and forth, probably crying out, and absolutely terrified, tipped her over the edge. It was bad enough that the poor thing's life had been taken with a bullet, but the idea that she had suffered and been afraid before dying was simply too much for Amelia. That's about the size of it, they really have absolutely no. Hey, Amelia. You all right? Whit asked, making to take a step towards her, and then drawing back his foot and remaining where he stood. He seemed for a moment to not know what to do next. Oh, yes, I am. I'm just. Oh, Dear me, I'm terribly sorry. Amelia covered her face with her hands entirely, knowing that she was simply going to have to let herself cry since there was nothing she could apparently do about it. Whit had obviously overcome his moment's indecision, as Amelia suddenly found herself facing into his plaid shirt, with two rather large and muscular arms wrapped around her. I'm sorry, Amelia mumbled into the soft cloth of his shirt. Feeling herself to be suddenly cold, Amelia found that Whit's body seemed to radiate heat. Once he had decided to comfort her, he had done so robustly. He had gathered her rather roughly into his arms and continued to hold her very tightly. Amelia found that something about the strength of his grip seemed to be very comforting, and she found that her breathing began to settle down into its normal rhythm. The tears slowly ceased also, and yet she remained in his arms for some moments. I'm real sorry you had to see this, Amelia, Whit began, and Amelia rather thought she could feel his voice as well as hear it. It doesn't happen so often, but I guess every few years we get a band of rustlers chancing their luck in Russets Reach. It's a pretty rare thing for them to kill one of the herd, but they're callous enough that it doesn't bother them when they have to do it. How could anybody frighten an animal so much? Stealing them, yes, as despicable as that is, at least it is not cruel. But beating an animal simply for being afraid, and then killing it. What sort of monster could do something like that? Amelia knew that she would have to stop talking like that, for fear that her tears would erupt once more. She began to straighten a little, and the tiny gesture was enough for Whit to pick up on, and he opened his arms and released her. I guess I need to let Ashley and Joss know. Then we need to let the rest of the town know, and the sheriff, so that they can all be on their guard. Once again, Whit appeared to be speaking almost to himself, making a mental list of what he must do next. Oh, yes, of course, Amelia said, almost apologetically, as if she had taken up too much of his time. But first, I'm going to take you back down to the ranch house and get Ma to make you some tea. Oh, please don't worry about that, I shall be perfectly all right walking down, Amelia said, not keen to detain him any further. I insist, Whit said, his already deep voice seeming somehow deeper and more determined than she had ever heard it. In fact, there was a quality in his tone which she decided she would not argue against. Well, thank you, Amelia said, almost inaudibly. Whit lifted Amelia up onto his horse with very little effort and placed her in the saddle. Pulling himself up onto the horse, he sat on the mare's flanks behind her. He reached around her shoulders and took the reins, setting off at a gentle trot. Amelia felt safe within his arms. At first, she was horrified that he would climb up behind her, but somehow it felt right. Maybe it was the shock, the horror of what had happened, but she needed Whit close right now. As they rode along, he turned to call Archie. He continually looked over his shoulder to make sure Amelia's dog was keeping up and was kind enough to keep the pace more than manageable for him. No sooner had they reached the ranch house than Whit had lifted her down from the horse and propelled her gently into the kitchen. He hurriedly explained everything to his mother as he gently sat Amelia down into a chair and, once he was happy that Claudine was fully sensible of all the facts, he nodded at both women and briskly made his way back out. Chapter 4. Now, listen, you really don't both have to stay here like this. I shall be perfectly all right, Amelia said, somewhat unconvincingly. In truth, when her sisters had both arrived carrying their night attire under their arms, she had been so grateful to see them that she had almost cried. Amelia had found it necessary to hurry off to the kitchen on the pretense of setting some milk to boil for Coco, lest her sisters see exactly how upset she had been by the whole thing. As pleased as she was to have their company in the little guest house, Amelia did not want to suffer the feeling that she had somehow manipulated them into remaining. But we have brought our night things, Amelia. We fully intended to stay, and stay we shall, Annabella said, in her most strident and bossy sisterly tone. How Amelia had missed her eldest sister. Ever since they had set off from England all those months ago, Annabella had seemed somehow to become the mother hen of the group. Perhaps it was natural, with Annabella being the eldest, and yet still she was only 4 years older than Amelia herself was. It wasn't until both of her sisters had married and left the guest house that Amelia had truly reflected on the closeness of their relationship. In truth, she rather wondered if she had not taken them both for granted somewhat, always assuming that they would be there to look after her or entertain her. When she looked at them, Amelia could clearly see that Annabella had been her protector, and Evelyn had been her entertainer. The 3 months since Evelyn had married and moved out of the little guest house had seemed so very much longer to Amelia that she could barely believe that was all the time that had passed. "And Claudine said you'd been so dreadfully upset by it all," Evelyn began, her tone dripping with guilt. "And I could just kick myself for being down in Russets Reach when it all happened. I should not have stayed out so long." "Evelyn, I really have missed you, my dear," Amelia said, trying to emulate some of the humor of their former nights spent together. "Only you could imagine that you should have foreseen such a terrible thing before setting off for the town." And with that, Amelia and Annabella lightly laughed at their middle sister. "Oh really? It's like we have never been apart. Both of you seem to have picked up where you left off the last time we 3 spent the night under this roof," Evelyn said ruefully, although clearly enjoying herself if her countenance was anything to go by. "I must say, I have rather missed this myself," Annabella said, almost as if she was admitting to some terrible secret. "We really did have some fun here at times, didn't we?" "We certainly did, Annabella," Evelyn said. "But let us not forget that we also had some incredibly worrying times here too." "Yes, we did. When we first came here, and we were all so terrified that we would soon be homeless," Annabella said, chewing thoughtfully on her bottom lip. "And I could never have imagined then how well it would have all turned out." "No, indeed," Evelyn said with a serene little smile as she stared off somewhat wistfully into space. "Oh, I knew all along that the 2 of you would fall hopelessly in love," Amelia said, in her very favorite teasing voice. "How could you possibly have known that?" Evelyn clicked her tongue in mock disapproval. "Because you're both so hopelessly romantic, that is why." Suddenly Amelia was enjoying herself again. She knew that she had missed the nighttime camaraderie of her sister's company and, until that moment, had not realized just how much. "And nobody could accuse you of that, could they, Amelia?" Annabella said, her eyes suddenly bright with the joy of friendly teasing. "Indeed, they could not," Amelia retorted good-naturedly. "I say, if you do not keep your eyes on that milk it will boil over or burn," Evelyn said, as she hectored Amelia out of the sitting room and into the kitchen. With the cocoa finally made, the 3 sisters settled down around the fire that Amelia had made up to keep the chill of the spring night at bay. As she sat watching the firelight dancing in the eyes of her beautiful sisters, Amelia felt happy and sad all at once. Whilst it was true that they saw each other for great swathes of every day, it was the evenings which had been so special to Amelia. As much as she loved to go out on great walks all alone, and even go about her chores in a certain amount of comfortable solitude, Amelia rather had to admit to suffering from loneliness in the evenings. She was not afraid to spend the night alone, but rather, she had never been without either or both of her sisters for her entire life. Even back home in England, their bedroom doors had remained open for much of the time as the girls crossed to and fro, talking and laughing until it was quite the time to go to sleep. On the very first night she had been alone, on the day of Evelyn's wedding to Whit Carrow, Amelia had clutched her cup of steaming cocoa and stared into the flickering flames of the fire. In that awful moment, She had never felt so entirely alone in all her life and had hurriedly put her cocoa down onto the table and raced out to the kennel at the back of the guest house. From the moment Archie had become a feature in their lives, Amelia Quentin had built a rather sumptuous and warm kennel for the new addition to the family. On that first night of loneliness, when Amelia had opened the kennel door and beckoned her furry friend into the house, Archie had never looked back. Not only did he spend every night in his mistress's house, but he also spent every night in the most sumptuous comfort curled up on the edge of her bed. As she sat in the warm house, smiling and laughing with her sisters, Amelia rather worried about Archie outside, still in his kennel. He was no longer used to a life lived out of doors and generally spent no more than an hour a day in his former home. As she looked out into the darkness, Amelia felt that she had betrayed her little friend, and suddenly rose to her feet. "Where are you going?" Evelyn asked, catching Annabella's eye, and smirking a little knowingly. "She's going to fetch Archie in," Annabella said, starting to laugh. "Well, if you both knew that, I rather wonder that you let me sit here and worry about him for the last 20 minutes. Amelia placed a hand on each hip in a way which made both her sisters laugh all the harder. "Oh, just go and get him," Evelyn said, waving a hand dismissively at her little sister. "I bet he sleeps on her bed," Annabella said to Evelyn as Amelia stomped out of the room. Amelia returned just moments later with an incredibly grateful little Archie at her heels. He made his way straight to the fireside rug, and settled himself down on it, doing nothing to hide the little habits he had developed in the 3 months since he had become a house dog. "Are you dreadfully lonely, Amelia?" Evelyn asked, sounding truly concerned, despite all the laughing at Amelia's expense. "No, I'm not lonely," Amelia said, feeling her spine straighten as she made her objections. "But Archie didn't used to live in the house." Annabella was speaking softly and sounded equally as concerned as Evelyn. "Well, not lonely exactly. I suppose I'm just used to a certain amount of chatter and company, and I rather thought it seemed silly for Archie to be outside on his own, and for me to be inside on my own." "That sounds like loneliness to me," Annabella said, her big sister toned suddenly in evidence once more. "Oh, please do not worry about me, sisters. For if you do, I shall worry that you are worrying, and then we all three shall be worrying for nothing," Amelia said, forcing a smile. That really was a terribly Amelia thing to say. Evelyn rolled her eyes comically. "And I meant it, Evelyn," Amelia said. "And in any case, I shall get used to it. In truth, I'm growing ever more used to my evenings with every day that passes. After all, Archie really is lovely company." She reached out with a foot and gently rubbed it along Archie's sleeping back. The dog groaned and rolled onto his back so that she could rub his belly. His eyes had rolled into the back of his head with delight. "Well, I dare say it won't be forever, anyway," Evelyn said, a little tremulously. "What do you mean?" Amelia was suddenly feeling a little defensive. "Well, I simply mean that you might not always live here on your own." "Well, of course, you won't." Evelyn concluded her sentence with very much more confidence than she had begun it with. "Oh." Amelia knew that she was being churlish, but quite simply could not help it. "Well, I'm just saying that someday you yourself will marry. I'm absolutely sure of it. After all, you're so wonderful and beautiful." "Oh, Evelyn. You added that last bit to keep me quiet," Amelia said, laughing despite her sudden poor humor. "I'm afraid you have caught me out, sister. I really did add that so that you would stop glaring at me." Evelyn colored and looked a little bashful. "But you are beautiful, and sooner or later some poor fool will be dropping to his knees and asking you to marry him, I have no doubt." I am rather hoping that this poor fool of which you speak is not, in your mind, Whit Carrow. Amelia sounded most determined. And what is wrong with Whit Carrow? Annabella asked, seeming utterly dumbfounded by her sister's aversion. There is nothing wrong with Whit Carrow. I'm sure he's a perfectly nice man, Amelia began, her jaw tense. But simply because he is a nice man does not mean that I am bound to marry him, does it? Amelia looked from Annabella to Evelyn and back again, rather relishing their minor discomfort. Oh, Amelia. Annabella suddenly pulled herself together. Don't be so grumpy. Evelyn was simply caring about your future, my dear. Honestly, you're so sour at times that you could actually curdle our cocoa. Oh, Annabella. Evelyn said, beginning to chuckle. That really is very funny. Yes, it is rather. Even Amelia began to laugh. Look, Amelia, I am not saying that anybody expects you to marry Whit Carrow, Annabella said, as kindly as she could manage. But it rather seems that you are determined never to get to know the man. And you would be absolutely right in your perception, Annabella. I really do have no intention of getting to know the man, Amelia said, determined once more. But why? Evelyn raised her eyebrows at her sister. Just because you get to know a man does not mean you have to marry him. Well, I know that. Amelia was chewing on her bottom lip thoughtfully as she tried to put her feelings into words. But it really is rather the start of things, isn't it? What do you mean? Evelyn asked. Well, if I decide to get to know Whit Carrow, whether I truly like him or not, he might very well see my interest as something more than it is. Not necessarily, Annabella said, in a somewhat placating fashion. But you can't guarantee it, can you? Amelia was eyeing her eldest sister earnestly. We can't guarantee anything of that nature, I dare say. But really, you have only to be honest with the man, Annabella said. But I don't want to. As much as I don't want to get to know him, I also do not want to hurt his feelings. Oh, Amelia. Evelyn said, on the back of a rather long drawn-out sigh. Why must you always try to keep life so very simple? Because for me, that is how life should be lived. Simply, and without complications, Amelia said, seeming a little confused that she should even have to explain the concept to her sisters. But Amelia, sometimes a simple life can be rather an empty one. Annabella put down her cocoa and reached for her sister's hand. My life is not empty, Amelia said, a little defensively. Every day is busy. I tend the market gardens with Evelyn, I walk miles with Archie. It was almost as if she were making a list. But you don't even go into town with Evelyn when she takes your produce to Mr. Pulver. I'm just rather worried that you're isolating yourself, my dear sister. Annabella squeezed the little hand in hers. I really am not isolating myself, Annabella. Amelia knew that she sounded rather curt, but found she was unable to help herself. Where had all their joviality gone? Why were things getting so tense? So apart from Archie, what other friends have you made? Evelyn asked. I rather get the feeling that the two of you have discussed me at length prior to coming over here tonight. Amelia could feel herself growing a little annoyed, not least of all because she knew that, for the most part, Annabella and Evelyn were perfectly right. She really had isolated herself, but had done it knowingly, and felt rather aggrieved that it should be necessary for her to defend it. Somehow, complete denial of it seemed like taking the path of least resistance. However, it clearly wasn't working, since neither of her sisters seemed prepared to let the topic go. All right, we are both worried about you. You are only 18 years of age and you really ought to have at least one friend who isn't a dog, Annabella said, reaching for her cocoa once more and casting a slightly sad look at Evelyn. I do have friends. There's Nancy, Amelia said, knowing that she was clutching at straws. You have done everything in your power to avoid Nancy, Annabella said, rather sternly. And she's such a nice woman, so kind, caring, and friendly. Not to mention an exceptional matchmaker. Amelia said, a little sarcastically. For after all, was she not instrumental in helping both of you to the end of the aisle? Yes, she was, Amelia. And I for one am extremely glad for her interference, Evelyn said, genuinely. But that is not why we are suggesting that you let her into your life. Yes, Nancy Hopper is as incurable a romantic as Claudine Carrow is, but she is also a wonderful friend, extremely helpful, and very good fun. Well, perhaps I shall give her a chance then, Amelia said, not truly meaning it, but rather wishing that her sisters would let it go. So, you're going into Russets Reach from time to have some tea with Nancy? Annabella asked, clearly keen to firmly seal the idea. Yes, of course, as soon as I get a chance, I shall go into Russets Reach, Amelia said, in what she hoped was a light and accepting tone. Annabella looked across at Evelyn once more, shrugging in resignation. Nothing Amelia said had convinced either of her sisters, but they were both sensible enough to know that the conversation regarding Nancy Hopper had effectively been ended. Is it simply that you fear this expectation of marriage that is keeping you from at least making friends with Whit? Evelyn asked, startling both of her sisters with her sudden change of direction. Well, yes, I suppose it is. But I had no burning desire to make him a great friend of mine anyway, Amelia said, rather stubbornly. But why? Annabella asked. Have we not already discussed this? Really, sisters, I was rather enjoying your company up until now. Once again, Amelia sounded churlish. We simply care, darling sister, that is all. Annabella's voice was a mixture of caring and chastisement, and it had been some time since she had sounded quite so motherly. Amelia could not help but be warmed by the tone, even if she knew herself to have been a little harsh. I know you do, Amelia said, in a much softer tone. Please do forgive me, both of you. I cannot help but feel a little bit sensitive with regards to Whit Carrow, for ever since Evelyn married I feel a little pressure has come to bear upon me. Has something been said? Annabella asked, a look of concern on her face. No, nothing has been said. And yet, I feel such a great weight of expectation surrounding me, and I really do not like it. There seems to be something hovering in the air, and try as I might, I simply cannot outrun it. Well, please do not think that either Evelyn or I expect you to marry Whit. Indeed, there is no need for you to marry any man that you do not wish to marry. Annabella was looking deep into her sister's eyes. But there really is no reason whatsoever to continually behave in such an abrupt manner to a man who has done nothing to deserve it. Can you not see how unfair that is? Unfair? Amelia stared off into space a little. Do you really think I have been unfair with Whit Carrow? In the kindest possible terms, I really do think you have. After all, Whit has never given any indication that he wants to marry you either, so your antipathy towards him really does seem rather unfair. I'm sure that the whole town harbors a certain amount of romantic expectation. I do not think for one moment that you have imagined that silent pressure. But really, if you think sensibly about Whit Carrow, can you honestly say that any of that feeling seems to have emanated from the man himself? No, in truth I cannot. Amelia felt suddenly crestfallen and even a little foolish. And he really was so very kind to you today, was he not? Evelyn added. Yes, he was kind, Amelia said, suffering a sudden recollection of being in Whit Carrow's arms. Nothing about his actions, when she thought about it sensibly, had felt the slightest bit oppressive to her. She could never have accused Whit of taking some sort of unseemly advantage of the situation, and she rather knew that he had simply wanted to comfort her in her distress. For a few brief moments, Amelia closed her eyes and remembered the pleasing scent of Whit. As she had buried her face deep into his chest, Amelia had detected a certain clean and rather soapy smell emanating from his skin. Yes, that was it, he had felt warm and smelled soapy. Amelia's eyes suddenly flew open, and she had found herself entirely disquieted by her recollection. Yes, he really was kind. Very kind, in fact. Amelia went on. But that does not mean that I'm going to marry him. She said it with such comical defiance that the 3 Quentin women began to laugh heartily. Her sisters had made their concerns known, and she had finally come to accept them. The time had come for them to cease the debate, and begin to enjoy the evening in their customary light-hearted and humorous way. Chapter 5. Why is it always you, Jacob? Amelia asked, as she lowered her head and pushed her shoulder into the horse's flank, trying with all her might to move him just an inch. After some moments, Amelia straightened up, her face bright red with exertion, and a layer of fine sweat covering her entire body. If ever I met a candidate for making glue, it is you, Jacob, Amelia said, her hands firmly on her hips. The horse did not even turn to regard her, and Amelia was perfectly well used to his strategy. Quite why it was that Jacob had taken such a dislike to her, Amelia hadn't a notion. As awkward around animals as Annabella was, and as timid as Evelyn could be on occasion, Jacob was always the perfect gentleman for both of Amelia's sisters. Once again, Amelia tipped her head and pushed her shoulder into the horse's side. Once again, Jacob stood absolutely motionless. Glue? Whit's voice startled her, making her suddenly stand up from her efforts to physically push Jacob from the stable. My lord, woman. You are just about the harshest person I ever met, Whit said, laughing heartily. If you only knew how much this dreadful naughty horse tries my patience, Amelia said, rather wishing that she was not quite so sweaty and red-faced. Well, he's just fine with everybody else, Amelia. Whit continued to chuckle. Maybe you did something or said something he didn't like. Said something? Amelia looked incredulous. I did no such thing, Whit Carrow. Amelia was outraged. This dreadful beast took an instant dislike to me, and it really is most unfair. I'm not real sure that Jacob has much of an understanding of the idea of fairness, Amelia. As glad as I am to be providing you with so much entertainment, I rather wish that you would leave me alone now so that I can get on with my chores, Amelia said, the harshness in her tone even making her wince. And just how do you propose to get on with your chores when you can't even get Jacob to take a single step? Amelia felt suddenly furious, although she did not really know why. That Whit was having some minor amusement at her expense was hardly the biggest crime she had ever witnessed. In truth, she knew that she must have looked ridiculous, and decided not to make a further attempt to shoulder Jacob out of the stable whilst Whit remained. Here, let me help, Whit said, striding over to her. No, thank you, I am absolutely fine. Amelia knew that she was being entirely facetious, and was really at something of a loss to know why she was quite so angry with him. Surely her sisters had spoken the truth when they said that he was nothing but kind, and furthermore, that he seemed to have as little interest in marrying her as she seemed to have in him. Why, then, was she so very upset with him? Evidently, Whit said, his voice dripping sarcasm as he reached up and gently took a firm hold on Jacob's halter. "Come on, Jacob," Whit said quietly, and the horse immediately began to yield to his request. Amelia stood open-mouthed as she watched Whit sedately walk Jacob out of the stable and lightly tether him to the post outside. "I thought I just said that I didn't need your help." Amelia's voice was so harsh that it completely and instantly wiped the friendly smile from Whit's face. "What is wrong with accepting a little help, Amelia?" Whit asked, his eyes darkening and his brows lowering. "And what is wrong with respecting somebody else's wishes?" Amelia hissed back. "I mean, do you actually think that your interference here will make me like you anymore?" In truth, Amelia immediately regretted her words. She was being unnecessarily rude, and could neither understand why, nor seemingly do anything to stop herself. Her words seemed almost to physically strike Whit, who looked suddenly and thunderously angry with her. "And why in the hell would you suppose that I would try to get you to like me?" Whit asked, walking back into the stable towards her. "Well, Amelia couldn't speak any further. She knew she had been so very wrong, and could think of nothing with which to defend her poor behavior. "Believe me, Amelia Quentin, I have long since given up on the idea of getting to know you in any way, shape or form." "And why would I want to?" Whit asked, in a way that suggested that she very much need not answer. "Because you are the sharpest and most foul woman I have ever met in my life, and honestly, I have no wish to know you any further." "I think your anger is perhaps a little more than it need be," Amelia said, sounding quiet and prim. "Oh, do you now?" Whit asked, with a shrug and a sneer. "I've got to tell you, Amelia, I don't very much care what you think. And I'm not just angry about today. Come on, it's not the first time you've been downright rude to me, is it? I'd just like to know exactly what it is I have said or done to you that makes you feel so justified in biting my head off every time I speak to you. And don't tell me that it's everybody else's expectations that we marry. After all, you're not being rude to them, are you? You're being rude to me." While he was still clearly angry, the harsh edges of his demeanor seemed to be wearing down. "Well, yes, I suppose." Amelia was trying to rescue the situation, but clearly, Whit had not finished with her yet. "So, let me just put your mind at rest once and for all, Amelia. I have absolutely no desire whatsoever to marry you, and I can promise you that I shall never ask for your hand. I had only ever wanted to be civil, to be friendly. We live in the same place, for crying out loud." The fire was slowly dying down, and Whit's tone had become rather more bitter than angry. "But I swear to you, from now on, I won't even attempt that much. I will hobble my lip and leave you be." "Happy?" Whit asked, fixing her with a rather determined glare. Amelia found herself to be a little shaky, and almost did not trust herself to speak for fear that he would hear a tremor in her voice. It had never occurred to Amelia that Whit could be anywhere near so angry and passionate as he had just been. Ordinarily, he was simply a quiet sort of a man, and she could hardly believe that he had rested so far beneath her notice for so very long. However, Amelia very much realized that she had provoked him into such a fury, and if she was shaking now, she had only herself to blame. The unwanted memory of his arms around her and his kindness and caring suddenly flooded her senses, and she felt extremely ashamed of her behavior. Not only did she feel ashamed, but she also felt extremely foolish. Why on earth had she assumed that Whit Carrow would want to marry her? Simply because he had been politer than she, Amelia had naively taken his simple quest for friendship to mean so much more than it did. As she stood mutely in the stable trying very hard to think of some way to apologize, Amelia watched sadly as Whit simply turned on his heel and walked away from her. Realizing that the man she had done so much to shun had finally decided to shun her instead, left her horribly empty, and with such a dull feeling in the pit of her stomach as she had never felt before. Looking down at her hands, she could see that they were, in fact, shaking. However, when she interrogated her feelings, Amelia knew fine well that she had not for a moment been afraid of Whit. Indeed, she felt almost as if she had been afraid of something else entirely, but somehow dared not study it all too closely. As Whit disappeared out of view, Amelia could do no other than admit to herself that she had never really been truly angry with Whit Carrow. Rather, she had been angry with her circumstances. Not just the idea that everyone expected her to marry Whit, but the very fact that she was in Russets Reach in the first place. For all that she spoke very little of her father's appalling treatment of them and the genuine horror of being sold off as they had been, in truth, Amelia held enough anger in her little heart to blow apart the very stable she stood in. It was not the idea of being married to Whit Carrow that she was so averse to, but rather the idea of marrying at all. It was the idea of allowing life to be good, and full, and happy, for if she did, she felt almost as if she would somehow be accepting the awful wrong that had been practiced upon her and her sisters. Amelia quite simply could not allow herself to accept that things might actually work out for the best. As far as she was concerned, that simply was not possible. With that in mind, Amelia realized that she was very likely to have lost a potential friend, and quite needlessly. Whit had been so very, very angry with her, and justifiably so, that Amelia could not begin to imagine finding the right words to say to him that would enable him to forgive her. With a very heavy heart, Amelia made her way deep into the stable, ready to start cleaning it out. Perhaps an hour's worth of sweeping and shoveling would stave off tears, the origins of which she could not exactly explain to herself. Chapter 6. The light tapping at the door of the little guest house startled Amelia somewhat. It was late afternoon and, having finished all her work for the day, Amelia had retreated early and had already cleaned herself up for dinner later that evening. The only people who ever visited her were either her sisters or Claudine, all of whom usually just called out before opening the door and letting themselves in. Absolutely nobody ever knocked, and Amelia had a sudden and most unsettling feeling that the person outside might indeed be Whit Carrow. "Who is it?" Amelia called out, feeling a little ridiculous displaying such caution when the sun was still full out. "It's Nancy Hopper, honey." Hearing Nancy's voice, Amelia let out a rather relieved sigh. "I was just calling on Claudine, and when I asked after you, she said I could just come right on over. I hope you don't mind?" "Not at all," Amelia said, hurriedly opening the door and hoping that she did not appear as foolish as she felt. "Please, do come in. I don't want to distract you, honey, if you're busy. I only wanted to pop over and see you for a few minutes. I haven't seen you anywhere since the town barbecue." Nancy stepped in, as directed by Amelia, and seemed somehow strangely uncomfortable. Amelia had never spent a great deal of time with Nancy but had always found her to be an extremely confident young woman. Amelia suddenly wondered if she were perhaps not quite as friendly and inviting as her sisters were, and thought that that was, indeed, what she could see reflected in Nancy's eyes. "Do come in and take a seat, Nancy. Would you like some tea? I'm just going to make a pot." Amelia could hear the change in her own tone and rather hoped that she sounded genuinely friendly. Surely, she had not behaved in so standoffish a way with her friends back in England? For a few brief moments, Amelia cast her mind back but could come up with nothing. As far as she was concerned, Amelia had been a part of many a comfortable friendship back home. And yet still, she had heard from none of her old friends. "Why, thank you. I've really just had tea with Claudine, but another cup is always welcome." Nancy seemed suddenly relieved, and Amelia relaxed a little as she made her way into the kitchen to set the water to boil. Amelia was glad of a few moments alone in the kitchen to prepare the tea. Quite why it was that she needed to get herself ready for company was beyond her. Perhaps it was true what her sisters had told her, and she had rather isolated herself a little too much in the last few months. In truth, Amelia really did not see anybody much beyond the Carrow family, her sisters, and of course, Archie. Whilst she felt she knew many of the townsfolk by name, as she watched the steam slowly beginning to rise from the water, Amelia realized that she knew of them only from conversations with her sisters, rather than actually knowing any of them personally. Had she become so very aloof? And was she, indeed, as sour as Whit Carrow proclaimed her to be? "I don't see you down in the town so often as I see your sisters," Nancy said as Amelia returned to the living room and placed the tea tray down on the table between them. "No, it's probably true to say that I do not visit as regularly as they do." Amelia hoped that she would very quickly find some common ground with this young woman, or at least something which went beyond such small talk. "I suppose I really only venture into Russets Reach when I have a letter to mail." "Oh, well, I guess that's better than nothing. Why don't you call in my shop and see me next time you're mailing a letter? Sometimes it gets real quiet in my little place, and I'd love the company. You could join me out back, and I could return the favor of tea." Nancy chatted happily, although there was an air of hope about her. "Well, yes, that sounds very nice," Amelia said, somewhat noncommittally. "It's always good to have a friend, honey," Nancy said, in a quiet tone which suggested a certain knowing. "Nancy, I really am never going to marry Whit Carrow, and there is nothing that either you or Claudine can do to steer me towards him." Amelia felt a little tense, and she hoped with all her heart that she did not appear to be offensive. It was simply the case that she wanted to be very clear with Nancy that there would be no happy ending as far as she and Whit Carrow were concerned. "As you wish, honey. But I wasn't offering to matchmake, I was simply offering some friendship." Nancy's tone was somewhat neutral, and Amelia could not help but feel relieved that she had not offended the woman, at least she didn't think she had. "I'm sorry if I appear standoffish, Nancy. It's just that I feel that I'm expected to marry Whit, and not only do I not want to, but he absolutely does not want to marry me either," Amelia said, looking down at her hands as they rested on her lap. "Well, he must be blind, honey, for you're prettier than a little ladybug," Nancy said, with an adorable little smile. "Still, if you don't want to marry him, then I guess it's kind of a relief that he doesn't want to marry you either," Nancy concluded. "Well, yes. I suppose it is." Amelia thought of the argument in the stable, and could not help but wish it had not ended quite so badly. "Amelia, you don't sound so sure," Nancy said, somewhat tremulously, as if she were somehow unsure whether or not it was safe to ask such questions. "Oh, in truth, Nancy, it really is much simpler that way." Amelia knew she was biting her bottom lip, but she couldn't seem to stop. "But you see, we really did have rather the worst argument some days ago, and we have not spoken since. As much as I do not want to marry Whit, and did not want to encourage him in any way, I'm sure I did not want us to be enemies as such." "Oh, dear me, was it so bad that you are now enemies?" Nancy turned to Amelia. Her pretty blonde curls bounced lightly as she did so. "Oh, it was worse than bad, really it was. In all the months I have known Whit Carrow, I did not know he had it within him to be so very angry. Well, he's not given to outbursts, honey, that's for sure. But I guess at the same time, Whit's no pushover. When it comes down to it, he can give his opinion, and he can give it firmly," Nancy said with a little shrug. "I suppose you've known him quite a long time?" "Yes, I guess you could say I've known the Carrow family my whole life. In small towns like Russets Reach, everyone kind of knows everyone else, Nancy said, almost apologetically. And I suppose, really, that I do not know him at all. Or at least I didn't. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Amelia blew out a large and frustrated breath. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that Whit's anger came as a shock to me because I had never really bothered to get to know him before. I really have spent the greater part of my time here in Russets Reach actively avoiding Whit Carrow, and so I suppose it is somewhat understandable that I know so little about him. Although I suppose I have learned a few things. What kind of things, honey? Nancy was coaxing gently, very determined not to tip over onto the point at which Amelia would realize she was being coaxed. Well, after all these months, in the space of just 2 short weeks, I have learned that Whit Carrow can be extremely kind and caring, furiously angry, and even less inclined for us to be married than I am. That's quite a lot to take in. Nancy gave a light-hearted laugh. But was he really furiously angry? He was, Amelia said, feeling almost relieved to be able to talk about it. In the days since the terrible argument, Amelia had continued to feel that rather dull feeling and had found herself quite unable to relax or be at peace in any way. Her sisters had inquired after her health on a number of occasions, noting her to be more than usually quiet. But, for some reason, Amelia had chosen not to tell them of the terrible row she and Whit had had. But why? Nancy went on. Oh, Nancy, I really was most terribly rude to him. Rude enough to make him angry? Nancy looked at her incredulously, almost as if she could not believe such a pretty and refined Englishwoman could ever be so rude as to anger an otherwise easygoing man. Yes, I'm rather afraid I was, Amelia said, with a somewhat shamefaced shrug as her cheeks filled with heat. If I'm completely honest, Nancy, it was not the first time. Do you really despise him so much? Nancy asked, her shoulders sagging a little as if she were preparing herself to accept defeat. I do not despise him at all, Nancy, Amelia said, searching her companion's face for any sign of disgust in her. In fact, he had been so kind to me just a few days before that I found that I actually quite liked him, a little. So why be so rude to him, honey? I'm not sure I know why. Amelia was wondering if it wouldn't be quite nice to actually trust this tiny blonde woman, and pour out her heart just a little. I think the larger part of my problem is with my circumstances. Not that they are bad in any way, but I rather cannot help but feel angry all the time. Once or twice I have tried to sort it all out in my mind, but I only get so far before I panic and give up. I'm afraid that I do not want to know what really plagues me. But surely for your own good, honey, you maybe need to plow on and get to the bottom of it. I don't know, but maybe, just maybe, if you got to the bottom of it all, you can allow yourself to be happy. Feeling suddenly and inexplicably tearful, Amelia reached for her teacup in the hope of creating a diversion. Nancy seemed awfully kind, and she really did have a most attractive personality. So attractive, in fact, that one rather felt themselves being drawn in, and information being drawn out. On top of her kindness, Nancy Hopper was very clearly a woman of the world, and so very perceptive that Amelia thought that a person might find it very difficult to hide behind a lie in her presence. I don't know, Nancy. In truth, I rather feel as if I am drifting along without any sort of a plan. I shall admit to you that that is how I have lived most of my life, but this is the first time that it has bothered me. I suppose that is because I'm getting older and I am expecting myself to settle in some way. There's nothing wrong with drifting, Amelia. Sometimes it's kind of nice to wait and see what happens, instead of fixing a firm plan in your mind, Nancy said, kindly. And I don't think that you should chastise yourself for it. It did not upset me in any way, Nancy, until Evelyn married. Really? And you must not think that I am in any way envious of her, because I am not. I really was truly happy when Evelyn and Joss finally admitted their love for one another. Oh, I know that, honey. You three sisters are just about the closest I've ever seen. We really are close, Nancy. I have missed them most dreadfully since they both married. Not that I don't see them every single day, but I rather miss them at night, here in this little house. We really did have such fun together here, and as scared as we were when we first arrived, we still managed to find things to laugh at. I can believe that, Amelia. I do so love to hear the three of you together. Nancy gave Amelia a genuine and reassuring smile. But you see, I really do not want to marry simply to assuage that awful feeling of loneliness. Well, you might not want Whit, honey, but there's nothing to say that there is not another man out there for you. Nancy was smiling hopefully. But I'm rather afraid that that is the problem, Nancy. I cannot imagine meeting somebody, and nor do I wish to. I really can't explain it, but every time I think of marrying, I feel angry. Amelia was shaking her head lightly from side to side as if she too could not understand it. But I also do not want to live out my life all alone in this little house. Oh, honey. Nancy reached across to Amelia and gently patted her knee. I realize how silly it all sounds, how very self-defeating. You're only 18 years old, honey. You still have all the time in the world to work this out, and you will. You are a bright and beautiful young woman, and this is just one of life's temporary dips. I wish I could believe that. You know, as much as I have enjoyed my work here on the ranch, and as beautiful as everything around me is, I rather think that I want to go home. You mean, back to England? Yes. I keep wondering if that is perhaps why I cannot think of marrying here. Perhaps if I marry, I am putting down very definite roots. I wonder if all of my fear and anger is simply the result of my wanting to truly go home. But where would you go? I mean, your father. Nancy was momentarily tongue-tied. Oh, no, I don't mean my father. But I do have a friend. Well, she was actually our governess. Her name is Janet Wesley, and I write to her almost every week. And you're thinking of going to stay with Janet Wesley? I have thought about it, but, at the very same time, I know that she is in no position to take me in. She was forcibly retired, you see, when my father was ruined. I know that she cannot possibly afford to take me in, even just for long enough for me to find some sort of work. So where would you go, then? I don't know. I thought perhaps I should start saving my money from the market garden. In truth, it really is not a great deal, and it would take me some considerable time to save enough money for my passage home and my keep with Janet Wesley for long enough to secure myself a little better. Is that what you really want? Nancy asked doubtfully. I don't know. And what of your sisters? Wouldn't you miss them dreadfully? I already miss them, Nancy. I know you're lonely, honey, but that is what friends are for. And think about it, you are missing your sisters because you do not see them in the evening. Imagine how you would feel if you were never to see them again. You are right, of course. I just do not know what move to make next. I do not know how to live out my life. You don't have to make any decisions right now, do you? Nancy asked, reaching out for the pot and pouring them both another cup of tea. You have so much churning around in your head and heart at the moment. I think it would be impossible for you to make the sort of decision which could ever hope to make you happy in the future. You need to wait it out, honey. You need to wait for the churning and spinning to finally cease, and when you find that quiet within yourself, then you will have the freedom to wonder what choices you should make next. Everything that Nancy said was so very sensible, and something about the way she said it gave Amelia hope that one day she really would know what it was that she wanted. Somehow, some of the tension of the last few days seemed to lift from her, and she had absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Nancy was the cause. Nancy, you really are so very sensible, not to mention extraordinarily kind. Perhaps I should step back from the worrying of my own brain, if only just for a little while. Well, you just give it a try, honey, and see what you think. Thank you, Nancy. You're welcome, honey. And listen to me now, I really do want to be a friend to you, Amelia, and I would be so very pleased to have your friendship in return. You are as bright and funny as both of your sisters, and I think we both have so much to gain from friendship. Thank you, Nancy. I really didn't mean to be quite so standoffish. I know you didn't. And it's true, Claudine and I really are the most incurable romantics. But don't let that stop you being my friend. In fact, I promise you never to speak of Whit Carrow if you don't want me to. And I promise not to interfere in your life in any way. Just let me be a friend to you, Amelia, because I really think you need a friend right now. I rather think I do need a friend. Amelia knew her eyes were shining with unshed tears. Nancy was such a warm person that Amelia could not help but be moved by such a determined offer of friendship. That Nancy had seen something more in her, that she was not a truly sour person, had affected Amelia more than she could have imagined. Then you can count me one of them, Nancy said, getting up out of her seat and sitting down on the couch next to Amelia. She put an arm around Amelia's shoulders and gave her a reassuring squeeze. Amelia relaxed in her arms, feeling that maybe things could get better for her if she would just let them. Nancy cleared her throat, and Amelia tensed. I will say one thing about Whit Carrow, and one thing only, Nancy began. Find some way to put things right with him. I don't mean romantically. I just mean that you need to put this row you had behind you. Whatever was said between the two of you, it's real clear to me that it's affecting you even now. So, I'll say this, gently put things right, if only for your own sake. You need a little peace in that head of yours, and clearing the air between you might help just a little bit. Nancy's words were so true that Amelia knew she should be comforted by them, but somehow, they filled her with dread. How could she ever repair the damage she had done? Chapter 7. The following afternoon, having grown tired of waiting for Evelyn to return from town, Amelia wandered into the kitchen. She had been avoiding Claudine for some days, heartily worried that Whit's mother might very well know how awfully she had behaved towards him. As good and kind as Claudine was, surely even her patience would be tested by a young lady who behaved so horribly rudely towards her own son. Trying to keep out of the way had meant that Amelia had missed more than one breakfast, and she had only gone into the kitchen for her evening meals when she was sure that everybody else would already be in attendance. Claudine was a good, old-fashioned sort of a woman, and one who would never make a scene in front of a crowd. However, on top of everything else that was worrying her, Amelia's fear of finding herself alone with Claudine was making her feel so terribly distracted that she knew that, finally, the best thing she could do would be to face up to it. As Amelia strode into the kitchen, it was clear that Claudine had been there for some time. There was, quite simply, an absolute mountain of food, and Amelia could not help but gasp a little when she saw it. Well, hey there, Amelia, Claudine said, beaming from ear to ear. Her apron, as well as her kindly face, were absolutely covered in flour. The kitchen smelled divine, and it was clear that Claudine had been baking for some hours. Goodness me, Amelia said, already beginning to forget her fears. What's the occasion? Well, Whit has arranged a meeting of the local ranchers here tonight, and he asked me to put on a bit of food for them. A bit? Amelia started to laugh. Exactly how many ranchers are there in Russets Reach? Amelia could not help but start to laugh. Claudine always threw herself, heart and soul, into everything she did. And every task she performed, she always seemed to perform with love. No doubt when Whit saw the true scale of Claudine's idea of a bit of food, he would surely look as surprised as she did. I know, honey. Claudine chuckled a little herself. I just never can keep to small portions. Claudine, how many men are coming? Well, Sheriff Hal Clayton, for one. Then there's Isaiah Holliday, Hiram Harkins, Merrill Calhoun, and Harvey Wilson. Then, of course, my 3 boys will be here. Claudine looked around at platter after platter of little pies, cold meat dumplings, sandwiches, and cakes. I guess we're going to be eating leftovers for a day or 2. The little pies look absolutely delicious, Amelia said, her mouth beginning to water at the wonderful aroma that filled the kitchen. Just you go ahead and take one, honey. Take 2 if you like. I've got plenty. Oh, thank you, Claudine. Amelia picked up one of the little pies and took a healthy bite. That is quite simply divine, Amelia said through a mouthful of pastry crumbs. Why, thank you, honey. Claudine was always pleased when somebody appreciated her cooking. Amelia had polished off the 2 little pies in no time at all. She really was rather hungry, and it was only good manners and breeding which stopped her reaching out and taking 2 more pies. Are you hungry, honey? Claudine asked, raising her eyebrows a little. Yes, I suppose I am a little. Amelia felt her cheeks reddening as heat flushed her face. Well, that's what happens when you miss not only your breakfast but your lunch as well. Yes, I suppose it is. I shall have to be more mindful in future. Or you could just trust me in future, Claudine said, with the kindest and most loving smile Amelia had ever seen. Excuse me? Amelia had a feeling that she knew what Claudine was about to say, and felt rather foolish in her pretense of confusion. Just because you've had a little disagreement with my son, doesn't mean that I'd ever banish you from my life, and certainly not from my kitchen. Life is full of little spats, honey, and starvation should never be the end result. Claudine finished with a light little chuckle. He told you, Amelia said, looking down at her feet in shame. No, of course he didn't. If I ever want information out of my sons, I'd need to dig it out of them with a shovel. Oh, Claudine. Amelia began to laugh again. You really are funny. No, Nancy told me. She just said that you'd had a row and that you were feeling upset about it. She didn't say anything else, but I'm glad she told me that much. I thought you were sickening for something, honey, and I was starting to get real worried about you. So promise me, in future, you won't feel you've got to hide away just because of some silly argument. I promise, Claudine. Because you're slim enough, child, without missing out on meals. Claudine walked towards her and placed a floury hand on her shoulder. Now, make yourself up a plate of food. Thank you, Claudine. Amelia hurried over to the dresser and took down a small plate. She returned to the table and began to help herself to little bits of this and that from Claudine's vast array of food. Pulling out a chair, Amelia sat down and began to set about the tasty treats in front of her. These really are divine, Claudine. Especially the little pies. Take it slowly, honey, you'll give yourself a bellyache, Claudine said, once more laughing heartily. As she ate, Amelia knew she had to say more. That this wonderful woman deserved that from her, and maybe she would help her explain her feelings to Whit. Only she still did not know what she needed to say to him, or even if she needed to say anything. Why was life so complicated? The argument was my fault, Claudine, Amelia said, suddenly completely defeated by the older woman's kindness and understanding. As she feasted on the delicious offerings, Amelia found that she wanted Claudine to know that she had started it all and that her son had not been to blame in any way. If Claudine was going to be so kind and so very understanding, the very least Amelia owed her was the truth. At various times in our lives, honey, we all take that role. There's not a person on God's green earth who hasn't started an argument in their time, myself included. You don't need to reach for the hair shirt and punish yourself simply because you found yourself out of sorts one day. You and your sisters have had such a lot to deal with in the last year that it's little wonder that you'd lose your temper once in a great while. It's not a crime to be human, Amelia. Claudine, sometimes I really don't know what I'd do without you. And I'm so sorry that I've hidden from you these last few days. But I just felt so terribly ashamed of myself. I behaved very badly, and I took my feelings out on Whit when he did not really deserve it. These things happen, honey, when you're feeling out of sorts. But just because I am not entirely feeling myself does not give me the right to lash out. I should have behaved better. There are times in our lives when we could all behave better, Amelia, but we don't. Being human means making mistakes, but is it really as bad as all that? I think you need to cut yourself a little slack. And you need to talk a little more, you need to get things off your chest. If you never discuss your feelings with anyone on earth, you'll never get to understanding them properly. I do talk sometimes, Claudine. I mean, I had a lovely chat with Nancy the other evening. You talk without giving anything away. You make such lovely, lively conversation, and you are forever making me smile with your wonderful humor. I know it's different, being English and all, but you really do make your sisters look like seasoned gossips. You know, I thought it was hard work getting Annabella and Evelyn to open up. Yet you, well, you sure are like a little clam, and I don't think it does you any good. I dare say you are right, Claudine. But I must admit, I really don't find it as easy as all that. Nothing is easy, honey, if you don't practice it. Claudine gave Amelia a little wink. And I'm here day in and day out for you to practice on. It doesn't matter a bit if all you have to tell me is that you felt out of sorts and shouted at one of my sons. I won't hold that against you. I just want you to know that you have people around you who care. Thank you, Claudine. You and Nancy really have been so very kind, and I do hope you know how grateful I am. Amelia had very quickly realized that Nancy and Claudine had discussed her at length. Ordinarily, that would have bothered her. In the past, she would have simply assumed that they were discussing her purely in terms of how quickly they could get her to marry Whit. However, Amelia finally realized that, as romantic as both of the women were, they were yet kinder still. They truly did seem to have her best interests at heart. And how patient they had been, trying to put loving arms around a prickly little hedgehog who had rolled herself into a tight ball. Not once had they given up on her, as many others in their position might well have done. With friends, there's no need for gratitude. Claudine suddenly sniffed the air, and her eyes darted towards the oven. Can I help you with the rest of the baking, Claudine? Amelia had finished her large plate full of food and was feeling a little uncomfortable. It would do her good to help out, so she began to rise to her feet. You sure can. In fact, I've got some biscuits in the oven. Would you mind checking them? Not at all. Amelia hurried over to the oven and, taking the thick cloth in one hand, opened the door, and lifted out the tray of biscuits. "Oh, they are done to perfection, Claudine. I'll set them on the wire to cool." "Thank you, honey," Claudine said, a little absently as she turned her attention back to the large bowl and began to mix whatever it was that rested within. Amelia felt very much lighter of heart as she began to take the biscuits, one by one, and place them on the cooling rack. She hadn't realized quite how affected she had been by the idea that Claudine was angry with her, and could hardly believe just how much better she felt after their conversation. Claudine always got straight to the point, and Amelia was rather beginning to wonder if that was not the best way of doing things. Perhaps it was something that she herself could try in the future. As Amelia slid the last of the biscuits onto the cooling rack, Whit suddenly appeared in the doorway. "Oh," he said, as if surprised to see Amelia in the kitchen. "Oh, hello, Whit." Amelia felt her cheeks blaze once more. In her chest, her heart was pounding like a racing horse, and she felt a little guilty, almost as if she had been caught stealing or something similar. "You're helping Ma bake for tonight?" he asked, and Amelia was strangely surprised to find that he was speaking in his normal tone. For some reason, Amelia had rather expected that every time he spoke to her from there on in, he would be shouting as loudly as he did on that fateful day. Of course, she knew that it was ridiculous, and yet the irrational fear had persisted. "Well, Amelia began, incredibly flustered. "She sure is, Whit, and what a godsend she has been to me this afternoon." Claudine's barefaced lie almost made Amelia burst out laughing. Claudine quite simply never missed an opportunity to make things right, and today was going to be no different. That lovely lady was going to do everything in her power to make things easier for them both, easier for Whit to forgive, and easier for Amelia to accept that forgiveness. "Well, I'm mighty grateful to you," Whit said, looking a little chagrined himself. Amelia studied him very briefly and wondered if his somewhat shamefaced countenance meant that he was feeling a little of what she herself had felt. And yet, it was not he who had started the dreadful argument. Whatever the case, Amelia felt a weight lifted from her shoulders that they had at least passed a few words between them with a certain amount of alacrity. Even if their attempt at cheer was a little forced, at least they were not shouting at each other. "I guess the guys will all be here in about an hour or so," Whit said, helpfully. "Don't you worry none, Whit honey, we'll be up and running by then," Claudine said, adding yet more flour to her face from her hands. Seeing her face lighten with fingerprints, both Amelia and Whit laughed a little. Surprised by each other's laughter, they eyed each other momentarily, each looking a little shy. "So, you just get that table cleared in there, Whit, if you would. Then the sitting room is ready for Amelia and me to bring the food in." "Sure thing, Ma," Whit said, and after nodding a little at both women, he turned and left the kitchen. Chapter 8. "I think the only way we can get on top of this is to make up our own night patrols," Harvey Wilson ventured, as Amelia wandered into the drawing room to set down yet another tray of little pies. "I mean, we've all been hit, and we've all been hit at night. I think that's the only time we're gonna get them." Amelia had been wondering why it was that Whit had arranged for the local ranchers to come over. It suddenly became clear that they were talking about the cattle rustlers, and coming up with some way to thwart them. That was obviously the reason that Sheriff Hal Clayton had been invited to join the meeting. Why it had not occurred to her before, Amelia could not begin to imagine. Ever since the time she had found the dead cow out on the plains, there had been mention of the rustlers at some point every day. In the end, it transpired that more than 20 cattle had been stolen from the Carrow ranch, and all three of the Carrow boys truly believed that more would yet be taken. They had spent many days reinforcing the fencing, in the hope of making things too difficult for the rustlers. However, Amelia had heard Ashley Carrow tell his brother, Joss, that no amount of strong fencing would keep out determined cattle rustlers. At the end of the day they were thieves, and that was how they made their way in the world. They wouldn't let something as simple as tough fencing deter them in any way. I have to agree, Harvey, Sheriff Hal spoke up. Amelia dawdled her way out of the room, keen to continue listening, but not wanting to be seen to be doing so. Finding that cow, and realizing quite how it had suffered, had affected Amelia very deeply. As a result, she rather felt she had a vested interest in the outcome of the whole thing, and would like as much as anybody else to see the rustlers caught and brought to justice. But we're going to have to be real organized in how we go about it, Sheriff Hal went on. I think we need to create a kind of rota. We should have one team every night patrolling each of the ranches in turn. And that team will have to just do that for the whole night. I mean, non-stop riding around and looking for trouble. How many do you reckon on a team, Sheriff? Whit asked, and something about his tone of voice rather caught Amelia's attention. As she left the sitting room, she found herself hovering just beyond the doorway, giving in to her urge to eavesdrop. Well, I've been looking at how many men you all have between you, and I reckon that we should be able to turn out between 8 and 10 men every night. If we can turn out that many, Sheriff, then I think we should have 2 teams. Split them into 2 fours, Whit said. And there it was again. Amelia could hear a certain determination of tone which seemed somehow to speak volumes about Whit Carrow's capabilities. It only struck Amelia as curious because she had never noticed it before. Then again, it was true to say that she had never particularly paid any heed to Whit and how he conducted himself in regard to anything, let alone the ranch. I don't know, Whit, Hal began. That leaves the men kind of thin. I mean, we don't know exactly how many rustlers are out there, and a group of 4 could find themselves outnumbered mighty quickly. They'll be armed, of course, Whit said, his voice a little cold. I realize that, Whit, but as much as we will have guns, I am in no doubt that they will too. A gunfight when you are outnumbered is a hopeless thing, and I really don't want to see us lose any men. The sheriff's voice was filled with a determination to equal Whit's own. Amelia gave an involuntary shudder as she stood in her hiding place to one side of the door frame. She had rarely seen a gun before she had come to America, and the feeling she had about them was almost visceral. The idea that a person's life could be ended with no more action than moving one's finger horrified her to the very core of her being. She was suddenly assailed by an image of the cow, and how the smallest of entry holes in the side of its head had been enough to kill it. Her mouth went a little dry. If the rustlers had been prepared to be so brutally cruel to an animal, just how far might they be prepared to go with a human being intent upon stopping them? Upon capturing them? All right, Sheriff. I take your point. Whit nodded his agreement, with no sign of rancor in his voice. It occurred to Amelia that Whit wanted the job done properly, and was not simply the sort of man who clung desperately to his own opinion purely and simply because it was his. He had taken on board the sheriff's point of view and quickly deemed it to be the right approach. Amelia could not help but feel a little respect for his way of doing things. So, one team then? The sheriff asked. One team, Sheriff, Whit said, in amiable agreement. So, shall we draw up a list of teams tonight, while we are all here? Whit went on. I think so, Whit. That way, we can get started tomorrow night. The sheriff looked around the room, and there was a babble of general agreement amongst the rest of the men. Realizing that she had probably stood eavesdropping for too long, Amelia made her way back into the kitchen. Claudine seemed to have made light work of washing the already used plates and platters. Here, let me help, Amelia said, fully determined to take her fair share of the work, especially since Claudine had already given her so much credit. "Why, thank you, honey." Claudine handed Amelia a tea towel. "How are they getting on in there?" "Well, Amelia really did not know what to say. Could she really tell Claudine that they were planning night patrols, with guns and everything? Wouldn't she simply be worrying the woman beyond all reason? "What's up?" Claudine asked, her countenance suggesting that she would brook no argument. "Oh, Claudine, they are planning to go out on night patrols, looking for the cattle rustlers," Amelia said, her voice wobbling a little. "Well, honey, that's the way things are around here," Claudine said, looking into the young woman's face and seeing the concern there. "Whenever we have rustlers in town, all of the ranchers and their employees get together like this, and do what they can to solve it between them." "But with guns?" "I mean, they'll be armed," Amelia said in so tiny a voice that she was almost inaudible. "They need to have guns with them," Claudine said, almost as if she was talking to a small child who needed reassurance. "Because you can dare bet the rustlers will have them, you see." Amelia could barely believe that Claudine was taking it all in her stride. How was it that she was not absolutely beside herself with worry, as Amelia inexplicably was? "But aren't you worried?" Amelia asked, her eyes wide. "Of course I am, honey. But you have to remember, I've been here before. I've seen all of this and lived through it time after time. Not just with my boys, but my husband also. As worrying as it all is, I came to realize long ago that it's a job that needs doing. You see, if the men don't team up and get out there, the rustlers will take everything we have, and with no compunction whatsoever. At the end of the day, we just can't let them do that. We have to put a stop to it, whatever it takes." "I understand, Claudine, really I do," Amelia said, slowly and thoughtfully drying a plate which was, in reality, already dry. "But I just can't get the image of that cow out of my mind. I just can't stop thinking about how cruel those awful men must be. They are cruel. When a man gets desperate to take his living rather than earn it, he very soon leaves his morals far behind him. How long do you think this will all take?" Amelia asked, still rubbing the dry plate. "I mean, do they normally catch the rustlers quite quickly?" "Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't catch them at all. It just seems like the rustlers realize there's patrols out and about and they move on to another town. That would really be the best outcome, surely?" Amelia asked, her face brightening a little with a full sense of hope. "It's a relief, put it that way. But really, the best outcome is for them to be caught, and that way they cannot go into another town and cause the same sort of distress and loss and mayhem. You know, Claudine, you really are very much tougher than you appear. I do wish I was as strong as you. You're still a young woman yet, and there's plenty of time ahead of you to grow a thick skin. Nobody is born with one, and you're no different. Everything comes in good time, not a moment before, not a moment after. Now, if you keep rubbing that plate, honey, you will rub the pattern clean off it. It's dry, for heaven's sake." Claudine finished with a laugh. Her attempt to lighten the mood was very obvious. "Oh, dear me, I really am absolutely no help whatsoever this evening, am I?" Amelia said, joining Claudine in her merriment. "Oh, you're doing just fine. And for all the time you spent rubbing that plate, the rest of them have dried on their own, so really what is the difference?" Claudine shrugged elaborately and smiled broadly enough to split her face. "Thank you for being so understanding, Claudine," Amelia said, somewhat suddenly. "Anytime. And if this whole business of the night patrols is getting to you, you just seek me out and tell me all about it. I'm always ready to listen, whatever it is that you want to say." Claudine gave a kindly smile, before turning to neatly stack the dry plates. Chapter 8. "I think the only way we can get on top of this is to make up our own night patrols," Harvey Wilson ventured, as Amelia wandered into the drawing room to set down yet another tray of little pies. "I mean, we've all been hit, and we've all been hit at night. I think that's the only time we're gonna get them." Amelia had been wondering why it was that Whit had arranged for the local ranchers to come over. It suddenly became clear that they were talking about the cattle rustlers, and coming up with some way to thwart them. That was obviously the reason that Sheriff Hal Clayton had been invited to join the meeting. Why it had not occurred to her before, Amelia could not begin to imagine. Ever since the time she had found the dead cow out on the plains, there had been mention of the rustlers at some point every day. In the end, it transpired that more than 20 cattle had been stolen from the Carrow ranch, and all three of the Carrow boys truly believed that more would yet be taken. They had spent many days reinforcing the fencing, in the hope of making things too difficult for the rustlers. However, Amelia had heard Ashley Carrow tell his brother, Joss, that no amount of strong fencing would keep out determined cattle rustlers. At the end of the day they were thieves, and that was how they made their way in the world. They wouldn't let something as simple as tough fencing deter them in any way. "I have to agree, Harvey," Sheriff Hal spoke up. Amelia dawdled her way out of the room, keen to continue listening, but not wanting to be seen to be doing so. Finding that cow, and realizing quite how it had suffered, had affected Amelia very deeply. As a result, she rather felt she had a vested interest in the outcome of the whole thing, and would like as much as anybody else to see the rustlers caught and brought to justice. "But we're going to have to be real organized in how we go about it," Sheriff Hal went on. "I think we need to create a kind of rota. We should have one team every night patrolling each of the ranches in turn. And that team will have to just do that for the whole night. I mean, non-stop riding around and looking for trouble." "How many do you reckon on a team, Sheriff?" Whit asked, and something about his tone of voice rather caught Amelia's attention. As she left the sitting room, she found herself hovering just beyond the doorway, giving in to her urge to eavesdrop. "Well, I've been looking at how many men you all have between you, and I reckon that we should be able to turn out between 8 and 10 men every night." "If we can turn out that many, Sheriff, then I think we should have 2 teams. Split them into 2 fours," Whit said. And there it was again. Amelia could hear a certain determination of tone which seemed somehow to speak volumes about Whit Carrow capabilities. It only struck Amelia as curious because she had never noticed it before. Then again, it was true to say that she had never particularly paid any heed to Whit and how he conducted himself in regard to anything, let alone the ranch. "I don't know, Whit," Hal began. "That leaves the men kind of thin. I mean, we don't know exactly how many rustlers are out there, and a group of 4 could find themselves outnumbered mighty quickly." "They'll be armed, of course," Whit said, his voice a little cold. "I realize that, Whit, but as much as we will have guns, I am in no doubt that they will too. A gunfight when you are outnumbered is a hopeless thing, and I really don't want to see us lose any men." The sheriff's voice was filled with a determination to equal Whit's own. Amelia gave an involuntary shudder as she stood in her hiding place to one side of the door frame. She had rarely seen a gun before she had come to America, and the feeling she had about them was almost visceral. The idea that a person's life could be ended with no more action than moving one's finger horrified her to the very core of her being. She was suddenly assailed by an image of the cow, and how the smallest of entry holes in the side of its head had been enough to kill it. Her mouth went a little dry. If the rustlers have been prepared to be so brutally cruel to an animal, just how far might they be prepared to go with a human being intent upon stopping them? Upon capturing them? All right, Sheriff. I take your point. Whit nodded his agreement, with no sign of rancor in his voice. It occurred to Amelia that Whit wanted the job done properly, and was not simply the sort of man who clung desperately to his own opinion purely and simply because it was his. He had taken on board the sheriff's point of view and quickly deemed it to be the right approach. Amelia could not help but feel a little respect for his way of doing things. So, one team then? The sheriff asked. One team, Sheriff, Whit said, in amiable agreement. So, shall we draw up a list of teams tonight, while we are all here? Whit went on. I think so, Whit. That way, we can get started tomorrow night. The sheriff looked around the room, and there was a babble of general agreement amongst the rest of the men. Realizing that she had probably stood eavesdropping for too long, Amelia made her way back into the kitchen. Claudine seemed to have made light work of washing the already used plates and platters. Here, let me help, Amelia said, fully determined to take her fair share of the work, especially since Claudine had already given her so much credit. Why, thank you, honey. Claudine handed Amelia a tea towel. How are they getting on in there? Well, Amelia really did not know what to say. Could she really tell Claudine that they were planning night patrols, with guns and everything? Wouldn't she simply be worrying the woman beyond all reason? What's up? Claudine asked, her countenance suggesting that she would brook no argument. Oh, Claudine, they are planning to go out on night patrols, looking for the cattle rustlers, Amelia said, her voice wobbling a little. Well, honey, that's the way things are around here, Claudine said, looking into the young woman's face and seeing the concern there. Whenever we have rustlers in town, all of the ranchers and their employees get together like this, and do what they can to solve it between them. But with guns? I mean, they'll be armed, Amelia said in so tiny a voice that she was almost inaudible. They need to have guns with them, Claudine said, almost as if she was talking to a small child who needed reassurance. Because you can dare bet the rustlers will have them, you see. Amelia could barely believe that Claudine was taking it all in her stride. How was it that she was not absolutely beside herself with worry, as Amelia inexplicably was? But aren't you worried? Amelia asked, her eyes wide. Of course I am, honey. But you have to remember, I've been here before. I've seen all of this and lived through it time after time. Not just with my boys, but my husband also. As worrying as it all is, I came to realize long ago that it's a job that needs doing. You see, if the men don't team up and get out there, the rustlers will take everything we have, and with no compunction whatsoever. At the end of the day, we just can't let them do that. We have to put a stop to it, whatever it takes. I understand, Claudine, really I do, Amelia said, slowly and thoughtfully drying a plate which was, in reality, already dry. But I just can't get the image of that cow out of my mind. I just can't stop thinking about how cruel those awful men must be. They are cruel. When a man gets desperate to take his living rather than earn it, he very soon leaves his morals far behind him. How long do you think this will all take? Amelia asked, still rubbing the dry plate. I mean, do they normally catch the rustlers quite quickly? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't catch them at all. It just seems like the rustlers realize there's patrols out and about and they move on to another town. That would really be the best outcome, surely? Amelia asked, her face brightening a little with a full sense of hope. It's a relief, put it that way. But really, the best outcome is for them to be caught, and that way they cannot go into another town and cause the same sort of distress and loss and mayhem. You know, Claudine, you really are very much tougher than you appear. I do wish I was as strong as you. You're still a young woman yet, and there's plenty of time ahead of you to grow a thick skin. Nobody is born with one, and you're no different. Everything comes in good time, not a moment before, not a moment after. Now, if you keep rubbing that plate, honey, you will rub the pattern clean off it. It's dry, for heaven's sake. Claudine finished with a laugh. Her attempt to lighten the mood was very obvious. Oh, dear me, I really am absolutely no help whatsoever this evening, am I? Amelia said, joining Claudine in her merriment. Oh, you're doing just fine. And for all the time you spent rubbing that plate, the rest of them have dried on their own, so really what is the difference? Claudine shrugged elaborately and smiled broadly enough to split her face. Thank you for being so understanding, Claudine, Amelia said, somewhat suddenly. Anytime. And if this whole business of the night patrols is getting to you, you just seek me out and tell me all about it. I'm always ready to listen, whatever it is that you want to say. Claudine gave a kindly smile, before turning to neatly stack the dry plates. Chapter 9. Whit found himself tossing and turning that night, unable to exactly pinpoint the reason for his uncharacteristic insomnia. His brain seemed to be flitting from place to place, 1 minute thinking of the rustlers and the events of that evening's meeting, and the next thinking of Amelia. He had spent days on end absolutely dreading coming into contact with her again. It was hard enough seeing her only at evening meals, where neither one of them had dared to look at the other. On each occasion, the rest of the family's chatter had spared Whit and Amelia the discomfort of those first few words. However, in the end, when he had happened upon her in the kitchen helping his mother with the refreshments for the evening, the tenuous reconciliation had gone far better than he could ever have imagined. In truth, every time he remembered just how he had yelled at her, he felt himself covered with shame. As rude as she had been, and boy had she been rude, Whit knew that there was absolutely no defense whatsoever for his sudden outburst. It was, he knew, entirely disproportionate to the level of insult. In truth, he had known that it had been a slow build-up of voluble rejection from her that had finally popped his cork. Ever since she had told him at the town barbecue that she had no interest in him. And boy, had she told him and made it abundantly clear of her position. Yet ever since that happened, Whit had found his own interest in her had perversely increased. Prior to that conversation, he had thought very little of Amelia. Of course, he could see that she was, without a doubt, a very beautiful young woman. And yet to Whit, that really wasn't everything. They had spent so many months skirting around each other, easily keeping their distance, that it had become something of a habit. It had almost been like some kind of silent contract that both had signed, with both agreeing never to seek to know the other. And yet somehow, when Amelia had actually put the silent contract into words, he had found himself to be bothered by it. From that moment onwards, Whit had been unable to think of anything else but getting to know Amelia Quentin. He could hardly believe how his intention had so turned on its head. Why was it that the heart and mind conspired to upend a person so, and quite without any warning whatsoever? Whit almost felt as if his very subconscious were mocking him, and there seemed to be little he could do about it. From the very day of the town barbecue, every time he had crossed paths with Amelia, her aversion to him had been more noticeable than the time before. Surely, in truth, nothing had changed, and yet somehow every comment she made sharply drew his notice. Every barbed comment that Amelia threw his way always hit home, striking its mark most definitely. How was it that he had not felt that before? Did he simply want her now because he knew that she did not want him? If that was the case, then how truly perverse the human mind could be. Ever since the town barbecue, Whit had been somewhat horrified to realize that he was now making an effort with Amelia. Finding opportunities to speak to her, and doing what he could to surreptitiously learn a little more about her. When he'd seen her struggling with Jacob, his heart had leaped a little at the opportunity presented to him. He had naively assumed that he would be able to joke with her and help her and that she would like him all the more on account of it. Yet, Amelia had clearly perceived his intentions, mocking him as she asked if he thought that his actions would make her like him any better. In truth, Whit rather thought that it was the idea that Amelia had found him out, and been fully sensible of his attempt, which had made him as angry as the bear who knocked over the beehive. She had made him feel foolish and rejected all at once, and he reacted in the only way which he could imagine would prove her wrong. He had shouted. As angry as he had been throughout the entire thing, Whit had known that he should not have behaved so badly. She deserved his rancor, and even deserved the little insults he had flung back at her, but what she had not deserved was his absolute wrath. In truth, the entire situation had needed little more than for him to simply say what he needed to say, and turn and walk away from her. He knew that his outburst had been self-indulgent and childish, and he had spent many days afterward worrying just exactly how that had made him appear in her eyes. However much Whit might have liked to have thought otherwise, he really did care what Amelia thought of him. He hadn't before, but he did now, and Whit Carrow wished for all the world that nothing had changed. He wished he had never sat next to her at the town barbecue and listened to the words which seemed to have flipped his own determination on its head. Whit wanted things to return to the way they were. He wanted to return to the days when the very idea of Amelia Quentin was neither here nor there to him. With a great sigh, he tried to dispel her from his thoughts. It didn't work, so he rubbed hard at his temples as if that would somehow help. Staring into the darkness, Whit did whatever he could to think of the cattle rustlers and the night patrols that were to come. Lying awake all night thinking of Amelia Quentin would do him no good whatsoever. Especially if he were to spend the next night riding the ranch. What was he to do? Chapter 10. 25th of April 1887. My dearest little Amelia, I do hope this letter finds you well, my dear, but I am bound to say that I have been extremely worried about you since receiving your last correspondence. Although you have said nothing of this Whit Carrow, which leads me to suspect him to be of a bad nature, still I cannot get any sort of relief from the idea that you might find yourself forced into a marriage you do not want. Please do write back and tell me honestly whether or not you are safe from such a thing, for I can get no sleep until I am sure. I realize that you did not put things quite so forcefully in your letter, and you really must forgive an old governess overprotection of her former charge, however ridiculous it might seem across so many thousands of miles. I'm rather afraid that I have to content myself by thinking of the happiness that Annabella and Evelyn have found. For surely if the brothers they have married are good enough for my girls to fall in love with, then surely this Whit Carrow cannot be a bad man. Again, do not think I wish you to marry him, for I do not. I simply wish to have my fears allayed in respect of any pressure being brought to bear upon you. I really could not stand the idea of it, Amelia, and yet I do not know exactly what I could do to prevent it all. I have just read back the last and realized that I have not entirely told the truth. In reality, I rather think that I have, perhaps, stumbled upon a circumstance which might prove beneficial to you. Please, my dear child, do not be angry with me when you hear what I have to say. I should not like you to think that I have betrayed you in any way, for I would never do such a thing. However, since my retirement I have lived somewhat quietly, and it has taken me rather some time to get to know any of my neighbors in my new home. It was some 5 or 6 weeks ago when I began something of an informal friendship with a lady just doors away from me. After a few discussions, I must say that we grew rather close, and I found the whole thing such a comfort to me. In truth, ever since you girls went to America, my life has felt most terribly empty, and certainly devoid of the affection which all three of you so liberally blessed me with for so long. Anyway, as I came to know this lady more and more, I eventually got around to talking to her about my previous employment, and very vaguely the circumstances of its termination. Please believe me that I have given nothing away of the actual circumstances, but rather I said that your father had moved out of the town and that the three of you had moved to America. There I left it, I can assure you. When I told my new friend that my previous employer went by the name of Lawrence Quentin, I saw something of recognition on her face. I did, of course, already know that your father's new residence was really not so very far from my own. However, it did come as rather a surprise to me that my new friend had any real knowledge of your father at all. In truth, she knows very little of the man himself, and his life to date, and she has only become aware of him in the months since he moved into the area. My friend does not know your father personally, but she is acquainted with a young lady who acts as his housekeeper. I inquired after your father's health and well-being because, quite frankly, old habits die hard, and I asked quite by reflex. I must admit that I was rather dismayed to find that your father is not, indeed, in the best of health currently. Of course, I do not wish to alarm you, my dear, and I must immediately tell you that his malady is not life-threatening. Rather, Lawrence Quentin has contracted some infection which has affected his muscles and joints and has made him somewhat less mobile. Whilst the malady itself shall eventually dissipate, I'm rather led to believe that its course might run for more than a year, maybe 2. My friend went on to tell me that she only recognized the name because the lady who was acting as housekeeper had spoken to her at great length of the situation in that house. It appears that your father employs now only one servant, that being the housekeeper in question. Whilst she cooks and cleans and generally arranges for all provisions to be shopped for and delivered, the housekeeper does not in any way contribute to your father's personal care. In truth, I believe that her complaints to my friend are in regard to the fact that your father has rather required her assistance from time to time, and the young lady in question sees it as far beyond the remit of the duties for which she is employed. In fact, it very much appears that the young housekeeper is actively seeking employment elsewhere, and is keen to quit your father's home at the earliest opportunity. I'm afraid, my dear Amelia, that I must rather admit to some tender feelings upon hearing that news. Please do forgive me, my child, for I truly do know that what your father did to you and your sisters was wrong. Not just wrong in my own eyes but in God's and society's. However, I cannot help but think that he is now suffering on its account, and as such perhaps he deserves a little of our pity. On account of everything I have told you here in this letter, I must admit to you, Amelia, that I made a trip out to visit your father. I did not write to him beforehand, for fear that pride would lead him to reject my proposed attendance. Therefore, I simply made it my business to visit your father's home just 3 days ago, in the mid-morning. I was admitted by his somewhat surly housekeeper and kept waiting for an inordinate amount of time before being shown through to where he was reclining. Again, I do not wish to worry you, my dear girl, but I must tell you that I have never seen a man so changed in all my life. At the moment I walked into his small library and saw him sitting in a wheeled chair, I could have sworn fervently that the man I was looking at was most certainly not Lawrence Quentin. In truth, had I passed him on the street, would never have recognized the poor shrunken creature as the tall, proud, and abrupt man who had been my employer for so many years. I am sorry to tell you that, as he sat somewhat bent forward in that chair, your father rather looked like an old man. To begin with, Lawrence Quentin was by no means pleased to see me. In fact, as soon as I heard his graceless growl, I recognized your father immediately. I must admit that I have never been so pleased to hear that growl in all my life, for it meant that the man himself was still inside, and very much alive. I told him that I had vaguely heard of his malady and that I wished to inquire further after his health. I must say that it took several minutes of cajoling before your father would even allow me to ring the bell for tea, and take a seat myself. It did, in fact, take at least an hour of kindness and caring to draw all the facts from him. The doctors believe that your father has something which they lightly refer to as bacterial arthritis. It is not arthritis in the traditional sense, but rather the effects of the infection entirely mimic the physical results of arthritis itself. However, as I have mentioned before, the illness itself should burn out quite before the next 2 years are over. However, with his demeanor, as it is, and the fact that the housekeeper is intent upon finding work elsewhere, I rather fear for your father's immediate future. I dare say that a person of his rather abrupt disposition shall find it incredibly difficult to replace the housekeeper if he does, indeed, lose her to some other employer. By the end of my visit, I had gathered enough courage to ask him quite what he would do if his housekeeper did leave. He said that he had money enough to find another employee, but rather wished that one of his daughters was home and could help take care of him. Every time he spoke of you girls, your father's head did seem to drop a little, and I truly believe that there is some remorse there for what he did to save himself. Of course, I shall never suggest to you that you forgive him, for I could not possibly understand how it would feel to have been in the position my 3 girls found themselves in last year. However, might I be so bold as to suggest that, if you cannot forgive, you could at least feel pity? Because, you see, having read your last letter and seen your father all within a matter of the same few days, I have rather found I have come to put the 2 things together. Inasmuch as your returning home to England might solve your father's problems, might it not also solve your own? I do understand how lonely you have been, my dear, since both of your sisters left you in your little house when they went to join their new husbands. Indeed, I very often feel something of that loneliness myself, although I have found it latterly assuaged by the making of a new friend. Perhaps, if you were to come home, Amelia, you could spend 2 years or so at your father's expense and rather give yourself time to think what it is you might like to do with the rest of your life. At least there would be no pressure from anybody around you to marry. Even your father would not be looking for such a thing, since he would very much need you to remain by his side until he is entirely recovered. And perhaps, over time, you might indeed happen upon a nice young Englishman whom you might like to marry. After all, one never knows, does one? I did not mention anything of my correspondence with you to your father, for I did not want to either give him any ideas or false hopes, nor did I want to make you feel as though there is some pressure for you to do something which, in the end, you might not really want to do. I realize that leaving America would mean leaving your darling sisters, and I cannot begin to imagine that such a thing would be easy. As much as you would be bound to miss your sisters, at least you have no feeling whatsoever for the man you were originally intended to marry. If nothing else, that alone is a blessing, surely. Amelia, my dear girl, please do not view my letter as any sort of request for you to make a decision. In truth, it is nothing more than my relating the facts of what I have discovered to you. As much as I would dearly love to see you again, and have you home in England here with me, I should not like to suggest something which would potentially hurt you. At the end of the day, any decision must be yours, and I simply write to inform you that you do, indeed, have options, as it were. What you choose to do with those options, Amelia, is entirely your business. Once again, please do forgive me my intrusion, but know that I have done it with the very best of intentions and with much love. Do write me as soon as you can, and reassure me, if it is possible, that you are not under any undue pressure there in America. If you do make any decision towards returning home to England, please do let me know if you would like me to make the initial approaches to your father, for I am more than willing to assist you in any way I can. In the meantime, do take care of yourself, my dear. With much love, Janet. Chapter 11. Well, hey there, Amelia, honey, what a lovely surprise, Nancy said, her tone a little squeaky and excited as she darted out from behind the vast counter of her little shop. Good morning, Nancy, Amelia said, smiling sweetly. I have just been in to see Mr. Van Horn since I needed a letter mailed to England. Anyway, I rather thought I would pop in and see how you were. Well, I must admit I am a little surprised to see you here. I mean, you are always welcome, of course, but I had a little nagging doubt that you would never come. Nancy hurried to the front of the shop and spun the closed sign around and threw the latch across the door. So, please tell me you're staying for tea. Indeed I shall, if you have time for me, Amelia said, smiling a little as she noted the speed with which Nancy had been prepared to shut down her little haberdashery. I have only had one customer all day, and I was just about fit to tear my hair out with boredom. But what if you have another customer? Amelia asked, a little concerned. Well, since I'm the only haberdasher for miles, I dare say they'll just come right on back in an hour or two, Nancy smiled, attractively. You're awfully confident of your customers, Amelia said, starting to laugh. I just know them. Every single one of them has been coming here for years, and they know I always shut my shop up if I get the chance of some company and a little gossip. Oh, well, as long as I'm not putting you out of business, Amelia said, following Nancy through the shop piled high with different colors of fabric and out into the kitchen at the back. The kitchen was neat and tidy, and everything seemed to be laid out for tea already. There was water on the back of the stove ready to be pulled forward and set to boil. The tea leaves had already been spooned into the pot. It was almost as if Nancy kept things ready and waiting, in the hope that a visitor would happen by. Sit yourself down. Nancy waved Amelia into a chair as she opened up the stove. Taking a poker, she agitated the logs until a flame flared into life. You know, it is so nice to finally see you here in my little kitchen. I can't tell you how much fun I've had with your sisters sitting in this room and chattering over tea. I really am just so glad you're here. In truth, Nancy, so am I, Amelia began. And I really did want to thank you for your kindness the other evening. I have felt so terribly out of sorts lately and so angry at the world for I know not what, that your friendship that evening certainly helped to make some things a little clearer for me. You know, your kindness really was a great comfort. Why, thank you, Nancy began, setting the cups and saucers on the table in readiness. Nancy, I have just this morning received a letter from my old governess, Janet Wesley, Amelia said, feeling her throat tighten as she changed the conversational direction altogether. I was rather wondering if I couldn't perhaps discuss it with you. In confidence, that is. You see, when you read the letter, you will realize why it is that I cannot yet make any mention of it to my beloved sisters. Of course, I'll read it, if that's what you want, Nancy said, turning her back to Amelia while she poured boiling water onto the tea leaves. Unless you'd rather just read out the bits you want me to know? To be honest, I think it would be rather easier if you simply read the letter. You see, my dear governess has given me a rather fulsome account of my father's current circumstances, and it takes up so much of the letter that I would actually be reading the whole thing out to you. Amelia paused and opened her small velvet drawstring bag. She pulled the letter from it and sat for some moments simply staring at the handwritten envelope, almost as if she were wondering if she was doing the right thing. Look, my dear, if you're not sure, Nancy said as she set the teapot down on the table between them, leaving it to brew. Oh, no, really, I am sure. Amelia deftly pulled the letter from the envelope and thrust it out towards Nancy. Nancy took the letter almost cautiously and opened it slowly enough to give Amelia time to change her mind. Hearing no protest from her new friend, Nancy opened the letter fully and began to read the contents. For the entire time she read, Amelia studied Nancy's face for any reaction. In truth, she did not know quite what reaction she expected, and yet still she somehow hoped to find an answer for herself in even the smallest ways. It seemed to take an almost inordinate amount of time for Nancy to read and digest the contents of the letter. As she did, her face stayed exactly the same. There were no gasps or intakes of breath. No drawn brow or slipped smile. It was as if Nancy were made of stone. Amelia found herself ever more keen to discover what it was that Nancy had to say about it all. After their friendly evening in the little guest house at the ranch, Amelia had come to understand just what a wise woman Nancy Hopper was. In spite of all her romantic inclinations, somewhat overexcitable nature, and her propensity to put herself smack bang in the middle of other people's business, at the very heart of Nancy seemed to be a woman with as much life experience and wisdom as an owl. Everything she had said to Amelia had been entirely correct, and as soon as Amelia had read Janet Wesley's letter, she had found herself most keen to get Nancy Hopper's opinion. Nancy put down the letter. "Well now, there's a turn-up for the books," she began, on the back of a long sigh. "But at least your father's complaint is not life-threatening. I know you must still be worried about him, but I hope that you haven't got it into your head that he is about to breathe his last, for what I read in this letter tells me that clearly he's not." Nancy seemed to be keen to have a full understanding of Amelia's own perceptions of the letter. "I am honestly not entirely sure if I am truly concerned about him, Nancy. The more I think about him, and the more I look back on the life I shared with my father, the more I realize that we were never particularly close in the first place. As painful as it was and as shocking as it was to be sold off by him, to be sold off as if we did not matter, I am not entirely sure that my surprise at his ability to be so callous was entirely justified. In truth, Nancy, I do not think I was surprised by it at all. I simply think that I was ragingly angry. You see, there was absolutely nothing that my sisters or I could do about it, and I felt so incredibly helpless. I felt like a leaf blowing along on the breeze of somebody else's plan, and I think that anger has rather boiled within me from that moment to this. So am I to take it that you are not returning to England to tend to your sick father?" Nancy asked, her face relaxing as she preempted her relief. "No, Nancy. I rather think that I actually might return to England and care for him." "But why? You have said yourself that it is not life-threatening and that his callous behavior was not entirely uncharacteristic." Nancy's mouth dropped open a little, and she was truly surprised to hear that Amelia was seriously contemplating a return to her homeland. "It would simply be a way of returning home, Nancy. I could return to England at my father's expense, as Janet Wesley quite rightly says, and live supported by him for at least the next 2 years. But could you really bear to be with him, after all that has passed between you?" Amelia felt her stomach turn over at the thought, and her hands seemed to flutter in her lap. "Honestly, Nancy, I do not know. It seems like an awfully big risk to take, Amelia. I mean, what happens if you get all the way back over to England and realize that you are no happier than you were here? I can't explain it properly, Nancy, but there is something inside me which is propelling me onward. It's almost as if I need to do something. To take some action or other or make some movement. It's almost as if I don't take some action now, I shall be stuck repeating the same day over and over for the rest of my life. Whenever I imagine that, I see myself sitting alone in front of the fire in the little guest house back at the ranch, Archie at my side. I see myself sitting there night after night, growing older and older and yet more sour, and it absolutely frightens the life out of me. Amelia, I cannot help but think if you make a major decision now, you would be making a wrong one. Whatever that decision was, it would simply be based on fear and uncertainty, Nancy said, rather more firmly than Amelia had ever heard her speak before. And surely after your heated conversation with Whit, your feelings about marriage are now known. Surely you can no longer fear the expectation that you once did. In truth, I do not, and yet somehow I feel so terribly listless. I always want to be doing something, Nancy. I feel almost as if I cannot bear to spend any time with my own thoughts because I do not want to listen to them. I walk for mile upon mile, contenting myself with the beautiful scenery, all the while fighting off my own thoughts. But won't you simply be doing the same thing back in England? For all that you would be living with your father again, isn't your relationship such that you would still feel the great weight of loneliness? Oh, I don't know, Nancy, Amelia said, dropping her hands quite noisily into her lap. I just feel that I must, quite simply, do something. Please, Amelia, whatever you do, spend the next few weeks doing nothing. Don't think about where life is heading, or what you should do next. If you really cannot bear to be alone with your own thoughts, I strongly suggest that you need to know why that is. You can't come to terms with whatever it is that is making you feel this way unless you take it out and have a really good look at it. It doesn't matter how many thousands of miles you run, Amelia, your thoughts will accompany you wherever you are. They'll just sit there waiting for you to look their way. Amelia sat in complete silence for some minutes. She was truly pondering everything that Nancy had said to her, and was once again struck by the wisdom of the young woman's words. Amelia felt herself finally beginning to calm down. There was nothing to say that she had to answer the question of returning to England immediately. After all, it very much looked as though her father would indeed be sick for the next 2 years, and perhaps even longer. In truth, Amelia did not wish that on him, but rather thought that Nancy was right and that there was no urgency in the matter. Whenever Amelia was alone, she rather felt that all of her thoughts seemed to go backward and forward and around, never finding an answer, never reaching a conclusion. Something about Nancy, despite all her bright and breezy manner, was very steadying, and she rather helped her to level out her own galloping emotions. Amelia knew that there was no simple answer to the question of why it was she felt as she did. She knew that she certainly blamed various incidents in her life, such as her father's behavior, and her perception of Whit's interest in her. But were either of those things really, entirely to blame for the way she felt? Wouldn't that go some way to explaining why it was that Amelia did not like to be alone with her thoughts? Perhaps she did not want to truly examine what it was that was making her feel so very stuck in life, unable to settle, and unable to make a sensible decision. You're awfully quiet, Amelia. Are you all right? Nancy broke the silence. Once again, Nancy, you have stopped me from spiraling out of control. You don't seem at all out of control to me. In fact, far from it. Nancy smiled reassuringly. Oh, that's just Englishness, Amelia said, with a tight little laugh. It's just the appearance of control, and nothing more. What goes on inside an English person is always far more complicated than they would give you to believe from outer appearances. Well, after worming my way into the hearts of 3 different English women, I can definitely agree with that. Nancy let out a hoot of laughter, somehow breaking the gloom of the moment. So tell me, Nancy went on. Did you get a chance to put things right with Whit? Well, Amelia began. Oh, forgive me, Amelia. Hadn't I promised not to speak about Whit Carrow again? And look at me now, already breaking my promise. Nancy slapped her hand lightly on her forehead. Oh, No. Please don't worry about that, Nancy. I was going to tell you anyway. I did manage to put things right with him. Amelia stopped for a moment and chewed her bottom lip thoughtfully. Actually, that's not entirely true. Claudine actually managed to put things right between us, I think. You see, I didn't actually apologize, and Whit didn't actually forgive me. I was just helping Claudine with a few things in the kitchen when Whit suddenly appeared, and we simply had to acknowledge one another. It was rather hard, actually, because it had been several days since we had actually spoken. Anyway, Claudine very much gave Whit the impression that I had done much to prepare the refreshments for the meeting he was holding that evening, despite the fact that I had actually done nothing. Anyway, Whit found it necessary to thank me for my efforts, and I found it necessary to respond politely, and suddenly we were reconciled. Well, reconciled in a rather shaky sort of way. Well, it very much sounds to me like it was better than nothing, whatever passed between you. Nancy giggled. And at least you know the argument, whatever it was, is over and done with. You can simply draw a line under it and concentrate on making yourself feel a little better than you have done of late. I must say that I did feel rather relieved when we had finally spoken, albeit only for a few brief moments, Amelia said, turning in her seat to lay her shawl across the back of her chair. Well done. You managed to clear the air between you, and you realize that it doesn't mean you have to marry. Both of these things are a step forward, believe me. I dare say we shall just have to take it slowly, Nancy. Despite us being on relatively good terms again, I rather think that the argument between us has very much set the seal on the idea that we shall never marry. Perhaps that is a good thing, and maybe the argument was not entirely the terrible waste it seemed to be. Or maybe with the threat of marriage long gone, you might be able to concentrate on being a friend to him, Nancy said. Well, I shouldn't like to be too friendly. I'm still terribly aware of giving the wrong impression, Amelia said, with a little sigh. You know, I'm not so sure you need to worry about that anymore, Nancy said, her neat little eyebrows raising simultaneously and giving every impression that she had news to tell. Oh, really? What do you mean? Amelia asked, suddenly interested. I don't think you have to live in fear that Whit will show too much unwanted interest in you in the future. In fact, I think you might be able to very soon sense a certain drop in the pressure and expectation from the rest of the town as well. How so? Nancy stopped and poured them both a cup of tea. It was obvious that she was enjoying the tension of the moment. Well, I saw Whit just the other day, and I have to say that I think he might very well have developed an interest in another young lady in Russets Reach, Nancy said slowly, studying her new friend's face for any sign of reaction. Oh, indeed? I don't suppose it is anybody I know, since I seem to know so few people in this town, Amelia said with a rueful grin. As she reached for her cup, in a rather exaggerated pretense of nonchalance, Amelia was somewhat surprised to find that her palms had begun to sweat a little. Not only that, but she seemed to be suddenly aware of the beating of her heart. It wasn't that it was racing, exactly, but rather that she could simply feel it in her chest and feel the rush of blood in her ears. Oh, I think you've probably seen her. She was certainly at the town barbecue, Nancy said, looking off into the distance rather thoughtfully. Was she? Amelia asked, lightly. Yes. Yes, she was, Nancy said as if she had finally decided that her recollection was indeed correct. Oh dear, I'm forgetting something. The lady in question is called Katie Swanson, if that name rings a bell at all? Nancy said, smiling happily. I'm rather afraid it does not, Nancy. I honestly do not think I know the young lady. Amelia fought hard against a certain flatness of tone and tried to remain upbeat. She wanted to give every impression that she was enjoying a rather inconsequential piece of gossip, despite the fact that she found it was rather affecting her. "She's kind of a bonny creature, really. You must have seen her at the town barbecue. She was wearing a real cute little blue gown, although the neckline was a little bit low, if I'm honest," Nancy said, leaning forward a little conspiratorially. "In fact, her necklines usually are a little bit too low, and she kind of sways a little bit seductively from side to side as she walks. Still, most of the men in Russets Reach can't stop their eyes popping right out of their heads whenever she goes by." Nancy laughed a little. "And there's many a townswoman who doesn't like her one little bit, but I just reckon that's jealousy. After all, the girl cannot help being beautiful, any more than she can help being alluring." "Oh, yes," Amelia said, her face dropping a little. "I rather think I did see her at the barbecue. And yes, she is awfully pretty." Try as she might, Amelia could not disguise her somewhat clipped tone. Could it really be that she was actually jealous? If not of the girl herself, but of any possible union between her and Whit? In truth, Amelia had studied Katie Swanson rather closely at the barbecue, albeit that she had little idea how the girl would later feature in her life. To say that her neckline was a little bit low was something of an understatement. If Miss Katie Swanson had been presented in any drawing room in all of England, there would have followed much gossip and censure throughout the town. Dresses that were cut in that way were not cut in that way by accident. Amelia knew very well the reason for such chicanery. Not only had Miss Swanson worn an incredibly low-cut gown, but she had rather walked in such a way as to entirely accentuate the effect. Amelia had watched with a certain amount of disengaged interest as the men of the town had openly watched her swaying by. Every time Miss Swanson had made her way up to the grill, or to get a drink, the vast majority of male heads turned to follow her. Amelia was fairly certain that she could remember one or two of the men in question receiving a rather sharp elbowing in the ribs from their wives. In truth, Amelia rather thought that entirely summed up Miss Swanson, a woman who strutted from place to place, fully cognizant of the attraction she drew from some, and the consternation it caused others. As far as Amelia was concerned, the sort of person who behaves like that was little more than a show-off. Amelia attempted to conjure up the rest of Miss Swanson's features and found that she had little trouble in doing so. She clearly remembered Katie Swanson's long, wavy golden hair, lightly pinned up at the front, and flowing halfway down her back. She had very clear skin, very blue eyes, and rather full and sensuous lips. Amelia had to admit to herself that Katie Swanson really was a true beauty, however cheap she seemed to make herself. In fact, that a woman so beautiful would feel it necessary to cheapen her mode of dress and sway her hips wherever she walked, seemed somehow ridiculous to Amelia. After all, why would a woman like that have to bother? Surely she would have no trouble whatsoever in finding a husband if that indeed was what she was looking for. However good her recall was, Amelia could not remember if she had seen Whit spend any time with Katie Swanson. Had he been one of the many whose heads had turned and whose eyes had boggled? Had he been one of the men who had scampered up to the drinks table, almost tripping over his own feet to be the first to pour her a cup of punch? Amelia really did not think so, and yet she was somehow able to conjure the little scenario very clearly in her mind. She shook her head a little as if to dispel the image. "Are you all right, honey?" Amelia snapped out of it to see Nancy looking at her with concern. "Oh, perfectly all right, thank you, Nancy. I must admit I drifted off a little. Reminiscing perhaps, you see I do remember Miss Swanson being at the barbecue," Amelia added, almost as if to remind Nancy of the original conversation and perhaps coax further details from her, without her new friend realizing what she was doing. "Well, I can't say exactly that they are together," but I have seen them in the town in the last 2 days, Nancy said, a little noncommittally. Does Miss Swanson live in Russets Reach? Amelia asked, trying not to appear too eager for details. Yes, just out towards the edge of town. Not far from the gentleman's barber, actually, Nancy said. Anyway, that's roughly where I saw them. I think they were heading off in the direction of Mrs. Denton's dining rooms. Maybe they were going to have something to eat together. Nancy looked a little excited as she parted with her gossip. Oh, so did you actually see them going into Mrs. Denton's dining rooms? Amelia asked, brightening inexplicably. No, I didn't see them go in, as such. They just seemed real close though, you know. I don't know, just something about the way they walked down the street together, they seemed to fit somehow. Nancy was looking out across the room as if she was looking back into the recent past. And they stopped a couple of times, looking into each other's eyes as they talked and laughed and what have you. And I've never really seen them together before, so I guess that's what drew my attention to them. That, and I guess the way they seemed so unusually close made me kind of think they would be on their way out together. Mrs. Denton's place was kind of the logical conclusion because, you see, there's not a whole lot of places here in Russets Reach for a courting couple to sit down and spend time together. A courting couple? So you think they are courting? Amelia was horribly aware of how stunned she must have appeared. Well, I don't know exactly. I guess that was just a slip of the tongue, Nancy said with a slow grin. I would have thought that a woman so very attractive as Miss Swanson seems to be might already be married, or at least engaged to somebody, Amelia said, almost hating herself for continuing to dig further into the matter. Well, you see, she did have a little trouble a couple of years back, Nancy said, refilling both of their cups before continuing. I mean, Katie kind of got herself a reputation for being something of a gold digger. But I have to say that I think it was a little unfair, and maybe a lot of it was based on jealousy. Gold digger? Amelia asked, her eyes suddenly as round as saucers. Well, I guess I can understand it a little. Katie was engaged to be married to one young man, and he certainly did have a little wealth. His father was running one of the mines about 20 miles out of town, so the family was quite well off. She made a good match for herself, put it that way. Nancy seemed to stop for breath. And then a new guy came to Russets Reach, from way out in Boise City. He was some kind of businessman, I can't remember exactly what it was he did, but he sure did have some wealth behind him. Anyway, if I remember rightly, he was kind of a Romeo, and he very quickly got Katie's attention. I guess she maybe liked him a little better or thought that he was a better match for her than her fiancé. Anyway, she began to spend a little time with the other man, and very quickly things blew up. Her fiancé walked away from her, and soon after the businessman returned to Boise. The poor girl lost out all round. I have to say that I think you are rather a better person than I am, Nancy. For having heard that tale, I can feel no pity for the woman. Surely her poor fiancé must have been broken-hearted to think that she was paying her attentions to another man, and all because he was seemingly the wealthier of the two of them. I understand your sentiments entirely, Amelia. In fact, I guess at the time, I probably felt pretty similar to the way you do now. But then I look back on it, and Katie was really very young at the time. Younger than you are now, I think. Anyway, she was at that age when your head is so easily turned, and your concentration is so very short. I guess I just think it's kind of hard on her to live in a town that is so small that everybody remembers your every mistake. After all, we all deserve a second chance, don't we? I dare say we do, Nancy, Amelia said, displaying rather more forbearance than she actually felt. So, presumably, Whit knows of her past. Once again, Amelia seemed to brighten. Surely a man such as Whit would not find himself in the thrall of a young woman whose only object in life was very likely to be money. As their conversation rolled on, Amelia's interest was such that she did not bother to question herself as to why she should even care about Whit Carrow and Katie Swanson. "I'm sure he does. Still, he's a sensible man, and not given to falling in with public opinion. With any luck, he'll see past all of that." He certainly seemed pleased to be in her company, at any rate. "That's all well and good, Nancy, but I have to admit to feeling a little concerned for Whit. I should not like him to be treated in the same way as her previous fiancé, or lined up as a prospective suitor for nothing more than financial reasons." "I don't think you need to worry about Whit so much," Nancy said with a laugh. "For one thing, he's nowhere near as wealthy as the two previous young men were. Don't get me wrong, he's still a good match and a wealthy young man, but just not as wealthy. Do you know what I mean?" Amelia nodded, but she was not sure that she did. For another, Nancy continued in a conspiratorial tone. It was as if they were sharing secrets that both would be delighted with. "Whit is a very different sort of character, and very well able to stand up for himself." Nancy paused to giggle. "And anyway, Katie has probably grown up a good deal since then and is very likely to find Whit attractive for himself, and nothing else. I mean, he's a good-natured guy, and just about one of the most handsome men in Russets Reach. Maybe he doesn't need money to appeal to Katie Swanson." "Yes, perhaps you are right," Amelia said, rather vaguely. "And if it all goes to plan, Amelia, maybe you won't feel the need to run back home to England. Without that pressure lurking in the background, perhaps you'll be able to relax enough that we might get to keep you here in Russets Reach." Nancy reached out across the table and squeezed Amelia's hand. Chapter 12. It was early May and the lighter evenings were beginning to lift the gloom of winter. There was still a definite coolness in the air once the sun began to disappear, but the lengthening lights seemed to somehow speak of the promise of the summer to come. Whit had been in the stable for some time, saddling his horse and making her ready for the long night that was to come. He had fed her a little, but not so much that she would be bloated and lazy for the rest of their evening. So far, the night patrols had had absolutely no luck whatsoever finding the rustlers. It wasn't that they had moved on, drifting away into the next town, but rather that they had managed to evade capture. It was true that fewer cattle were being stolen from the ranches surrounding Russets Reach, but it was still almost a nightly occurrence. Whit began to wonder if they might need to revisit his original idea, and split the teams down the middle, doubling their chances of catching the rustlers in the act. There was little doubt that the rustlers knew that some patrol or other had been mounted, and the fact that they were stealing in smaller numbers very much indicated this. Stealing just 5 cattle at a time was quicker and quieter than stealing 20 or 30. The problem was that they were now stealing with much more regularity, and the result was that everybody was losing as many cattle as they were prior to the formation of the nightly patrols. Whit made a quick check of his rifle, making sure, as he always did, that it was clean and fit for firing. He was not a violent man, but Whit very much knew that he would have little trouble in firing upon a man who was aiming a gun at him. In fact, with the image of the dead cow that Amelia had found in his mind, the idea of shooting the person responsible rather appealed to him. More than once he had thought of that day, and how Amelia had gratefully walked into his arms and leaned against him as he comforted her. As he held her small body in his arms, feeling the softness of her curves against him, Whit had thought that their friendship had rather changed for the better. Even now it seemed almost inconceivable to him that the next time they had been alone, she had poured scorn on him, and he had given his anger free rein. Despite the sourness of her ways, Whit was convinced that there was a soft and caring woman underneath the cool exterior. She had been genuinely upset by the plight of the slain cow, particularly when she had realized how it must have suffered before it had died. Her distress had been clear to him, and he knew then that she was truly a kind-hearted person. But quite why this kind-hearted woman despised him so, Whit could not begin to imagine. He had never made any sort of a move towards her, nor had he made known any expectations of future wedlock. He began to wonder if it was simply him as a person that Amelia Quentin did not like. Whit felt that to be a little unfair since he had never really had much of an opportunity to be himself in front of Amelia. He always felt to be on his best behavior, their tremendous argument notwithstanding, and felt that he had always treated her with that curious politeness that people always use on virtual strangers. Well, perhaps it was simply time for him to relax and be himself. Not angry and shouting, not overly polite and thoughtful, just himself. Just Whit Carrow, nothing more and nothing less. As Whit began to lead his horse out of the stable, the idea of simply being his own man again somehow relaxed him. "There's not a thing wrong with being Whit Carrow, let me tell you," he said rather loudly into the ear of his startled horse. The horse, once she had calmed, gave Whit something which he likened to a reproachful look, and he could not help but laugh. "Okay, next time I decide to be myself, I'll do it more quietly," he whispered into her ear, as she snorted and paddled at the ground with her hoof. Suddenly it seemed she was anxious to be on the move, and Whit felt that excitement run through him. Once he'd walked clear of the stable, Whit looked out over towards the guest house. In the fading sunlight, he could see Amelia, wrapped in a shawl, sitting out on the back porch. As always, her scruffy dog, Archie, was sitting faithfully at her side. Whit watched her for some moments, enjoying the advantage of not being seen. Amelia was holding a book but seemed somehow unable to concentrate on it. It struck him that, every few lines, she allowed the book to drop into her lap, as she either reached out to stroke Archie or looked out into the distance across the plains. Once she had amused herself in such a way for a few moments, Amelia returned to reading the book once more. Whit laughed to himself as he counted no more than 10 seconds of avid reading before Amelia dropped the book into her lap once again, and repeated the same set of distractions. Whit decided that he would make his way out across the plains from where Amelia was. After all, there really was no reason why he had to avoid her anymore. They seemed to have silently forgiven each other for the argument they had had, and things between them had been all politeness ever since. What was more, Whit was entirely sick of tiptoeing around her, tempering his personality to suit what it was he thought that she wanted. It seemed that he was spending far too much of his time with her in his thoughts. All in all, he had enough and very much decided to continue as he meant to go on. After all, had he not just declared that he would be himself, nothing more, nothing less? "You're not really a reader, are you?" Whit asked quietly as he walked past, leading his horse. Amelia's thoughts must have been elsewhere since she truly looked startled to see him there. "I beg your pardon," she asked, in a simple way, with no hint of her previous antagonism towards him. "It strikes me you're having trouble concentrating on that book," Whit said with a somewhat cheeky smile. "And you'd probably be better off just giving it up altogether." "You're probably right," she said, with a tight little smile. "And I suppose I'm not always very interested in books." "You're not like Evelyn, then?" Whit asked, giving every impression that the answer to the question was really neither here nor there to him. "No indeed, I don't really go in for the tales and the dramas that Evelyn enjoys, that is very true." "And you're not a big organizer of things like Annabella is?" Whit went on. "No, I don't suppose I am," Amelia said, in a very much quieter tone than he was used to hearing from her. "In truth, I dare say I lack the sense of direction which my sisters seem to have." "I don't see very much wrong with that." And I think it's probably always best to just be yourself. At least, that's what I'm coming to realize, Whit said, his smile broadening the more relaxed he felt. He began to climb up upon his horse, somewhat aware of the fact that Amelia was studying him closely. For some reason, Whit felt more relaxed than he had done in many months and wondered if it was his sudden determination to simply be himself again. Whatever it was, he took his time getting onto his horse and did not feel uncomfortable about the silence that was stretching out between them. He simply went about his business, almost as if Amelia was not there. I suppose that sometimes I don't particularly want to think, or work things out, or read a story. Often I much prefer to simply set off walking, and stride out across the countryside. Still, it's growing dark, and I dare say that particular occupation is not currently open to me, Amelia said, finally snapping the little book shut with a sigh. Well, I suppose walking is not the only thing you can do when the sun starts to go down, Whit said, seeing Amelia's eyes suddenly widen. He realized that his comment could easily be misconstrued as pertaining to something a little more inappropriate. In truth, he had not meant anything by it, but seeing the prim look on her face kind of made him a little glad of his clumsy conversation. Whit added nothing by way of explanation, but simply chuckled, clearly finding himself most amusing. Well, perhaps Katie Swanson might be rather more amused by your comments than I, Amelia said, and Whit thought he could perceive a little redness appearing in her cheeks. The mention of Katie Swanson somewhat plunged Whit into a little confusion. The comment certainly seemed barbed, although nothing compared to her previous standards, and he fiddled with his saddlebag for a few moments, in order to buy himself some time. It rather sounded to Whit as if Amelia suspected some sort of attachment between him and Katie Swanson. In truth, he had not even realized that Amelia knew the girl, let alone her name. Amelia went so rarely out and about that it seemed most unlikely that she would ever have had 2 minutes' conversation with the girl. Quite why Amelia would have assumed some sort of connection between him and Katie, Whit could not entirely make out. Oddly, he had seen Katie Swanson just a few days beforehand, and they had had a few moments' conversation as they had wandered down the main street together, Whit being bound for the barber's, and Katie being bound for Mr. Pulver's grocery store. Surely Amelia had not been there? He certainly did not remember seeing her, for if he had, it would have been such an event in itself that he would never have forgotten it. In fact, the only other person he had encountered at the time had been Nancy Hopper. So, Nancy Hopper had seen them and somehow put 2 and 2 together. Whit almost laughed out loud. Well, I guess Katie really would find me more amusing than you do, Whit said, with what he hoped was a nonchalant smile and friendly shrug. As he studied Amelia's face, Whit was somewhat pleased to discover that she looked suddenly a little downcast. So, his seeming confirmation that he was, in fact, somehow connected with Katie Swanson, was having an effect of some sort on his old adversary. Holding back a laugh, Whit rather decided that there was very little need to dissuade Amelia Quentin from her erroneous train of thought. Yes, I dare say, Amelia said, getting to her feet and turning to make her way back into the little guest house. Although I'm not sure why you would care, Amelia. Whit tried to make his tone as light as possible, avoiding any hint of accusation. As she turned around to stare at him, he smiled so amiably at her that she seemed to smile back, if only reflexively. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Whit. Her attempt at confusion almost made him laugh. So, Amelia really was rather affected by the idea that Whit was interested in somebody else. I just mean that I thought you might be pleased since you yourself have such an aversion to me. Whit was thoroughly enjoying himself for the first time in weeks. The kind and caring side of his nature was prodding at him, gently trying to coax him into putting her straight. Perhaps it was just a little cruel and petty to let Amelia think that he and Katie were romantically linked. However, the rakish and mischievous side of his nature, the side of him which had had just about enough of her sour behavior, rather thought otherwise, and entirely convinced him to remain silent on the matter. "Well, naturally," Amelia said, with the most unconvincing smile he had ever seen. In truth, Whit had to stop himself from cheering victoriously, and fought hard to maintain his rather steady composure. "Well, good night, Amelia." Whit touched the brim of his hat and began to turn his horse. "Wait a moment," Amelia said, and he immediately drew back on his horse's reins. He turned to look at her. "Are you going out on night patrol?" she asked, so quietly that he found himself leaning towards her in the saddle. "I sure am, Amelia. I've had 2 nights off in a row, so I guess it's kind of my turn," he said, with a rueful grin. "Well, please, be careful." Amelia said this with absolute sincerity as she eyed the rifle swinging from his backpack. Whit was unsure of what to say and simply remained silent. He did nothing more than nod his polite thanks in her direction, before turning and gently heeling his horse away. As he rode off in the direction of the plains, Whit could not help but feel a little confused by the whole conversation. As much as it had amused him to think that Amelia might, in fact, be a little jealous of the idea that he would be interested in somebody else, something about her parting comments had rather sobered him. Had Amelia really been so genuinely concerned for his safety? Was it a simple concern that she would have bestowed upon anybody, or was it rather particular to Whit himself? Whit urged his horse a little faster, suddenly feeling the need to canter at speed across the plains. Holding the reins in one hand, and reaching up to hold his hat firm to his head with the other, Whit had the horrible feeling that, once again, Miss Amelia Quentin was going to dominate all of his thoughts. Finally, Amelia had to give in and stop moving. There simply was absolutely nothing else left to do. She had made up the fire and stoked it continually until the entire sitting room felt like a furnace. She had boiled milk and made cocoa and sat down to drink it, only to stand up again the very moment her own thoughts seemed to creep in. Leaving her cocoa cooling on the side, Amelia had made her way stiffly to her bedroom and re-straightened the sheets which had already been straightened to crisp perfection when she had got out of them that morning. However, she hurriedly tore off every one of the sheets and skillfully made her bed up from scratch. Amelia worked with such fury that it took her less than 5 minutes to put her bed to rights again, and she stood back for a moment and, with some agitation, took in its very perfection. She fought an urge to tear the sheets off and simply perform the entire operation all over again. Even in the throes of such an unusual mood, Amelia was very sensible of the fact that to make the bed up for the 3rd time that day would be entirely irrational, and somehow the exercise would make her feel even worse than she did already. Slowly sauntering back into the sitting room, and sitting down on the couch, Amelia reached for her mug of cocoa and rather wondered if Nancy was not right. Everything Nancy said seemed to make sense, and the idea that Amelia ought really to get to the bottom of her own feelings before making any rash decisions seemed suddenly the only road to take. As much as it was the right road, however, Amelia rather thought that it was also the most frightening. What if she looked so closely at herself that she found something she did not like? What if she was as sour as Whit had said, and simply did not have the love inside her to share with another human being? If that was the case, then Amelia thought that she would rather not know. Her cocoa had cooled somewhat unpleasantly, but she drank it down all the same. As the fire died down a little, and with it, the heat in the room, Archie made his way back in from the doormat where he had been laying for some brief respite from the soaring temperature. "Up you come, Archie, my lovely," Amelia said as she lightly tapped the seat of the couch and encouraged her scruffy little dog to join her. Archie did as his mistress bid him, happily. The very moment he had made himself comfortable, Archie dropped his face onto his 2 front paws and immediately fell asleep. Amelia watched him in some amazement and felt rather envious of his ability to simply shut down. However, Amelia rather thought that if she had the same ability herself, she would hardly ever be awake. Every time things felt a little uncomfortable, she would simply drop her chin down onto her hands and let go of reality entirely. Of course, in truth, that would never do. Finishing her now rather congealed cocoa, Amelia set the cup down on the table and leaned back in her seat. For some moments she simply stared at the wood-cladded ceiling above her, concentrating on the knots and swirls in the lightly orange pine. Finally, she let her eyes close, although she knew in her heart that she was not tired. Amelia was not about to sleep, but rather she was about to examine a thing or two about herself. Slowly she took in a long breath, held it for the count of 6 and then let it out. Again she breathed in, feeling the air fill her lungs and open up her diaphragm, and slowly she let it out. One more time she breathed in the warm air, and as she let it out she allowed her shoulders to relax, and she began to calm. Now she could start to search her feelings. What she found was not good. She was jealous, and it was very clear to her that Whit Carrow had entirely perceived the small amount of jealousy she had undoubtedly displayed outside on the porch. After all her protestations against marriage, and even getting to know the man, she rather wondered what he might think of her now in light of their most recent exchange. Surely he would find her a little disturbed, or at least somewhat irrational in her manner. She had known at the time that the very mention of Katie Swanson's name would undoubtedly give her the air of having a somewhat vested interest. However, her feelings were such that she found she was unable to hold it back and had quite spoken the words before she had had time to stay them. Was she really, genuinely, jealous that Whit was courting somebody else? Amelia took in another deep breath. As she let it out, she tried, quite earnestly, to examine her own feelings, just as Nancy had encouraged her to do. Before Nancy had even mentioned Katie Swanson's name, the very idea that Whit was interested in somebody who was not Amelia seemed to have had some physical effect upon her. Amelia tried to recreate the moment and easily found that awful feeling in the pit of the stomach which had instantly assailed her when Nancy had first embarked upon the subject. Amelia had to admit that the reason that feeling had been so easy to find was because it had never truly left from that moment to this. If anything, the feeling had become even denser since she was able to put a face to the name. That Katie Swanson was so very striking had made the endless succession of imaginary scenarios which piled through her mind ever more easy to envisage. Had Amelia not had such a perfect mental image of the woman, perhaps her imagination would have faltered just enough to convince her of the fruitlessness of her current state of being. But surely the beauty of the woman in question was neither here nor there if Whit Carrow was truly attracted to her. After all, the outcome was the same, pretty or otherwise. Amelia forced herself to think of the outcome and adorn her imaginings in nothing more than a faceless woman. In her very first imagining, the faceless woman was dressed in the most beautiful bridal gown she had ever seen, and her facelessness was rather cleverly provided by the veil which hung across her features. The woman was being led by the arm down the aisle of the pretty little chapel in Russets Reach by a man who looked an awful lot like Jesse Van Horn, the postmaster. Amelia almost opened her eyes as she laughed at the idea of placing the man Claudine Carrow seemed to find so very attractive in the very front and center of her own imagining. However, Amelia found something of a sense of pride in her determination to continue with such self-examination, however hard it might be, however tempting it might be to provide herself with a myriad of distractions. With her eyes still tightly closed, Amelia imagined the point at which Jesse Van Horn relinquished the arm of the faceless woman and handed her to her husband-to-be. In her mind, Amelia turned to look at the husband-to-be, knowing all the while that she would find the face of Whit Carrow there. She stared at Whit as he held tightly to the hand of the woman he was about to marry, and her clever little brain conjured up the indistinct mumblings as the minister walked the happy couple through their vows. At the moment that Whit reached out to lift the veil over his bride's head, leaning forward to kiss her, Amelia's eyes flew open. Reaching both hands to her face, Amelia realized that a tear had escaped, and was making its way down her soft cheek. Successfully blotting the tear from her cheek with her hand, Amelia opened her palm and stared incredulously down at the light trace of liquid she found there. She had not felt the tear come, it had made its way quite naturally, and with very little input from Amelia herself. As Amelia sat on the sofa feeling entirely dejected, she rather thought that if this was self-discovery, Nancy could very well keep it. And yet, at the same time, revealing something of her true feeling toward Whit Carrow had lifted some, if not all, of the cloud which seemed to have settled on her slowly but surely since she had arrived in America. Amelia had to admit to herself that, day upon day, the cloud had grown thicker and darker, wrapping her in a dense shroud which somehow stopped her fully taking part in life. Amelia thought of Whit, and the night patrol he was undertaking. She could not bear to think that any of them were out there in danger, but more especially Whit himself. Amelia thought of Whit talking with ease to her on the porch, seeming a very much different man from the one she had been avoiding for so long. It was a self-assurance which had previously been lacking, and Amelia wondered if its prior absence has been something to do with her and her behavior. Perhaps now that he has found a certain amount of happiness with Katie Swanson, Whit had been returned to his former self. Whatever had happened, Amelia had to admit that it suited him awfully well. However, the idea that his ease of manner had entirely been engendered by another woman made her feel grieved once more. So, Amelia had gotten to the bottom of her feelings about Whit Carrow and had rather unfortunately found that she was truly attracted to him after all. If only she had opened up to Nancy sooner, and found some way to truly look at herself, then perhaps Amelia would not have found herself in the awful position of losing out. Finding the courage to sit down and look at herself had freed Amelia just a little, but the discovery which resulted rather left her fearing that thoughts of Whit Carrow would fill her mind forevermore. Chapter 13. Amelia. Evelyn said, her exasperation making itself very well known. You're only supposed to be digging up the fully grown carrots, not the tiny baby ones. Honestly, who would dream of paying for such small carrots? Probably somebody who cannot be bothered to cut them. I rather think that to such a lazy person, tiny baby carrots would be something of a boon, Amelia retorted, pushing her garden fork so firmly into the earth that it immediately disappeared for the full length of its prongs. Amelia, that is perfectly ridiculous, and well you know it. Evelyn's exasperation disappeared as the fight to stave off laughter overtook her. Far from being ridiculous, Evelyn, I rather think my retort eminently sensible. Amelia could feel the corners of her mouth turning. It had been some weeks since she had had some sport at Evelyn's expense, and she very much enjoyed the occupation. All right then, not ridiculous. Evelyn's eyebrows knit together as she fought hard to find the right word. Just obtuse, perhaps. Well done, Evelyn. Amelia chuckled. Evelyn had spent so long searching for her final word that Amelia had to give in to laughter. I can hear you two cackling from the barn. Annabella was smiling broadly as she strode towards them. The speed of her step fully indicated the fact that Annabella did not want to miss any of the fun. What on earth is going on? Evelyn has some complaint or other as regards to my digging, Amelia said, somewhat airily. It wasn't just some complaint or other, Amelia. Evelyn's hands went to her hips in mock exasperation. I do believe I was absolutely specific in what I said. Just look at the tiny carrots. Evelyn looked at Annabella and pointed at the little carrots as if the sight of them ought to explain everything. What? Annabella was clearly confused. At that, Amelia doubled over in laughter, and both sisters very quickly joined her. Well, what I mean is, Amelia is simply digging and uprooting things without really paying any attention whatsoever, Evelyn said, beginning to catch her breath again. Oh, I see. Annabella was shaking her head, rolling her eyes, and trying not to laugh once more. And why are you not concentrating, my dear little Amelia? Honestly. There really is only so much concentration you can devote to carrots. Amelia spread her arms wide in comical supplication. Our profits will dwindle to nothing at this rate. Evelyn bent down to pick up one of the tiny carrots and threw it at her younger sister. In retaliation, Amelia picked up a small potato from the pile and aimed it at Evelyn. There followed much shrieking and laughter, not to mention the hurling of small root vegetables. After some minutes, the girls ceased in their game, and each one of them leaned on the fence which corralled the vegetable plot, as they took their time to get their breath back. Amelia breathed hard and stared out across the plains. She felt suddenly very grateful for the few minutes of fun her sisters had provided her. In truth, at least some part of every day was taken up in sisterly camaraderie, yet recently Amelia could not see it. She wondered at her extreme loneliness in the evenings and rather thought it had more to do with the fact that she did not want her sisters to move on with their lives. Suddenly, Amelia realized that she had felt a little left behind, and had been at a loss as to know how to catch up. In reality, all she really had to do was to be grateful for the time that they did share together. With the three of them standing in companionable silence, Amelia thought of the now rather dog-eared letter which was stowed deep in the pocket of her skirt. She was assailed by sudden feelings of guilt that she had kept so much from the two people who meant more to her than anyone, or anything. "Girls, I have something to show you," Amelia said, suddenly digging into her pocket and retrieving Janet Wesley's letter. In truth, she could hardly believe she had acted so instantly on her sudden decision to be entirely honest with her sisters. "What is it?" Evelyn asked, already reaching out for the letter. "It's a letter from Janet Wesley. As you know, I have very much kept in contact with her from the moment we left England. Anyway, she has news of Father, and I rather think you both have a right to hear it. I'm afraid I've had the letter some days, and truly hope that you will forgive me my reticence in showing it to you." Evelyn opened the letter out and began to read, while Annabella rested her chin on her sister's shoulder, reading along with her. For the most part, the sisters read in silence, and Amelia had nothing more to go on than their individual countenances. She had clearly noted Evelyn's dismay at the idea that their father was ill, and equally clearly perceived the relief when Evelyn realized that the malady was to be relatively short-lived. "For goodness sake." Annabella was the first to speak and seemingly spoke to herself. "After all this time, that dreadful man has not given an iota." "Annabella." Evelyn protested at her sister's strong language. "Oh, no, this is not a time to be polite, Evelyn," Annabella said, her pretty face rather twisted by a sneer. "Lawrence Quentin has made no move whatsoever to discover anything of our lives, and yet one of his first utterances to Janet Wesley is a wish that he had kept one of us, so as to have an unpaid nurse in his time of illness." "Yes, I rather perceived the same thing myself," Evelyn said, in rather more gentle tones than Annabella. "And I must say, it really is rather dreadful, isn't it?" "Dreadful?" Annabella spat. "It is beyond dreadful, my dear sister. How on earth could he ever begin to imagine that one of us would return to him now and pander to his every need?" "Well, the thing is, sisters, I rather thought that I might," Amelia said, quietly and somewhat tremulously. "You thought what?" Annabella asked, more sternly than she had ever spoken to Amelia before. I cannot believe that you would even think of it for a moment, Amelia." By the end of the sentence, Annabella had begun to sound rather cross. "Oh, not for his sake, I promise you," Amelia began, almost wishing that she had allowed the letter to remain in her pocket. "Then what possible reason could you have?" Annabella took a step towards Amelia. She spread her arms wide and looked upwards, almost as if she was appealing to the heavens for common sense to prevail. "It's hard to explain, really. I thought it might be a way for me to return to England, and perhaps our father truly regrets the way he treated us." Amelia could hardly believe she had spoken the words. Until that moment she had not realized she had contemplated the possibility of her father's remorse. Did she really believe that? Did she even care? Do you not think that if Lawrence Quentin regretted his actions in any way that he might have at least made contact with us in an attempt to discover if we are well? Annabella had tempered her tone and spoke in a very much more gentle way. "Well, we have not contacted him either, so perhaps he thinks we hate him and he's too ashamed to make himself known to us now," Amelia said, her eyebrows raising a little as she looked earnestly at Annabella. "Actually, that is not true," finally, Evelyn spoke. Her voice was so quiet, and she seemed suddenly to sag, causing both of her sisters to look at her in some concern. "Evelyn?" Annabella asked, tipping her head to one side and nodding encouragingly for her middle sister to continue. "What is not true, my darling?" "It is not true that we have not contacted him." "Well, what I mean is, I have contacted him." Amelia and Annabella gasped simultaneously in surprise. "And he has written back?" Amelia asked, suddenly very interested. If her father was, indeed, somehow redeemed, would that not make it all the easier for her to choose to go back to England? "No, not once," Evelyn said, her big round eyes filling with tears. "I have written to him consistently since we arrived here in America, and not once has he responded. Admittedly, my tone was a little angry at times, but on the whole, I am confident that I gave him every opportunity to respond in kind. In fact, at the end of every letter, I begged that he would return it. Of course, he never did." "Oh, my dear Evelyn." In two strides, Annabella had her arms wrapped around her sister and was squeezing her tightly. "But I do not write to him anymore." Evelyn sniffed loudly. "I simply sent him one last letter, informing him of my marriage and my happiness, and told him that if he did not return my letter, I would never write him another. Anyway, as yet, I have heard nothing. It has been months now, so I do not begin to imagine that I shall ever have contact with our father again." "Oh, Evelyn, I really am so sorry," Amelia said, truly regretting ever having shown the letter to her sister in the first place. "Oh, no, please do not make yourself uneasy about that, Amelia. You simply had to let us know what Janet Wesley had told you. You have done nothing wrong in showing me the letter, dear sister." Evelyn straightened up and dried her eyes on the corner of her crisp white apron. "Amelia, I really do hope that Evelyn's account of our father has gone some way to dissuading you from ever returning home to him." Despite the seriousness of her tone, Annabella reached out and took Amelia's hand. Not only did she squeeze her sister's hand, but she used it to pull her in close to her. Feeling comforted by the closeness, Amelia wondered if she could explain, if she should. "Sisters, I do not want to lie to you," Amelia began, and Evelyn let out a little gasp. "I am not saying that I am definitely going, Evelyn." Amelia reached out herself until all three sisters were in a circle holding hands. "But I do not want to hide the fact that I am thinking about it any longer." "But why would you go, Amelia? Really, when it is so obvious that our father has little, if any, love for us," Annabella beseeched. "As I said before, it would not really be for his sake. I would look after him in return for my passage home to England, and my subsistence for the next 2 years. And then what? Evelyn asked, thoroughly miserable. I don't know, Evelyn. I really do not have a plan. Then why leave? Really, if you insist on bumbling about without a plan of any sort, you might just as well bumble about here in America where I can keep an eye on you. Annabella's attempt at friendly banter was so warm that Amelia almost burst into tears. Please, do not think for a moment that it would be easy for me to leave the both of you, Amelia's voice faltered. Then, why do it? Evelyn was unable to hide the wobble in her voice. Because I have found it so terribly hard to settle here. But I thought you loved the countryside. Evelyn sounded a little desperate and tears sprang from her eyes. You always seemed so happy roaming far and wide with Archie. And apart from Jacob, you have always seemed so contented in your chores and your life here on the ranch. I cannot say that I've been unhappy, Evelyn. But neither can I say I have been truly happy either. For reasons I do not entirely understand, and therefore cannot explain, I feel myself to be in some kind of limbo. Amelia looked at the faces of her sisters and could feel her heart almost break at the pain she was causing them. But please understand that I have not, by any means, decided to actually go. It is merely something that has been resting at the edges of my mind, and I felt dreadful keeping it from you any longer. So, you mean you might not go, after all? Evelyn's tear-stained face suddenly lit up. The very evidence of her sister's love finally tipped Amelia over into tears of her own. No, I might not go after all. In fact, I probably shan't. But I really could not bear to keep things from you anymore. I seem to have been doing that rather a lot lately, ever since you both found your knights in shining armor and left me to my own devices of an evening. Amelia gave a little laugh, despite her tears. Amelia, if it helps, I must tell you that I very much realize that you have been keeping things to yourself of late. I should have asked, but whenever Evelyn and I attempt to intervene, you seem to turn rather grumpy with us. Annabella gulped and swallowed down her own tears. Well, I shall do what I can to be a little different in future. And do what you can to stay here, too. Evelyn was relentless. Because I really could not possibly let you go. I mean, Annabella is nice enough, but nobody picks on me in quite the way you do. Evelyn began to cry once more. Oh, Evelyn. Amelia said, and the three sisters moved in closer still, wrapping their arms tightly around each other. As she hugged her sisters tight, Amelia felt as if her heart would break. How could she make a decision that would hurt them so? And yet to stay here seemed equally as painful. Chapter 14. I am, quite simply, not going to put up with this any longer, Amelia said, her eyes wide and fixed. She was determined not to be the first to look away. Your behavior since I arrived here in Russets Reach has been appalling, and I think it's time I put you straight on one or two things. Still, Amelia did not look away. A little spark of anger had begun to make her blood pump faster, and she could feel it tingling in her fingers as she lightly balled her hands into fists. If I choose to stay here, if I decide not to go back to England, then things are very much going to have to change. You cannot continue to mock me in the way you have been doing. Amelia took a step forward. And there is no reason why we cannot be friends now, even after everything that has passed between us. I've tried my hardest, and the rest is up to you. Amelia took yet another step. Well, I'm going to have to take your complete silence as an agreement on your part, and assume that we are friends from now on. Amelia continued to walk up to Jacob, and he stood uncharacteristically still as she lifted the reins over his head and let them dangle towards the ground. There now, see? Amelia said, still determinedly staring into his large brown eyes. Isn't that better, now that we're friends? Jacob patted lightly at the ground with his hoof, and once again Amelia decided it was a show of agreement. The old horse's cooperation somehow gave Amelia a feeling of hope. That morning, she had awoken with her customary dread of her weekly chore of mucking out the horse's stalls. As she had reluctantly walked from her little house to the stables, Amelia had fully decided that if she could get Jacob to behave himself on that day, then it would be a sign. A good omen which would clearly indicate to her that she would be very much better off staying in Russets Reach. In truth, it seemed to her a very silly thing to base her decision on, but in the absence of anything else, it would have to do. Amelia had laughed to herself, knowing that Jacob's behavior would, in the end, have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on her decision to either stay or go. Still, it felt as if it gave her a sense of control. As she had led the 3 better-behaved horses out into the paddock, Amelia thought once again about her reasons for leaving. It was true that Whit Carrow played a large part of it, but her reason for wanting to leave him now was very different from her reason for wanting to leave him just weeks before. And, of course, Whit was not the only consideration. From the moment she had shown the letter to her sisters, Amelia had found the idea of leaving them something that she could no longer even think about. It was, quite simply, just too painful. As she stood there staring into the eyes of the old horse, Amelia thought that if she could not even think of leaving her sisters, then the reality of it would more than likely prove impossible to her. Come on then, Jacob. Let's calmly make our way to the paddock without any of your usual shenanigans. No backing away and dragging me back to the stable. No rushing forward and knocking me to the ground. Just a gentle walk into the paddock like the good boy you've been on occasion. Amelia continued to stare into his eyes, judging that to be the key to her current success. She maintained eye contact as she tightly grasped his bridle, and took her first step in the direction of the paddock. Suddenly, Jacob began to pound wildly on the ground with his hooves, and as he flung his head upwards, Amelia grasped the other side of his bridle, so that she now held his head in both hands. Just stop that, Jacob, she began, determined not to let go of him. Jacob made a horrible whinnying noise, and Amelia realized that something was terribly wrong. As he began to pound even more wildly on the ground, he dipped and lifted his head, almost as if nodding, even as Amelia continued to grip hard on the bridle. As his curious action increased in intensity, Amelia found herself rather afraid to let go of him, for fear she would stumble and find herself under his heavy hooves. At that moment, she truly began to panic, and could not help but shout at Jacob in an attempt to make him stop. Quite why the horse had begun to behave so erratically, Amelia could not begin to imagine. Jacob! Just stop it! Even as she shouted, she could feel herself being intermittently lifted from the ground, albeit just a few short inches. Amelia truly was too afraid to let go now and found herself being moved along against her will. Suddenly, 2 large hands covered her own on the bridle, and she could feel somebody behind her, tight up against her back. Now, listen to me, Amelia. It was Whit, and he was speaking very gently. Just stop staring into Jacob's eyes. You are unnerving him. I think we both need to let go, Whit, Amelia said, her voice trembling with fear. Amelia, look down. Stop looking at Jacob, you are putting him under pressure. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Despite his soft tone, there was a sense of urgency about Whit. Whit, we need to let go. No, we cannot let go. Not yet. The moment you release Jacob's head, he's going to rear up. There is very little chance of you getting out of the way before he does so, so you just need to listen to me, all right? I don't suppose I am in a position to argue, Amelia said, and yet she was still looking at Jacob. Amelia, you need to look away from Jacob. Look right away from him. As if suddenly understanding a foreign language, Amelia took on his words, and quickly looked away from the horse, letting her eyes rest on Whit's arm as it encircled her. He's still stamping his feet, Whit, Amelia said, thinking that she and Whit might be trapped forever holding on to Jacob's bridle. For some reason, she had rather expected that the horse would calm down the very moment she looked away from him. When he did not, she found herself rather losing faith in Whit's ability to keep the both of them safe. That's right, he is. He just needs to calm down, you see? Whit said, keeping his voice low again. There you go, Jacob. What a good horse. What a good horse you are. That's a boy, calm down. Calm down. He's not calming down, Amelia said, and although her voice was relatively quiet, it still had that somewhat strident quality which was always in evidence whenever her emotions ran a little high. Amelia, if you're going to speak, just soften your voice a little, please, Whit said, and he gave an amused chuckle which seemed somewhat inappropriate in the circumstances. You see, the big problem between the two of you is that Jacob thinks that you don't like him. Well, he'd be right there. Amelia said, entirely forgetting her resolve to speak more quietly. I don't like him. I don't like him one little bit, and I never have. Amelia, easy now, just calm down, Whit said, and although she could no longer hear him chuckling, she could feel it in his chest. Jacob is a much more sensitive horse than you give him credit for. He can be obstinate, and that's the truth. But if you talk to him, and treat him nice, he settles down real good. If you shout at him and try to push him, he pushes back. That's when he becomes more obstinate. It might have helped to have this information months ago, Whit, Amelia said, finally remembering to keep her voice low. I would happily have given you the advice, Amelia, if I had ever thought that you would take it, Whit said, his amusement seeming to desert him momentarily. Oh, was all Amelia could manage. There really was no point in arguing back, for she knew what he had said had rung true. I think he's just beginning to calm. Whit's voice was low and soothing. Right, it's time for you to talk to him, Amelia. Talk to him? What about? Amelia sounded horrified. Talk to him about anything, it doesn't matter. It's not drawing room small talk. Just remember to keep your voice calm and soothing. He'll respond to your tone of voice, rather than your words. Amelia opened her mouth to speak but really could think of nothing to say to the horse who had been her nemesis for so many months. Just speak to him. Whit had leaned closer and towards her and whispered the words directly into her ear. Something about his tone and the warmth of his breath gave her tingles that she could not exactly locate in her body. Either they were everywhere, or the tingles were moving. Either way, Amelia found it a most pleasant sensation. All right, Amelia said, in quiet defeat. I shall give it a try. Whit relaxed a little and yet she still felt the rumblings of a chuckle against her shoulders. Hello, Jacob, Amelia said, turning her head to look up at the horse. Immediately she made eye contact with him again. Jacob began to paddle at the ground. Amelia. Look back down. Stop looking into his face. I'm sorry, she said. It just seems so impolite not to look at somebody when you're speaking to them. Trust me, Jacob will never notice. Stop looking at him. All right. Amelia, once again, looked down at Whit's arm. As she stared at it, Amelia found herself rather struck by how tanned and powerful Whit's forearms looked. In truth, she had never really noticed them before. It was true that he was a very handsome man, with his tan skin, fair hair, and blue eyes. Amelia had noticed how handsome he was the very moment she met him, but it occurred to her that she had noticed it in rather an abstract way. He was handsome, yes, but it had had little or no effect on her. However, at that moment, as she looked at his encircling arms, and felt herself entirely cradled against his broad and muscular body, Amelia found herself to be extremely affected by him. It just wasn't the same as their embrace on the plains, on the day she had found the dead cow. On that day, Amelia had felt entirely comforted by him, and nothing more. Yes, she had noticed his fresh soapy scent and felt the warmth radiating from his chest, and yet somehow his touch had seemed so very different then. Something about the way he held her now felt close, intimate. Despite the danger they were currently in, something about the way his embrace made her feel rather made Amelia hope that it would never end. "Just speak to him," Whit said, breathing the words into her ear once more. As her body began to react to him, Amelia felt herself rather weakened by it. At that moment, she would have given anything for 5 minutes sitting down, and a nice cup of tea, as she gathered her wits once more. "Jacob, please calm down," Amelia said, in the most soothing voice she could muster. "I'm sorry that I haven't liked you very much, but I thought you didn't like me either. It looks like we have very definitely got off on the wrong hoof, and maybe one day we'll be better friends." "Off on the wrong hoof?" Whit asked, quietly and incredulously. "Well, I could hardly say foot, could I? After all, he's a horse, and he doesn't have feet," Amelia said as if Whit were being perfectly ridiculous. "Well, sorry for interrupting," Whit replied, and Amelia could feel his chuckling again as it reverberated through her back and seemed to entwine her heart. "I should think so. It's a private conversation." Amelia had never teased Whit before, despite the fact that she knew herself to be very good at that sort of thing. Feeling him chuckle all the harder, Amelia could not help but enjoy the feeling. "Now Auntie Amelia wants you to be a very good horsie, and stop paddling your hooves, and stop snorting, and just be a good boy altogether," Amelia said, still soothing him. Without looking at the horse, Amelia, just gently reach up and stroke his cheek. "That's good," Whit said. "Just keep talking to him. And then, when you're being a good horsie again, we will walk over to the paddock, and then Auntie Amelia can let you go." Amelia reached up and began to stroke Jacob's cheek, careful not to appear to move her head and look at him directly. As she let her fingers run over the silky coat, she marveled at just how soft and smooth the horse really was. She had never really stroked him as such and began to wonder if she might have gotten along with him a little better if she had. As she continued to stroke his cheek, Amelia was almost startled by the great snort of air that Jacob released. "Oh, no," she said, under her breath. "No, believe me, Amelia, that's a happy snort." "Really?" Amelia asked, almost as if she did not believe him. "How on earth can you tell?" "I'm a rancher, Amelia. You're just gonna have to trust me." Whit laughed. "Carry on." "Well, Jacob, you really are a very handsome horsie, and you have a lovely soft coat. And if you're a good boy today, and calm down nicely, and you go into the paddock without any fuss, Auntie Amelia will make sure that she always strokes your cheek." Finally, Jacob dipped his head and seemed almost to be leaning into her touch. "Well done, Amelia. You've cracked it," Whit said, whispering in her ear once more. "Have I?" Amelia asked, her voice a mixture of pride and disbelief. "Yes, you have. He's tipped his head and given in to you. I think he likes you." I think I'm still too afraid to let go just yet, Amelia said, blushing a little at her own reluctance for their embrace to come to an end. No, let's stay just as we are for a few minutes, and make sure he is properly calm, Whit said, and Amelia rather thought that she perceived him moving even closer still. Just keep talking to him. Amelia and Whit remained in their curious embrace for some minutes, with Amelia talking to Jacob and stroking his cheek the whole time. Even Amelia, who knew absolutely nothing whatsoever about horses, was in no doubt whatsoever that Jacob was as calm as it was possible to be, and more than ready to be walked over to the paddock. As this strange little trio stood outside the stable, Amelia could not help but wish that she had been just a little more open and friendly with Whit Carrow before. Even as he stood there with his arms around her, Amelia could not help but think about this handsome young man with his arms around the alluring and voluptuous Katie Swanson, and why wouldn't he do that? The woman gave every appearance of being warm and friendly, everything that Amelia had not been towards Whit. Even if she had been more inviting, Amelia felt sure she would have struggled to compete against the obvious charms of Katie Swanson. However, she would never know now. Her anger and aloofness had not only turned Whit away from her, but they had marched him right into the arms of another woman. Amelia felt almost as if she was enjoying an embrace that did not belong to her, but rather to the woman that Whit Carrow truly cared about. Amelia found that she could not even be angry with Whit, for she knew that none of this was his fault. She had lost him and with him all her chance of happiness in America. The worst of it was that Amelia knew she had only herself to blame. Whit gave such a long and strangely dejected sigh that it rather snapped Amelia out of her reverie. I guess Jacob is ready to go into the paddock now, Whit began. Come on, you take his bridle, and I'll walk alongside you. Amelia reached up to take hold of Jacob's bridle, ensuring that she maintained her stroking of his cheek with her free hand. Come on, Jacob. Auntie Amelia is going to take you into the paddock now. Whit gently released his grip on Jacob's bridle, and his protective embrace of Amelia. He turned to stand at her side and, Amelia was pleased to note, they were still touching a little, albeit just shoulder to shoulder, as they both walked in the direction of the paddock. Once they were inside the paddock, Amelia released her grip on Jacob's bridle and stroked his long neck. All right, my big old friend, you are free now. Amelia released the horse, although in truth he did not seem as keen to be away from her as he ordinarily was. There, you see, you are the best of friends now, Whit said, a broad smile lighting up his handsome features. So it would seem, Amelia said, returning the smile. I guess you just needed to get to know each other, Whit began. And now that you started, I think you're both relaxed with each other now. Yes, I firmly believe that you are right, Amelia said, feeling suddenly, unbelievably sad. And thank you so much for helping me, Whit. You're welcome, Amelia. Anytime. Chapter 15. 2nd of June 1887. My dearest Janet. I do hope this letter finds you well and happy. I must start by apologizing for the brevity of my previous letter, but please let me explain that I simply wanted to put your mind at rest at the earliest opportunity. Again, I should reiterate to you that I am under no pressure here to marry. In fact, I'm really under no pressure in any way, other than that pressure which I seem to have decided to perceive and react to on a daily basis. I realize that my current mood shall make me sound so terribly contrary to you, and I do hope that you shall forgive me my emotional fluidity. In fact, I must tell you that it is that very emotional fluidity which has prevented me from making a sound and final decision upon whether or not to leave America. As yet, I'm undecided, and I hope that you do not mind me taking such a terribly long time to come to a conclusion on the matter. It really does seem like an awfully difficult decision to make, and yet I know I must make it one way or the other. I think I gave you some indication of the situation we currently have here with cattle rustlers in my last letter. Allow me to give you an update on the matter so that I may, if nothing else, talk of something other than my own confused feelings for a while. I must tell you that I still struggle with the image of the poor creature I found dead out on the plains. It strikes me as such an awful thing to imagine that there really are such cruel people in the world. I have just read that back, and realize how dreadfully young and naive I sound. I dare say that, in truth, that is exactly what I am. Anyway, the men from the ranches in the area have all got together and made up teams to go out on night patrol, in the hope of catching the rustlers. Thus far, there has been no success. The rustlers, apparently wise to the notion that patrols are out looking for them, have simply begun to steal cattle in smaller numbers. I rather gather that this makes the whole thing quicker and very much simpler for them, whilst making it ever more difficult for the ranchers to detect them because of the vast distance between ranches. However, since they are now stealing fewer cattle each time, the rustlers are coming out with greater regularity. The result is that all of the ranchers are losing cattle at the same rate as they were before they even began the night patrols. The men meet regularly at our ranch, and it is most uncomfortable to hear the resignation in their voices at times. The patrols have gone on for a number of weeks, and since they last the whole night long, and cover such vast areas, it is clear to see that all of the men are growing tired of it. I must admit that it rather makes me wish I could help, but since I cannot even ride a horse, I fail to see what use I would be. I have to laugh at an image of myself saddling up Jacob and taking off into the night on his back. We are, I have to tell you, great friends, now. I realize that after all I have told you about that dreadful naughty horse, you will find my utterance almost impossible to believe. I can hardly write now for laughing, and I still cannot believe it all myself, but it is true. Jacob and I have put aside our differences and now continue in a spirit of friendly cooperation. Whit Carrow and his brothers regularly take their turn on the night patrols, and I have to say that it rather makes my heart lurch when I watch Whit riding away, and see that rifle hanging over his saddle. I simply cannot bear guns, Janet, so much so that it frightens me. I look at the filthy weapons, and I can only think of life being ended with nothing more than a twitch of somebody's finger. Surely to take a life should be so much more of a struggle than that. If it is made so easy, does it not, in the end, become commonplace and rather nonchalant? It rather amazes me that both Annabella and Evelyn seem to take the whole thing in their stride. Whilst they are naturally concerned about their husbands being out on patrol at night, the whole business of guns does not seem to eat away at them as it does me. That being said, of course, my dear sisters did not see that cow, and did not see that tiny hole in her head. In truth, I think it was the fact that the wound really was so small that has affected me more than anything. To look at it, it seemed little bigger than a blister, and yet it was horrific enough to end her life. I rather think the experience has shocked me more than I realized at the time, and I'm not sure whether I should continue to talk about it, in an effort to purge the memory, or simply try to choke it down, and never think of it again. If what I have been lately learning about myself is anything to go by, I rather think that holding the memory within myself would not be the best plan. Anyway, I can only pray for an end to the cattle rustling, since it is now believed that the Carrow Ranch has already suffered a loss of more than 70 cattle. It's true that this ranch contains hundreds and hundreds of cattle, and yet 70 seems to me so large a number. I can only hope that once the rustlers have spirited the cattle away, that they are then kind to them. Well, not kind, exactly, but with luck, there is an absence of cruelty. Perhaps they are only cruel when they feel they need to be. That is my wish, anyway. I believe that stolen cattle are usually sold very quickly, and in truth, I find that rather a comfort. By now, the 70 cattle should be grazing somewhere else altogether, content enough, and completely unaware that they are stolen property. From their point of view, that is just how it should be. Inasmuch as I chose this topic as something of a diversion, I rather find that it brings me squarely back to the point of Whit Carrow. Every time I watch him ride off past my window, heading for the dark plains, I know that I'm headed for a night with little sleep. I entirely understand that my feelings in the matter must seem rather odd to you, my dear Janet. After all, have I not written letter upon letter to you, carefully detailing my aversion to him, and all thoughts of spending a life with him? Well, it rather seems as if I'm going to get my wish after all. I have had it from Nancy, that nice young lady in the town I told you about previously, that Whit Carrow has developed an interest in another lady entirely. Her name is Katie Swanson, and she is rather something of a local beauty. However, as much as she is a local beauty, there also seems to be something of a past scandal hovering over her. It is nothing truly dramatic, if I am honest, and really involves little more than a young woman pitting two men against each other for her affections. I should probably also add that both men were rather wealthy, to give you a complete picture of things. In truth, it was a few years ago, by all accounts, and Miss Swanson would have, indeed, been very young at the time. Things are rather different here in America, and I rather think that the whole thing has been forgiven as a simple mistake, an error of judgment, and a frippery of youth. Of course, in England, the poor woman would never be able to show her face in society again. There was a time when I would have agreed entirely with that, although now I think my horizons are just broad enough that I no longer feel that way. As much as I would like to dislike the young lady, I cannot. In truth, she has done nothing to me, has she? Being beautiful and alluring is not a crime, after all. However, her plunging necklines might, in some countries, be an actual crime. You may or may not have already perceived that I find the idea of Whit having found some sort of happiness with Miss Swanson rather unsettling. Just a few short months ago, I would have been so very relieved to know that Whit was more or less spoken for. It would have relieved that pressure which I felt sure was all around me. Now, as I look at the whole thing, I rather think the pressure was something which I allowed to grow into a large and angry monster in my mind. Claudine, Nancy Hopper, and the rest of Russets Reach are simply kind and caring people, all of whom seem to have something of a romantic side. Why would it not appeal to them to see a story with such a sad beginning roll inexorably forward to its happy ending? After all, did they not see three young women from England, recently sold by their father and absolutely terrified, eventually becoming comfortable and happy in their new surroundings? When Annabella married Ashley, the whole town came out in celebration. When Evelyn married Joss, it seemed almost as if those wonderful people were witnessing some kind of romantic miracle. If I had married Whit Carrow, I truly think their goodwill and celebrations would have been complete. However, I had always chosen to see their romantic keenness as oppressive, although now I realize that it was not. The people of Russets Reach, and in particular Claudine and Nancy, want happy endings that are true. I should have realized that not one among them would ever have wanted to see two young people forced into matrimony just to complete a cycle. It simply would not have done for them, and I think I did them a great disservice in believing them all to be so very self-serving. I have been rather studying my own feelings, in particular, my bouts of unspent fury. I have come to the conclusion that I rather fixed upon the idea of this external and unseen pressure as a means of finding something to blame my own feelings on. I truly did not want to marry Whit in those days, and yet I cannot blame him for that. The poor man had no part in it since I had never bothered to get to know him, and rather actively avoided his company. In my mind, I rather acted as if Whit himself was putting pressure on me, or even had offended me in some way. Of course, that had never happened. It was yet another device for me to look to blame externally, instead of looking within. Well, you might be very surprised to learn that I have, finally, looked within. In truth, I do not think that I've ever done such a thing before, and rather think that I perhaps never needed to in my younger life. From the very moment my sisters and I learned of our father's terrible betrayal, we each seemed to take on a role. Annabella was volubly furious, and even now spits venom whenever she talks about her father. Evelyn was simply heartbroken, always ready to forgive him, and devastated that he never even gave her that much of a chance. For myself, I appeared to be entirely unaffected. I followed along in my sisters' wakes, feeling certain that everything would be more or less all right because they would look after me. I didn't have to fully engage with my own thoughts and feelings on the subject since my sisters seemed to be doing that already. I, as always, simply wandered along without a plan. I didn't need a plan, for Annabella could make plans enough for all of us. And I didn't need to feel because Evelyn can feel enough for all of us. And so it was, that I rather think I ceased to be, in some respects. As my sisters slowly drifted away into wedded bliss, I continued along on my own path of self-enforced isolation. I chose to keep myself apart, walking mile upon mile with nobody but Archie for company. As much as I love Archie, he is not a great conversationalist. And yet, at the same time, I did not reap any of the benefits which solitude can quite often afford a person. I did not allow any level of introspection, and therefore my solitude was rendered rather pointless. In fact, it was not until I began to open up to the possibility of new friends, particularly in the form of Nancy Hopper, that my introspection truly began. I dare say that it is perhaps true that a person can be too lonely to think. I realize now, of course, that the loneliness was entirely of my own making. I chose to be lonely. In these last weeks, since the discovery of Whit's new love, I have finally delved deep into the core of my very own being in the hope of discovering the root of my unease. Most unfortunately, the very first thing I discovered, my dear Janet, was that I am horribly attracted to Whit Carrow. Not only his rather unsettling handsomeness, but also his very person. For so many months I had rather dismissed the man as a nonentity. How could I have possibly assumed the man to be a nonentity when I had not troubled myself to get to know him? That was not simply naive, but rather arrogant. Whit Carrow is by no means a nonentity, in fact, very much the opposite. He is a calm and often quietly spoken young man, and yet he has a great capacity for caring and passionate anger in equal measure. He is also a very easygoing sort of a man, and when all is said and done, very much at ease with himself. Ever since he seemingly decided not to try quite so hard to get to know me, there seems to be a great self-confidence about him which is almost irresistible. He is also rather witty and amusing, and it rather turns out that he enjoys being in the company of people who can be witty and amusing also. I rather wish I had taken the time to find that out about him so very much sooner. I think it would have made communication between us such a simple thing. However, that is the past, and it cannot be changed. In short, Whit Carrow is nobody's fool, and especially not mine. I've come to realize now, my dear Janet, that my father's betrayal of me affected me far more than I ever cared to admit, much less think about. I can clearly see now that I avoided Whit Carrow because I would have avoided any man. The rejection of my father was truly the most painful experience of my life, and yet I seemed almost to have evaded the feeling completely by ignoring it. And yes, it was there all along, like some sort of evil serpent twisting and twining its way around my heart until it had formed a solid and impenetrable barrier. I can scarcely believe that I used to sit in the little guest house, gently holding Evelyn's hand, as I listened to her telling me of all her fears of rejection. I'd felt so terribly sad for her, and wished that things could be different. I had even wished that she could be as unaffected by it all as I seemed to be. It rather looks as if I was a fool, does it not? I was not unaffected, I had simply shielded myself from my own feelings. Of course, as fine a thing as it is to come to know oneself, and get to the very root of any sense of unease in one's life, it all seems to have come rather too late for me. The fact that Whit now has another lady in his life is something which I am finding rather heartbreaking, and it is a heartbreak to which I shall admit, rather than run from. However, as pragmatic as I might care to be, I do not think I am strong enough to remain here on the ranch only to watch the man I love marry someone else, and live out a happy life with her right in front of my very eyes. I really do think that would be too much for me to bear, and, as much as the idea of leaving my sisters comes close to ripping out my heart, I cannot help but once more be drawn to the idea of looking after father in his illness. And so, you see, for a very different reason altogether, I am still considering the same old thing. However, when I think of that, I am not sure how I would feel to be under that man's roof again. I know that he hurt me now and that it had a great effect, and since the serpent has now unwrapped itself from my heart, I rather fear I would have no defenses. So, you see, my dear friend, I am in as much a quandary as ever I was. The only thing that I know for absolute certain is that it would be a dream come true for me to set eyes upon you again. I really do miss you more than I can tell, and I long to speak these words to you in person, instead of continually scribbling them down and hoping that you understand my poorly written meanings. I end another letter, my dear Janet, with no more clarity than I have ended the previous ones. There is still no conclusion to my quandary, and I cannot tell quite when it shall come. The only thing I can assure you of is that the very moment I know my decision, I shall write to you. It shall be the very first thing I do once my mind is made up in one direction or the other. In the meantime, please do take very good care of yourself, and write me back as soon as you can, giving me all of your news. I hope that your friendship with your new neighbor continues well and that you may have some little gossip to share with me in your next letter. With much love, Amelia. Chapter 16. Whit strode out of the sheriff's office feeling somewhat dejected. In truth, he knew that the old man made great sense in what he said, and at the same time he could not help but feel frustrated by it. Of course, safety should be at the very top of the list of everything that he and the other men of Russets Reach did in their efforts to stop the confounded cattle rustlers. However, with 70 cattle now gone, and his ranch being hit harder than any of the others, Whit had dearly hoped that Sheriff Hal Clayton might have seen things his way. I understand your frustration, son. The sheriff spoke kindly, almost as if he was dealing with a very much younger man. But rustlers today aren't what they used to be. I know they've always carried guns, but these are wild times, and these days they have not a moment's compunction in using them. But Hal, I've lost 70 cattle. Hiram has lost 40, Merrill has lost 30 odd. When is it going to end? Whit had let out a great sigh and felt himself sag a little in his seat. I know, Whit. I know, Hal said, nodding his head sadly. But I'd much rather lose 70 cattle than one man. There must be something else we can do. I think we just have to have patience. I know it's hard, but there it is. The patrols we're doing now are already risky enough. And they know we're onto them, for their hauls are becoming much smaller. Smaller, yes, but more frequent. In the end, there is no difference, we all lose. Whit, I'm just not gonna split the teams into two. I'm not sending such small groups of men out like that. They would be sitting ducks. Well, in that case, we are just gonna have to find some more men from somewhere. We need 2 teams out there, Hal, no 2 ways about it. Whit had made himself very determined. "All right, let me get my brains on it, son," Hal began, smiling kindly at the younger man. "Maybe I'll take a ride out to Little Falls, see the sheriff there. He might be able to lend us a few men." "Whatever helps," Whit said, although he still felt a little dejected. "But if we use them, then every time they have rustlers in, we will be expected to repay the favor in kind. Anything that gets drawn out over weeks or months takes its toll on everybody. We really need to think hard before setting off and asking for that kind of assistance, Whit." "But you'll think about it?" Whit asked, keen to have even the smallest amount of hope in the situation. "Yes, son, I'll think about it." The sheriff nodded in such a way as to politely dismiss Whit Carrow. Sensing it immediately, Whit thanked the man for his time and made his way out into the bright June morning. As he made his way down the street, Whit vaguely contemplated taking himself into Mrs. Denton's dining rooms, and maybe having some coffee and pie. His mind suddenly made up, he began to cross over, with every intention of treating himself to something to eat. His attention was drawn away by the sound of somebody rather loudly clearing their throat. With just the smallest amount of interest, Whit turned his head to see who it was. Several yards away stood little Nancy Hopper, smiling politely at him, ready to speak. "Good morning to you, Nancy," Whit said, touching the brim of his hat. "Good morning to you too, Whit," Nancy replied, her bright blonde ringlets gleaming in the sunshine. "I have those buttons in for you." "What buttons?" Whit asked, entirely confused. Not only did he not have a need for buttons, but he never, ever dealt with that sort of thing. Buttons and such the like were very much the province of his ma, and the look on his face should have told Nancy as much. "I've got some buttons for you, Whit. Why don't you come on into the shop?" Nancy said, seeming vaguely exasperated with him. "Nancy, honey, I didn't order no buttons," Whit said, shaking his head a little incredulously. "Whit Carrow, please come into the shop, I have those buttons for you." Nancy looked about her, clearly not wanting to draw any attention from passers-by. "But, Nancy." "Whit Carrow, now." Nancy's hands flew to her hips, and she glared at him in a way which told him that her demand had absolutely nothing to do with buttons. "Oh, all right then." And slowly, Whit walked towards her and her little haberdashery. "I take it this is not about buttons, Nancy," Whit said, the moment they were safely inside her shop, and she had shut the door behind them. "I'd like to say you catch on quick, but that would be a lie." Nancy shook her head in mock annoyance. "You know what, Nancy? Just for once, I would like to know exactly what it is I've done before I accept the fact that I'm in trouble with whatever woman is standing in front of me." "I'm sorry." Finally, Nancy started to laugh. "You're not really in any trouble. I just wanted you to come on over so that I could talk to you for a piece. In the end, I thought we'd be standing on the street arguing about buttons all morning. Well, now that I'm here." Whit raised his eyebrows in question. "Yes, I'll get straight to it." Well, I'm just gonna say this straight out. I'm real worried that Amelia Quentin is going to return home to England," Nancy said, staring straight into Whit's eyes as she sought his reaction. "England? But why? What makes you think that, Nancy?" "Because she has told me as much, Whit. On more than one occasion, as it happens." Nancy's face was a picture of concern. "She doesn't have anywhere to go, does she?" Whit asked, his face a mask of confusion and concern. "I mean, if she had anybody there she could rely on, she would never have had to come to America in the first place. Nancy, those girls came here under duress." Whit could feel a panic starting deep in his chest and an understanding of how much Amelia had been through. Maybe he hadn't allowed for that? Maybe he could have been nicer to her? If they'd had a different home to go to in England, they'd have gone to it, wouldn't they? Well, they didn't at the time, Whit, but I think Amelia might have somewhere to go now. Where might that be? Whit found his panic growing into an inexplicable anger. He'd never pressured Amelia into anything. In fact, if anything, he'd backed away from her recently. He had to wonder just why she needed to cross continents simply to get away from him. With her father, Nancy said, with a little shrug. You see, he's become ill lately, and he needs somebody to look after him. I mean, he has money enough, since he sold off the girls, but from what Amelia's old governess says, his temperament is such that he struggles to keep staff. And in any case, he has rather expressed a wish that one of his daughters was at home to look after him. He what? Whit was equally angry, but its cause had changed direction altogether. You mean he betrays them one minute, sending them off into God knows what future, and then when he's feeling ill, he thinks he can snap his fingers and have one of them go running home to him? Why, I'd like to rip his still beating heart out. I know, Whit. I'd quite like to do that myself, Nancy said, smiling a little at the display of angry passion. And Amelia is seriously thinking of going back to him? After all he's done to her? Whit seemed entirely incredulous. Surely, Amelia could have no love left for the man who had treated her so cruelly. It defied belief, really. She hated Whit, a man who had never done anything to her and loved her father, who had betrayed her in the worst way possible. The world really made no sense to Whit anymore. Well, she hasn't made up her mind, exactly, Nancy went on, continuing to study him. But I just get the feeling that the girl is a little isolated, a little lonely, maybe. Lonely? And yet every time I have tried to befriend her, she has more or less kicked me away. Oh, Whit, honey, that was just fear. Really, why can't you see that? Fear of what? Well, I guess it's just the fear of being rejected. It certainly makes sense to me. How can she fear being rejected? After all, she's the one who pushes me away. So that you cannot reject her. If she doesn't let you in, she doesn't give you the opportunity to treat her as her father did. That's irrational. No, it really isn't. Just imagine for one moment, Whit, that your dear mother sold you 3 boys off with no more compunction than if you were turnips at a Saturday afternoon market. Turnips? Whit asked, raising his eyebrows, and smirking a little. All right, then, cattle. Or horses, whatever. Imagine Claudine had sold you off without a second thought. After all the years of care and love, she sold you off for no better reason than a desire to continue to live comfortably. Regardless of what happened to you boys, she sold you anyway. Right? All right, Whit said, not entirely convinced. And then imagine placing your trust in any woman, in any capacity, ever again. Nancy stopped there, giving Whit some time to digest the information. All right, Nancy, I guess I see what you mean. Whit placed his hands down heavily on the counter and looked squarely at her. But I still don't see why she would be going back to England. She doesn't want me, so I'll never get the opportunity to reject her, will I? So, there's no need for her to run, is there? Actually, she does want you, Nancy said, wincing a little. At least, I really do think she does. Nancy, this is starting to sound like one of your flights of fancy. It's not, Whit, I promise you. You see, the moment she thought you were courting Katie Swanson, things seemed to change. It affected her, I know it did. Whit smiled a little, finally hearing the confirmation that Nancy had sown those particular seeds in Amelia's head. He'd known it all along, of course. But regardless, he was inclined to agree with Nancy that it had somehow changed things. He remembered that evening as he had ridden past her porch, that Amelia had made some comment about Katie. He'd been amused at her jealousy, but surprised by it also. Perhaps she really did have feelings for him. Whatever the case, it was certainly going to take a lot of thinking on his part. "But I'm not courting Katie Swanson," Whit said, feigning confusion and treating himself to a couple of moments' worth of sport at Nancy's expense. "Well, I think I might have inadvertently given her that impression," Nancy said, looking at him with what she clearly hoped was a completely guileless expression. "No, Nancy. Your acting has not improved one iota since the town play. You stink. I mean, you really stink." Whit burst out laughing, thoroughly enjoying himself as he doubled over with mirth. "You knew?" Nancy asked, looking genuinely outraged. "I did. Amelia mentioned something about Katie a few weeks ago, and I just knew you were at the root of it. Honestly, woman, is there no end to your meddling?" "Well, I just thought it would help things along a little bit," Nancy said, quite unashamed as she spread her arms wide. "And you knew I wasn't courting Katie Swanson, didn't you?" "Of course, I knew, Whit. The two of you have absolutely nothing in common. Why would you court Katie Swanson?" Nancy looked at him as if he was perfectly ridiculous. Whit could not help but laugh. Nancy really was the worst kind of interfering romantic, and she made absolutely no apology for it. And at the root of it all, Nancy's intentions were so good that nobody could ever get angry with her. "So, Nancy," Whit said, on the back of a long drawn-out sigh, "are you telling me that Amelia was going to go home to England firstly because she was trying to escape me, and now because she thinks I am in love with somebody else?" "That's about the size of it, Whit," Nancy said, nodding her head enthusiastically. "You've excelled yourself this time, haven't you?" Whit placed his elbows on the counter and leaned his face into his hands. It lowered him down a little so he could stare in some exasperation directly into Nancy's sparkling eyes. "Honey, there's absolutely no reason why this can't end well," Nancy said, with an optimistic smile. "But I suppose the rest is up to you, isn't it?" she finished without moving from his gaze. "I don't know, Nancy. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't." He gave Nancy a little smile and touched the tip of his hat before nodding at her and turning to leave the shop. "You take care now, Nancy," Whit called over his shoulder before closing the door behind him. "You too, Whit Carrow," Nancy said, with a wicked little grin. As Nancy made her way to the window and watched Whit Carrow saunter away, she silently congratulated herself. Poor Whit. He had simply taken the path of least resistance, and had seen her interference as somehow chaotic and blundering. Really, when would the men of Russets Reach learn that Nancy Hopper's schemes, every one of them, were anything but chaotic? Every part was thought through with the utmost care, and every eventuality considered. It was no easy thing to get two people who were falling in love to actually realize it themselves, and yet Nancy had a good feeling about this one. Of course, there really was no urgency to the question of Amelia returning to England, but Whit Carrow really did not need to know that. Nancy thought it would do no good to give the man any more time to prevaricate, contemplate, and generally not get around to doing what must be done. Her little ruse with the whole idea of Katie Swanson had very much done its work, but it was the time that came to an end now. Nancy rather thanked Providence for sending Whit her way that morning, because the plan really would work all the better if Whit were the one to tell Amelia that Nancy had been very much mistaken. That there was no union between him and Katie Swanson. As far as Nancy could see, all the seeds had been correctly sown, and it was quite simply time for her to stand back now, and wait for them to begin to flower. Yes, Whit Carrow, you are right. I really have excelled myself this time, Nancy said to herself, before chuckling and making her way out back to set some water to boil. It was time to celebrate with a nice hot cup of tea. Chapter 17. Despite having had a rather busy and tiring day, the late afternoon sunshine was so warm and inviting that Amelia could not help but collect Archie and strike out across the plains. Early June in Idaho was very much warmer than early June in England, and Amelia could not help but think that summer was truly beginning. Far into the distance, she could see a little mass of movement and knew that she would eventually happen upon one of the small herds of cattle. She could not help but think there was something rather soothing and calming about the placid great creatures. They seemed to mooch about from corner to corner of each field, gently grazing and staring into space. All in all, Amelia thought they had a rather nice existence. She laughed at herself a little, realizing that things were not so bad that she would happily trade places with a cow. In fact, apart from the painful realization that she had fallen in love with Whit, only to lose him to Katie Swanson, Amelia otherwise felt somewhat at peace. Somehow, finding the underlying cause of her own feelings seemed to have freed her, and she no longer had that awful feeling that she needed to be on the move. The urgency to make some decision, whatever that was, and move in some direction, wherever that might be, had entirely left her. The terrible, immobilizing anxiety seemed to have released her from its grip, and she finally began to feel like her old self again. She was the same old Amelia she had always been. The young girl back in England whose entire lack of direction never worried her for a moment. She was, indeed, that same Amelia who was quite content to drift along in the breeze and see where life took her, rather than worrying that she ought to be making some firm arrangement and imposing some sort of order on her life. More and more, ideas of England and her possible return seemed to be far less important to her. As much as she had truly wanted to see her old governess again, Amelia had come to terms with her feelings for her father and knew that she would live out her life quite happily, never once setting eyes on Lawrence Quentin again. And certainly, she had no desire to return home and look after the man who had betrayed her. In truth, she was pleased that his malady was not life-threatening, and would have been upset regardless if it had been. However, how he got through that malady, and who would look after him, would be entirely a matter for his own concern. Amelia cared very little one way or the other. In truth, Amelia had more or less decided to send yet another letter to her dear friend, Janet Wesley, hot on the heels of the one she had so recently taken down to Jessie Van Horn for mailing. As each day passed, things seemed to grow clearer and clearer for Amelia, and she had some hope of happiness for her future. If she was honest, Amelia had very much wished that her future happiness could have rested with Whit Carrow. However, she knew that there were consequences to everything and, even if she had acted out of fear and grief, she had pushed him away once too often. It was entirely understandable that Whit had looked elsewhere for love and happiness, and Amelia did not blame him for one moment. However, she still felt a terrible twist in her gut whenever she replayed the awful imagined scene of Whit's wedding in her mind. Of course, when the day came for Whit to marry, presumably to Katie Swanson, Amelia knew that she would have to be a part of the congregation. The very thought of it as she strode through the sunlit plains brought tears to her eyes, although she blinked them quickly away. Amelia knew she would, quite simply, have to get used to the idea. Not only would she have to get used to the idea, but she would also have to move on from it. Life was meant to be lived, regardless of the little fears you held inside you. Holding back had only caused her pain and anguish, and Amelia knew that she had very much lost out on one potential path for her future on account of it. Well, she had made that mistake once, and she determined never to make it again. Amelia laughed to see Archie running in and out of a thick clump of foliage which seemed to stretch for some distance on that side of the plains. Ordinarily, Amelia kept very much to the east side of the ranch, enjoying the sound of the river rushing along below. However, that evening, she had decided to set off in a different direction altogether, and began to explore the further reaches of the ranch lands to the west. As Archie burst out from beneath the bushes once more, he seemed rather more alert than he had been a few moments before. Having been fully occupied in sniffing and snuffling his way through the great swathes of undergrowth, Archie now seemed a little anxious. "Come here, boy," Amelia called, reaching out a hand to him. "What's the matter?" She continued to speak soothingly. However, rather than rushing to her, Archie simply stayed where he was and refused to move. His head was cocked to one side, almost as if he was listening for a noise that Amelia simply could not hear. "Archie, what is it?" Amelia made her way over to him, wondering if he had perhaps been on the scent of a rabbit or something similar, and had lost it and was now listening out for any sign. When she reached him, Amelia leaned down and scratched his long floppy ear. However, it was almost as if she were not there at all, and Archie continued with his 1,000-yard stare and his deep concentration. "Please yourself," Amelia said, and, with a little laugh, she set off once more. Amelia had walked for some yards and was almost rounding the end of the thick foliage when Archie suddenly came pounding right past her and disappeared around the other side of the now thinning bushes. With a sigh, Amelia picked up her pace, and briskly walked after him, rounding the end of the shrubs, and breaking out into the open plain once more. Archie had run on a little way, and seemed to be heading for a small group of men. Assuming that they were ranch hands and that one of the Carrow might very well be with them, Amelia decided to follow Archie and make her way over for a few minutes' conversation. However, as she came within a few feet of the men, Amelia was horrified to see one of them suddenly strike out at Archie, kicking him hard in the ribs and making him squeal. "Hey!" Amelia bellowed, more than ready to dress down whichever ranch hand had decided it was all right to hit her dog. However, as she marched towards the men, Amelia had the awful sense that there was something dreadfully wrong. Archie had pounded back towards her, but as soon as he reached her, he turned to make his way slowly back towards the men. He seemed to stop halfway, almost as if his small furry body would create some sort of barrier between his mistress and whatever trouble lay ahead. As if in some sort of trance, Amelia continued to walk forward. The men all turned and were looking at her, and she realized there was not a face among them she recognized. Her eyes drifted across the field a little and alighted upon a small herd. In fact, it was an extremely small herd, with no more than 5 cows in it. As she squinted at them, Amelia realized that the 5 cows had been tied together, each one of them having a loop of rope around their neck which was affixed to the rope of the next. In truth, she had paid little heed to the activities of the ranchers in the past but felt certain that she had never seen such a mode of tethering the animals like that before. When she was within just a few feet of the men, the awful realization of what she had just walked into dawned on Amelia. These were not ranch hands, they were cattle rustlers. Suddenly, Amelia stopped dead. She had realized exactly who they were, and they had all watched that awareness settle upon her. Amelia counted 5 of them in total, and they all looked horribly rough. Chapter 18. By the time they had made their way into Russets Reach, Whit Carrow blood was drying on Amelia's hands, as well as in her hair and on her face. She felt exhausted, and yet knew that had she been given the opportunity to lay down, she could never have slept. Throughout their journey down from the plains, Amelia could not take her eyes off Whit. His lifeless body hung uselessly from the horse, and she could not tell if he was alive or dead. From the pale and anxious countenance of his older brother, Ashley, Amelia was very sensible of the fact that he did not know, either, if his brother still lived. As they approached, Amelia could see much activity already going on outside the offices of the doctor. The doctor himself was outside ready to guide his patient into the building, as were two young women, obviously there to aid the doctor. "All right, take him down as gently as you can." The fact that the doctor had taken over seemed to come as an enormous relief to Ashley. It was almost as if the responsibility had now been taken out of his hands, and he was finally free to wait and pray for his brother's survival. Joss seemed suddenly to appear on the scene, having clearly galloped down from the ranch once the sheriff and his deputies had arrived to take over in dealing with the cattle rustlers. "How is he?" he asked, his pale young face making Amelia want to cry again. "I just don't know, brother," Ashley said, placing both of his hands on Joss's shoulders. "I'm so sorry to the both of you," Amelia began. "You see, if I had not chosen to go out for a walk this evening, this would never have happened." "What do you mean?" Ashley asked, looking confused. "If I hadn't gone for a walk, I wouldn't have happened upon the cattle rustlers. Then Whit wouldn't have needed to ride across to come and help me, and he wouldn't be lying in there now." "Oh, yes he would, Amelia," Ashley said, removing one of his hands from his brother's shoulders and placing it firmly on Amelia's. "You see, Whit was already heading over to the western plains, so he would have come upon the rustlers whether you were there or not. The fact that you were there has given him the only chance of survival. Honestly, if you had not fired that rifle, Ashley could not finish." "That's right, Amelia. If my brother's life is saved, then it is you who has saved it." "As he saved mine," Amelia said, remembering her fear when faced with the ugly, stinking cattle rustler. "Oh, my God, whatever has happened?" Nancy burst into the doctor's waiting room, her eyes already shining with tears before she even knew who was injured. At that moment, Amelia knew that her new friend was truly one of the most caring people she had ever come across. Just the idea that someone of her acquaintance was hurt was already leading the pretty young blonde woman to tears, and Amelia rather felt she loved her for it. "Oh, Nancy." Amelia rushed into her arms. In truth, she was rather glad of a woman's company. As kind, caring and reassuring as Whit's brothers had been, Amelia knew she could not truly dissolve in either of their arms. However, with Nancy, Amelia knew that she was free to surrender into any sort of state she wished, without fear or shame. "Oh, honey, come here." Nancy held Amelia tightly. "Ashley, what happened?" Nancy looked over her sobbing friend's shoulder for more information. "Whit and Amelia were set upon by the cattle rustlers," Ashley began. "And they've given Whit a real beating. If Amelia hadn't taken a shot at them, they would have killed him there and then." "My God," Nancy said, squeezing Amelia all the harder. "But in the daylight?" "I know, but we've been patrolling hard at night these last weeks, and I guess they thought early evening might be an easier time to strike," Ashley said, shrugging a little. "And Whit?" Nancy asked, her meaning clear. "We just don't know, Nancy," Ashley said, so quietly that he was almost inaudible. Feeling Amelia going slightly limp in her arms, Nancy carted her across the room and gently pushed her down into a chair. Sitting next to her, she scooped her into her arms again and continued to hold her tightly. "I just can't believe you shot at them, honey," Nancy murmured into Amelia's hair. "I know, me too." Amelia's voice came out raggedly, and she seemed to be fighting for every breath. "I just hate guns." She sniffed loudly. "But I would have killed them, Nancy, really, I would have." I know you would've, honey, and not God Almighty himself would have blamed you for it. I think you might have more faith in him than I do. Oh, no, honey. Don't lose your faith, not now, when you need it the most. You just keep praying and hoping, and you don't give that hope up, not even for a second. I promise. Amelia's voice sounded tiny, almost like that of a child. I'm just so scared that he will die without knowing how much I love him. Oh, honey, Nancy said, finally letting her own tears fall. The waiting room of the doctor's offices had been in a desolate kind of silence for what felt like hours. When the door of the doctor's consulting room finally opened, its loud creak seemed to pierce the silence more effectively than a whip crack. Amelia, Nancy, Ashley, and Joss all looked up at once, each of them staring intently at the doctor's face. He's going to be all right, the doctor said, in a rather hurried way, as if he was keen to let them know, first and foremost, that Whit would live. Thank God. Amelia was the first to speak, and there followed an excited babbling from all four of them. But that is not to say that he is not in pretty bad shape. The doctor nodded, keen to gain their attention once more. His leg is broken really badly, and at least half of his ribs are cracked. He has a real bad concussion, and there is not a part of his body that is not marred by bruising. Is he awake? Amelia asked. No, honey, I've sedated him, and he's sleeping real soundly. So, what happens next? Ashley asked, shedding his despair, and gaining his control once more. Well, I want to get his legs set nicely this evening, while the break is still good and fresh. At any rate, he's not going to be fit to be moved for several days, so he's just going to have to stay here. There's not a great deal I can do about the ribs, apart from binding him, and as for the concussion and bruising, well, they'll just have to shift of their own accord. Ashley was immediately on his feet, and in 2 strides was in front of the doctor, his arm outstretched ready to shake the man's hand. Those words are music to my ears, doctor. We just can't thank you enough. It's what I'm here for, son. The doctor smiled at him kindly. Anyway, there's nothing more that you can do here now. He's gonna be sleeping for some time, and then I am going to set his leg. You might just as well go home, after all. Claudine is going to want to know that he's all right, sooner rather than later. Well, we'll head right on over there now and tell her, document. Thank you, again. Ashley and Joss were straightening themselves, making ready to leave. Nancy rose to her feet and held out a hand to help Amelia up. I'm staying here, Amelia said, quietly. But, honey? Nancy began. I won't get in the way, doctor, I promise, Amelia said, addressing the doctor directly. I just want to be here for whenever he wakes up. It sure is fine by me, young lady, but you might be waiting here an awfully long time. The doctor had a lovely, kindly face and looked like everything that Amelia thought a father should look like. Are you sure, Amelia? Ashley asked, looking at her intently. Because you look real tired and a little unwell yourself. I'll be fine, Ashley, I promise. I really do just want to be here. As her eyes filled with tears again, Ashley nodded, not keen to upset her any further. All right, you can stay, on one condition. Nancy broke in, and everyone turned to look at her. She smiled a little, obviously realizing that her interfering nature was showing itself rather obviously, but as was her custom, she seemed to care little. You can come along with me to my place, and I'll fix you a nice hot bath, and a decent meal. Nancy smiled at her. Oh, and a good strong pot of tea. By the time Amelia and Nancy returned to the doctor's office, Amelia felt very much better. The hot bath had soothed her aching muscles, and the meat and potatoes that Nancy had served her seemed to return her to her normal strength. Archie had also been treated to some meat, and Nancy had found a comfortable corner and a blanket for him to curl up near her stove. The dog seemed to have overcome his ordeal. However, he winced when touched in the ribs. "Now are you sure you don't want me to wait with you?" "You know I would," Nancy said, holding both of Amelia's hands. "No, Nancy. You really have done so much, and I am most terribly grateful. But you really must go home and get some sleep. You have a shop to open in the morning, after all." Amelia managed a weak smile. "Well, I shall be back in here first thing before I open up, and if Whit is not awake, then you can come back up to the shop with me for some more tea." "Thank you, Nancy. And you really do drink more tea than any English person could manage. It's the best drink I know." As Nancy turned to leave, Amelia reached out and took her arm. "Nancy, shouldn't somebody let Katie Swanson know that Whit is here?" Amelia asked rather bravely, although her voice gave her away a little. "Oh, no. I don't think that will be necessary," Nancy said, squirming a little. "Oh, but if they are." "They're not, honey. They never were." Nancy gave a little shrug, and a sort of a please forgive me smile. "And you knew?" Amelia asked. "All right, you caught me. They were just walking down the street at the same time." "So, you tricked me?" Amelia asked, a little smile beginning to appear at the corners of her mouth. "Well, not exactly. I maybe inferred a little more than I should have done." "Inferred, or interfered?" Amelia's smile was growing broader by the second. "All right, I interfered." Nancy shrugged and spread her arms wide as if the whole thing was neither here nor there. "After you promised faithfully that you would never interfere?" Amelia was beginning to chuckle. "Oh, I always promise not to interfere and, of course, I always do." Nancy started to laugh to herself. "Really, the more you come to know me, the more you will realize that there are some things I say which you must take with a pinch of salt." And with that, Nancy winked at her, and turned and left. Amelia had sat in the waiting room all alone for more than an hour before the doctor finally made an appearance. "How is he?" she asked, instantly rising to her feet. "I have to say, Miss Quentin, that he really has improved dramatically. We reset his leg last night, and he is in plaster from foot to thigh. The concussion has all but worn off, and I've been giving him some painkillers for his ribs. Overall, Whit is doing a lot better than I expected him to be at this stage." "Oh, that's wonderful news. Thank you so much, Doctor." Amelia found it hard to contain the rush of emotion. Smiling at him, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes. "He's wide awake now if you'd like to go in and see him," the doctor said, returning her smile with a rather knowing one of his own. Amelia tiptoed into the room, almost as if she was entering a church. "Thank God," Whit said, loud enough to make her jump. "You're all right then? They didn't hurt you, did they?" Whit seemed to be trying to sit up in his bed, and the pain he was causing himself was turning his skin gray. No, Amelia said. "They didn't hurt me at all. Now lay back down, you're not supposed to be trying to get up." Amelia almost laughed when she heard her old strident tone had fully returned. "Well, if that is your kind and caring voice, Amelia, then no wonder Jacob is always trying to get away from you." Whit's smile was so broad it could have split his face. "That's enough from you, you're supposed to be injured. Injured people are commonly very much quieter." Amelia pulled a chair up to his bedside and sat down in it. For a few seconds, an awkward silence seemed to open between them. Taking her courage in both hands, Amelia decided to be the one to break it. "Whit, I cannot thank you enough for saving me from those awful men," she began. "I really cannot bear to think about what would have happened if you had not arrived, and I'm so sorry that you have ended up so terribly injured." "Hey, Amelia. Don't you go getting upset about it. When I heard that shot, I just knew it was you firing. I'd have laughed if I hadn't slipped into unconsciousness at that point. I know, I can hardly believe it myself. I tried to stay awake, I kept coming back, but it was just too hard," Whit said, turning to look her full in the face. His blue eyes seemed to be boring into her brown ones. "Really, nobody could have stayed conscious after what you suffered," Amelia said, wanting desperately to reach out and take his hand, yet not knowing if she should. "I heard you, you know," Whit said, his hands sliding slowly across the blankets until he found hers. "I beg your pardon?" Amelia felt a little flush rising her cheeks. "You asked me not to leave you." "I heard you." Whit's voice had dropped almost to a whisper, and he squeezed her hand a little. "Now I'm going to ask the same of you. Don't go back to England. Don't leave me. I love you too." Amelia was absolutely reeling. How had he managed to hear her desperate pleas and declarations as he had lain there, almost seeming to be dead? "England?" Amelia asked, wondering quite how he knew of her plans. Knowing very clearly that neither one of her sisters would have spoken of the subject with him, Amelia began to smile. "Nancy." "Oh, yes, you're right. Nancy told me," Whit said, his chuckling forcing him to hold on to his ribs with his free hand. "Just as Nancy told me that you were courting Katie Swanson." Amelia was smiling and shaking her head. "The very same Nancy. And why did you not put me straight?" Amelia asked, her tone comically accusing. "I don't know, really. I guess you just seem to like me a lot better because of it, so I said nothing." Whit grinned. "Forgive me?" "Of course, I forgive you. It's just a little thing, really, isn't it? I mean, when you compare it to how awfully rude I have been to you and for so long. None of that matters now, Amelia. Lots of things happen to a person in their lives, and every one of those things brings you to the point you're at now. And despite the broken bones and the swollen face, I've got to tell you I've never been happier." Whit pulled at her hand until she moved towards him. "Kiss me," he said simply, and Amelia did just that. The feel of his bruised lips was warm and comforting. It filled her with hope for the future and joy for the present. Emotion filled her with love and wanted to bubble out of her. She wanted to shout out her joy and deepen the kiss, but she knew he needed to rest. With a gargantuan effort, she moved her lips away from his. "Now that has been a long time coming," Whit said, and the two of them dissolved into laughter. "I shan't be going to England, Whit," Amelia said, reaching out to touch his bruised face. "I'm glad to hear it." He gave a little laugh. "You know, we never really know what direction life is going to take. The only thing that matters is that, whatever way we are facing, we face that way together. For the first time in my life, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment." Amelia leaned over to kiss him once more. Epilogue. "I have to say I'm glad that Ashley finally finished that fence, Annabella," Amelia said, leaning back in the porch swing and smiling up at the sun. "It's nice to have them all safely corralled. None of them can escape, and it's so much easier to keep a check on them. You always have such a horribly logical way of looking at things, Amelia." They are children, not cattle. Annabella gave her sister a disparaging look but soon collapsed into giggles as she could not keep it up. In my defense, at this age, not one of them has any more sense than any of the cattle on this ranch. Anyway, I think the fencing is for their own good. I have to agree, although I probably wouldn't have put it quite so starkly as you. Evelyn's light laughter danced in the warm summer air. All three sisters looked over to the pretty little garden, surrounded by a low white wooden fence. 6 children, between the ages of 1 and 6, seemed to play happily within their confines, not one of them appearing to mind one little bit about the fencing which surrounded them. "Well, they are happy, and that is the main thing," Amelia said, attempting to redeem herself. Of the 6 children, 2 of them were her own. Her 3-year-old son was happily running around the edge of the garden with his older cousins, and her 18-month-old daughter was lying on her back in the sunshine, delightedly kicking her chubby feet into the air and seemingly needing no other amusement. Despite her customary flippancy, Amelia could not look upon her children without feeling such a surge of love and pride. Along with Whit, they really were her whole world, and she could never have imagined that life could have turned out so well. Over the years, things had changed so much at the ranch. With their growing families, the need for space had become quite a necessity, and the 3 Carrow boys had spent many a happy hour building extra accommodations. Amelia had never moved out of the little guest house, digging her heels in, and forcing Whit to move out of the ranch house and bring his little family up in what Amelia thought of as her home. Despite many discussions on the matter, Archie had finally been allowed to remain a house dog, and continue to enjoy his old age in the utmost comfort. As the years had gone by, Archie gave the children a wide berth and always chose to keep at a safe distance, never far from his mistress' side. Every few minutes, Amelia reached down from the porch swing, and scratched the old dog's ears, and smiled to hear his groan of happiness. "I suppose it's a good thing, really, that we have a good mixture of boys and girls between us," Evelyn said, partly to herself and partly to her sisters. "Why?" Amelia asked. "Well, the 3 boys can become ranchers, and the 3 girls can keep things going down here, the vegetable plot, the horses, and whatnot." "Very much as it is now, Evelyn?" Annabella asked, smiling. "Yes, very much as it is now." Evelyn leaned back in her chair, with every appearance of being truly content. In truth, each of the Quentin women had found contentment in the end, and it had been some years since they had talked of England with anything like regularity. In truth, their emotional ties to their old homeland had been entirely cut, notwithstanding Amelia's continued and determined correspondence with their old governess. Indeed, had it not been for that correspondence, Amelia might never have heard of her father's rather rapid recovery from his malady. Far from his illness extending up to 2 years, it appeared that he had recovered in less than 6 months. Amelia could not help but feel he did not deserve such fortune, and at the same time was secretly glad for his recovery. Less of a secret was the fact that she was relieved that she had never returned. On many occasions, she had commented to her sisters on the matter, careful to mention every time that she would never have truly been able to leave them behind. "Do you realize, sisters, that next week shall mark 8 whole years since we set sail from the docks at Liverpool and made our way here to America?" Annabella asked, shaking her head a little in disbelief. "It's so strange, Annabella, but at times it felt not 8 weeks ago, and at others, I can barely remember our old home." Amelia stared out across the ranch, her eyes missing the plains and the grazing cattle and seemed to settle on the distant hills. It was as if she was looking into the past. "I never think of it anymore, you know," Evelyn said, rejoining the conversation. "And I would never wish to go back. Not even for a visit. I truly think that if we had never come here, would never have known real happiness in my life. No, nor I, Annabella added, reaching out to take her middle sister's hand. Just imagine, all those years ago, if somebody had tried to tell us that father selling us away to strangers in a foreign land would be the best thing that could ever have happened to us. Amelia started to laugh. Just think of the volley of argument they would have received from us. And rightly so, back then. Annabella was nodding at Amelia. I can hardly bear to look back and remember just how frightening it all was. How young we were, and how hard we all fought to keep our emotions in check for ourselves and for each other. That dreadful journey across the Atlantic, every day spent in fear and trepidation. I remember trying to get you to imagine a little fantasy of our futures, Annabella, Evelyn said, chuckling as her thoughts drifted back to her optimistic view of their future. How right it had been. That we each would arrive here in America and find ourselves faced with the most handsome men that God could create. Oh, Lord, I remember, Annabella said, shrieking with delight. And it even worked for me for a few days. I don't remember this. Amelia leaned forward on the porch swing and surveyed her sisters. Why wasn't I involved? Because I knew there would be little point, Amelia, Evelyn said, a mischievous smile breaking out on her face. Because you simply do not have that sort of imagination. You would have just laughed and mocked us, as you would even today if we were faced with the same circumstances. As harsh as you are, sister, I dare say you are right. Amelia nodded her head and watched the amusement on her sisters' faces. When you think about it all, though, isn't it rather amazing? A miracle, I mean. Evelyn said, and not for the first time. Despite knowing what was coming next, Annabella and Amelia entirely indulged their sister. To think that when we first arrived, each and every one of us thought Claudine Carrow to be a well-meaning but entirely dotty romantic. All three of the girls began to laugh at Evelyn's description of their much-adored mother-in-law. And yet, in the end, she was absolutely right. It all seemed to work out, and there never seemed to be a point at which Claudine lost faith in the fact that it would. Ah, but why would she? After all, Claudine Carrow had her secret weapon all along. Amelia leaned back in the porch swing and starting to rock it just a little. Oh, yes, Nancy Hopper, Annabella said, and all three women smiled. You know, I have to wonder sometimes if any of us would be married had we never met Nancy Hopper. Evelyn looked out across the little garden at their assortment of beautiful children. Yes, I have to wonder at that too. And you know, I rather think we might not. That tiny little minx of a woman just seemed to have a knack when it came to us. In fact, she ought not to be running a haberdashery, but rather a matchmaking service. What a wonderful idea! Amelia said, laughing loudly. She would certainly be the wealthiest woman in all of Russets Reach. All in all, Claudine Carrow and Nancy Hopper really did make quite a team, didn't they? Evelyn said. I mean, it's almost as if they found a way to achieve the impossible. Yes, just imagine, 3 women shipped over from England, sight unseen, and bound to marry 3 American men. When you look at it in the cold light of day, the whole thing quite simply had disaster written all over it. And yet, somehow, despite all the cultural differences, misunderstandings, fear, and butting of personalities, it all worked out perfectly. Annabella sat up in her chair a little as she looked out across the plains. Ah, it looks as if our peaceful afternoon is ended. The boys are coming over the brow of the hill, and down from the plains. Right, I shall make my way in and start helping Claudine with the rest of the dinner. Evelyn rose slowly to her feet. If you don't mind watching the children for a while, Amelia? No, not at all. especially since they rather seem to be amusing themselves. You always take the path of least resistance, don't you? Annabella asked, also rising to her feet, and reaching out to lightly tap the back of her sister's head as she passed. At the end of the day, is there really any other way to do things? All three sisters nodded, before taking just a moment to look at their beautiful children and give thanks for their wonderful life. Thank you for listening to the third book in author Indiana Wake's The Brides of Russets Reach series. If you enjoyed Amelia, A Leaf on the Breeze, you'll love Nancy and Claudine. Love will find you. Subscribe to Indiana's YouTube channel today and be the first to know when she releases new free audiobooks.